Futures back in positive territory here this morning as we get July non-farm payrolls data just out. 528,000 versus 250,000 expected. So a monster upside print there for, again, July non-farm payrolls. That was a big number expected this morning. 528,000 versus 250,000 expected on that number. The unemployment rate, meanwhile, ticking to the downside, 3.5% versus 3.6% expected there. So we are seeing a bit of a move here overall for futures, obviously, on that number. Coming off a decent rally on Thursday and a decent rally on the week for the overall market. Big move down here for the futures, now back to 41.30 for the ES. Again, a monster upside print there for that number. If you missed it, 528,000 versus 250,000 expected. A huge morning as far as earnings to get through this morning as well. A ton to talk about. There's AMC, there's DoorDash, there's Beyond Meat, there's Twilio, there's Square or Block, there's Lyft, DraftKings, the list goes on and on and on. So much to get to. Let's jump right into it. It's Friday, August 5th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. A little bit of a negative move, to say the least, off of that number. We'll show you the board here. Back in the red overall for the market, about 0.6 right now for the S&P, 0.25% for the Dow. Meanwhile, hanging on to positive territory. The NASDAQ leading here, 0.86 to the downside. TSX futures also back in the red after being positive. We saw Ethereum up 8%. Bitcoin was up 4% to start things off. So even crypto is moving back to the downside. Again, a monster print there, guys, for July non-farm payrolls, 528 versus 250 expected. So, oh boy. But the unemployment rate, meanwhile, moving in the right direction, 3.5 versus 3.6.
Sometimes good news is bad news, right? Like this just, I guess, gives the go-ahead for the Fed, I suppose, to continue to go aggressively there because they're not hurting the job market, and you can't have a can't have a recession without the job market being weak. By the way, just some crazy action on the Qs there. Went long off of yesterday's low, scalped a little bit out. It broke the bottom, was in the short, and instantly against me, and then punched out of that one. But yeah, we're at yesterday's lows and trying to make a bounce here, down 1% on the NASDAQ. Futures there, ES as well, under pressure. It's just going to be one of those days. Like, throw in this with a host of earnings to get to, and it's not even just the earnings, it's the related names that go with it, man. Like, we got AMC and Ape coming through, Tesla in play because they voted up the shareholder. The split is going to be happening. And then there's just tons of earnings. Gapper is moving 5-10% at a time, let alone stocks that we've been watching throughout the week that have been good, right? Like your Amazons, your Metas of the world. But yeah, what a big plunge in the market just there. I felt bearish when I came in. Even I didn't think it would be that big of a beat on the jobs report. Didn't see that coming.
No, I think you're right. I think that's what it winds up doing here is, maybe putting back into light, possibly staying on course with the rate hikes and stuff like that. So we'll see how it affects it. But the NASDAQ obviously does a nice little move downside. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm short AMC already. I was just saying before, like our watch list, our the sticky notes and things like that. I mean, there's just so many names that we could throw on there today that it's just going to be, I'm hoping for another amazing day. A lot of names to look at here. Lyft taking off, Space going down. I was going to, because Space
Crashing?
should be taking, I don't want to. That's the thing, remember? Yeah, that's the thing, Brendan. Like, I don't want to say crashing.
Yeah,
remember,
because
we have that when Boeing and all that kind of stuff, and there it is right now. We'll ring some more. Well, we'll ring our first register there on AMC as we go short through 17 and takes them out right now at 1677, I think. Yeah, we got the 77 print there on the move down. So we'll start the day short with AMC. I don't know if it's going to be right all day. We do know that when, retail comes into this market, this thing could pop up, but I still think it's a fade on that. We'll discuss why in a couple minutes, but hey, it's Friday, baby, and the weekend's going to be only a few hours away, and we just got to get through this day, which now looks like it'll be a spicy one with the NASDAQ down over 1%. Maybe Tony's shorts and my shorts, hopefully, will start to print at some point today.
It's worth a note here, guys, for the last month, the last number as well, they did revise that also to the upside. So 398,000 from 372 on the last print. But yeah, there it is. 528,000 versus 250,000 expected. The unemployment rate, though, 3.5 versus 3.6. So, wow. That was a big deal. Let's get into a few other things that we need to discuss here this morning. So many earnings to get through. I mean, we can start with this one, maybe. Lyft, Sean, as you were saying, with their report coming out aftermarket yesterday, decent forecast for them. And they're expecting, $1 billion in operating profit by 2024.
It's
$1 billion.
It's kind of nice to see Lyft doing this move, obviously on the back of Uber as well. Both names starting to break out. Obviously, we saw Lyft go upside on that Uber print this week. Was it this week? Was Uber? Yeah, was it this week? Yeah, I think it was this week, right? Uber with a nice move upside there, obviously from 14 all the way to 18, $19 now, and trying to take this out, right? We're above this $18 level, which we really like there. So I think that they're sort of signaling an all clear here. I mean, I don't, again, it depends what you're trying to invest in, right? I mean, these are still growth companies. They're still not making any money, but Lyft earned 13 cents per share compared to a loss of 3 cents. So they're actually on the EPS side of things. They're actually earning on right now. So a little different. They don't have the free, the company said it was targeting $700 million in free cash flow in 2024. So we know Uber just turned free cash flow positive. Lyft is targeting the same thing, up to $700 million in 2024. And I mean, the ride hailing seems to be working well. We've heard from Expedia. We could talk about them today. Search and everything is fine for Google, which makes me think that, people are, again, traveling, looking for restaurants, going out again. I know Lyft doesn't have the delivery business like Uber does, so it's a little more specific on what they're doing. But you could see here, though, right now, it is a surprise. Lyft is coming back down in right here. I think it's a buy, but down here near this $18 mark. Just looking at some of the numbers, operating profit $1 billion. I mean, that's great. And the ride share, they're exactly. I'm just reading some of the notes that we had here, that they're just thinking that, with a rejuvenation here of the travel industry, why not take a look here at Lyft? Uber went up 20% on their day, Lyft only up 7% here. But remember, we do now have the headwinds of this jobs report. Yeah. So maybe Lyft does come down. We'll have to watch out for this $18 mark.
Yeah, strong job market in some ways you can also think of as being a negative for the ride hailers in some ways. But I mean, I don't know if that's going to be true. You got to watch Uber today as well, because that's the one that, like you said, Sean, it made a bigger move. It was a monster breakout when they reported their cash flow positive earnings for the first time. And then you throw in that DoorDash is going to be in play as well. So a couple of things that you would think would be positive for Uber, and I was actually looking to see if you could break out this consolidation here through 224, and then, look, man, when you have an economic number at 830, we know what can happen. It can blow some plans up, and if we end up trending back into the downside, I have to start considering, well, it's a 29.5 to 30 area support on Uber, and if I want any longs, it's going to have to be through there instead of looking in a strong market for a breakout, because things have changed from 10 minutes ago, and the stock I'm in right now is, I have to say it because I love it. I love PGY, Pineapple Energy. And it is not the type of business that I thought it was when I first heard this company. It's a low float runner, by the way. I think the float is like 3 million shares, so it's pretty much in that bucket. It's up 77% here. No real news catalyst. I just essentially have the long at the break at this 440. Came back into a bit of a dip buy. Try to scalp it to $5 and then see if it can take out 5 even. But just another low float runner here, and they're a solar company last I checked. So yeah, interesting. I would have thought it was some kind of weird energy drink, but apparently not.
A couple other things of note. Amazon buying IRBT, which is Roomba, those robot vacuums, for $1.7 billion. There we go. So Amazon picking up IRBT, $1.7 billion, 61 per share in cash. That just reopened. It was halted, so trading around 60 right now for that. DraftKings, another one with a decent report and increase to their midpoint full year 2022 outlook.
Yeah, this was a funny one because we weren't sure what DraftKings was going to come out and say. I mean, they're so off the bottom. I mean, a lot of these names are off the bottom, which is why I want to talk about Twilio at some point as well. But you could see this 10 to 11 area here. I mean, what a great bottom there. And I sort of said that, I think it was last week or so when we were up to 13. I said, could look back and say, hey, how easy was that 10 bottom? Because it was exactly $10. So obviously now you're up 70% from that bottom, which is pretty amazing if you're able to pick that up down here. Now you're at 17. I still feel like there is going to be some kind of selling, but I did write down again on the sticky note. It's funny because I had a bid at 1675. That went to 1677 there on that number. So we just missed it. Don't stand on key numbers. But again, DraftKings there, a higher revenue outlook, which was great. Better than expected revenues going forward. A good guide higher there in the pre-market revenue outlook, 15 million increased. If that's what they're going to do, if you're going to be a growth stock and you're going to guide forward on revenues, I mean, that's kind of what people pay up for, hoping that one day you can get it all figured out. Obviously, the more states that are part of online gambling, the better it's going to be for DraftKings. But you could see a lot of these names really with big moves and then faded, right? And so you're seeing that in Lyft coming back down. You're seeing that now in DraftKings. So I just wonder if these names are going to get sold off a little bit, which is why I wrote down on the sticky note that we'd try to dip buy some of these names. So you know what? The quarter was good enough that I don't think it should be lower than it was yesterday. Obviously, this jobs report is probably going to send the NASDAQ to the south side here, so we got to do a little bit of work on some of those names as well. But for me, DraftKings, a nice surprise, a beat. It was up way more than this, obviously, when they announced the number. But I don't know what people are expecting here. They got higher bookings, like higher daily average users than projected, and higher revenues. So for me, that's good. Still not making any money, that's bad. So we'll just have to wait to see what the market does. But for me, I just think that you got to try to respect some of the 1650 bottom, and then we'll go from there.
The problem with the news that we just got is if it's if the good jobs report is bad for the markets due to the fact that the Fed's going to stay the course and stay aggressive with their rate hiking, well, then that's an environment which isn't as good for the companies that aren't making money. So you might see any contraction or pullback a little bit worse for some of these names. And normally I'd probably usually be thinking about 17 on DraftKings, and I would be dip buying just based off the report alone. I think you got to be a little bit more patient and wait down around like the 1650 range. I also remember DraftKings from the last couple of years, and every time trying to trade it on positive news or earnings, and it used to have the characteristic of if you tried to catch the falling sword in the dip buy, you usually got either wicked out or you're in too early. So I want to be very patient with this name, just from my experience trading it and the way it's gone in the past. I did want to quickly go over to Amazon because you mentioned the Roomba news. Amazon, that 142 been looking at all week, it barely broke that on the bad news. It did break it, so we are southbound here. I don't know if it's an auto short through 142, but I've been trying like 3 times this week to go short on a floor in Amazon to see if it fills in a little bit of the gap. That 142, not the high of the day, would be the line that I'm looking at to cross. It was resistance, got a breakout, but could not continue through. If we hold below 142, I'd try to short in front of that number. But once we're above that price, I kind of go back with the trend.
All right, let's bring in Michael Noss here, chartered market technician from Trade Ideas, get a look at a few ideas surrounding this earnings season overall, and we'll go back and revisit a bit of a thought that we had in a conversation that we had going back to last earnings season. Great to see you as always, Michael. I mean, we're through the big ones, obviously. We're through the mega cap tech names, all of the monsters that we love to trade around here, but you're going to explain this idea again, and it's an interesting one because it's a multi-day kind of idea that we can look at even 2-3 days down the road from the actual report.
Yeah, and it's funny because we talk a lot about how trading is fractal. So you have, your intraday setups that can sometimes match your daily setups, that can sometimes match weekly setups, and so on and so forth. And this is definitely one of those where the day traders out there, and they'll see the guys on the desk, they do a pretty simple day trading setup, which is if the market's gapping up and it's some sort of interesting news on the stock, then you get to some sort of base sideways, an opening range where it gaps up and then it starts moving sideways and then it breaks that range one way or the other. That's kind of like the OG, I guess, simplest gap kind of trading that there is out there. But Myself, I use that as well when I'm day trading, but I'm also a swing trader, so I can get kind of the same thing out of scanning with trade ideas for recent gaps and finding these gaps and taking the same setup from the swing trading side of things. So the first slide here, we have just what I just call a power earnings gap, and it's a pretty common phrase. I certainly didn't invent that, but you're just looking for, doesn't necessarily have to be earnings, some sort of positive news event. So myself, as a chartered market technician, quantitative trader, I avoid the news, and stuff like the jobs number coming out great and the market tanking is one of the many reasons why. It just doesn't make sense to me. But the beauty of it is I don't need to know what happened here on Go, which is a grocery store. All I needed to know is that they had earnings and it gapped up. So the market liked whatever it is that they ended up saying. So the next chart is the one that I actually showed you guys last quarter. So this is the actual chart that was in the slide, and just saying, hey, if Go breaks the high of this gap, that's the entry. And if it falls back below the low of the gap, that's the stop loss. You're looking for something, basically a move off fundamentals, some sort of digestion of that news, and then a continuation showing that whatever happened in those fundamentals is actually something you can profit off of. So the next slide here is just a zoomed in version of exactly how I personally took that trade. And I'm actually still in some of this Go because it just continues to go. Funny. But you had the gap up. You just mark the high of the gap, mark the low of the gap. You can see that big opening range, or that big power bar that got me in as it broke the gap there. And then I just held and trailed up the stop loss and in a pretty good profit on this one in what was a swing, but is now a pretty actually long-term trade for me. So like I always do, I like to come in, I like to just not only teach, but give ideas. So I went through and I looked at all of the recent gaps that happened based off of earnings, and just showing the ones that are holding and they're putting in that same pattern of gap up and just kind of consolidation. So Meta, right? We all know Facebook, really interesting, hardcore support right here. If this level on the bottom, which is about 158 breaks, I think you got to go. But if we're going to get some continuation on Meta over like 172, I think this one's in for a bottom fish for sure. Next one here is Nova, N-O-V-A. This is some sort of solar type company. Gapped up over a lot of resistance, and it's holding right near that high. So the breakout area here would be about 27.50, and 23 is where you're wrong. Next is Netflix. So $230 a share. This one is a very typical cup and handle pattern from William O'Neill's reading, so you can check that one out. But over 230, I think it looks good. Under 200, at the very least, you probably have to go. Next one here is LVS, or Las Vegas Sands. Very strong reaction to earnings. Now we've just been kind of chopping sideways. So if we can get over about $40 a share, I like this one. And last but not least is Hilton. Again, pattern's always the same. You look for gap up, sideways consolidation. This one you're talking about $132 a share with a stop around 125.
The best part of this kind of concept is it's a fundamental play, as you said, and can change what happens then going forward over the next coming days and weeks. Even if it is on an intraday basis, still great opportunities in an idea like this. Is it a day one type of entry? Is it a day two type of entry that you typically find with this setup?
Well, for me, I want to see it consolidate after the gap for at least 3 to 5 days, but then the first close, and I'm one that I do all of my day trading in the morning, and then I enter all of my swing trades right on the close. So because I want to see it break and close, and that Go chart that I showed originally shows that, where it broke a few times, but then it wicks back down. So I want to see it close over that initial gap candle, and for me, that's where I want to get in.
Great stuff. It's an interesting concept coming out of another monster earnings season, obviously. Michael Nosh, Chartered Market Technician with Trade Ideas. Have a great weekend. Thanks again.
You too. Talk to you soon.
So the one thing I have to say about this dude, Michael Nosh, honestly, so he and I don't know if he's still on or not, but he and I, we go back and forth sometimes on Twitter. Super, super smart guy. The team at Trade Ideas that he's built around over there, they can build things for you. I mean, if you just grab that Trade Ideas platform, and again, we're not affiliated or anything. He comes on, on a volunteer basis. And I just want to say, like, if you're looking for a platform, great charting. You can build your models in there. Just look at some of the stuff that he's coming up with. It's a great alert system, and I can't say enough about it. The support from Michael's been great. I mean, all I can do is praise the guy. I mean, honestly, I
Yeah.
send the guy an email, boom, you know, he's all over it. So I want to say a big thank you to Michael Noss, and thank you again for everybody at Trade Ideas for the continued support here on the show and for traders worldwide. I mean, super great platform and a really smart dude. And again, Canada. You know what I'm saying?
Although Canada. And on top of that, I actually do think he made up
And a
that
funny
term.
guy.
The power earnings move, I don't know, man. Just I thought you made it up. I thought that was yours. I'm going to go with it from now on. That
Remember
is
we
the
had that
Michael
wick
Noss term.
off bottoms and wick off tops.
That's
and that was
yours
pretty
too.
fun for a while there.
That's
and,
yours too, bro.
Yeah, but it turned out that there actually is like a wick off thing.
I know,
There
that is actually real. I
is a
looked it
thing
up
there.
one time.
So thanks to Michael Noss for everything there. And every Friday, every Friday, come back with some great ideas, great technical analysis, and just ideas. I mean, that's the whole point. Trade ideas, right? And so a fantastic website,
Ooh,
a
I see
fantastic
what you
product.
did there.
Thank you to Michael Noss. It is totally awesome. So, okay, I don't have too much to say. I mean, some of those names he went over, Go and stuff like that. I haven't really looked at some of those. So check out some of those ideas. I am short now Apple into that break. It doesn't look like anything on the chart, but we're short Apple on a 164 break. I think that that's going to be a name that, can give something back here. But I am kind of with Michael on that. Like, the jobs comes out, market tanks down pretty hard there, down 1.3%. I'm not going to try to figure out all of this. I'm just going to try to trade what's in front of us.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be the best thing there. You brought up a pretty interesting point, and we're not on Beyond Meat right now, but a lot of these stocks started to go to the downside. But Beyond Meat, basically, as if, am I missing something here?
This is gonna squeeze, man.
Like what?
It's gonna squeeze.
Like this stock reported, and this is what it looks like right now. Like 39,000 shares, and nobody doing anything on Beyond Meat. Like
The Nasdaq just dropped 200 points on that number. Come on, man. If it doesn't break the low,
something's fishy,
nobody
I
wants
think
to
so.
sell Beyond Meat otherwise, or no one's paying attention to the stock. That's the other thing.
But how could they not? It's
That's-
40% short interest. It trades millions of shares a day.
That's because it's gonna squeeze.
I know, and it's done 39,000 shares. So
31 break incoming. Let's go.
I do have Beyond Meat as a short up there near 31.50, trying to see if it rated.
I'm
into
putting
here.
a breakout long way.
Yeah, I know, and that's what I'm saying, and I just want to make sure that we watch out for this 32 level. We don't want to get short and then completely run over right now on Beyond Meat, so just watch out for that name. The market bottom, I don't think it's in or anything like that, but that's a nice flush. We made a little level here, flushed again. Let's see if we can level off and then possibly come back down in for that flush side. The thing is, like Tony yesterday, really, man, I love Tony, but that guy's leveraged into all these short positions right now. So hopefully today, and I actually went home and I was talking to the wife and I said, I just hope tomorrow's a down day because I want Tony to be able to get out of some of these plays. And NASDAQ's been sort of parabolic to the upside. Today, hopefully there it is, down 1.37%. So for everybody that's sort of been in that bearish camp, today you get that print. Let's see if there's any follow through. Over at the big screen, again, tons of names. Is that Fisker? Fisker on the right side there today. So a lot of names happening over there. Twilio, no surprise off that big miss. If you're a growth stock and you're going to miss right now, there's so many growth stocks that are hitting and ripping that it's no surprise to me that Twilio is going to have a negative day here. So let's go over and see what Brendan's up to at the big board.
Yeah, not good for, there it is, Twilio, Atlantic Equities to the downside. There's 2 or 3 actually on the downside. For Twilio, Fisker, yeah, yesterday, remember, Morgan Stanley this morning with a price target cut and downgrade. Warner Brothers, remember we were talking briefly about, they were talking about advertising supported platform to go along with their paid streaming platform. So downgrade from Barclays on WBD. Virgin, top of the list. We'll discuss that mess. DoorDash here and Kellogg's, Neil, getting an upgrade.
Why is this on the board every single? It's like Kellogg's.
You're hating on Kellogg's.
I know,
right?
but it's
their wife is hating.
My
on
wife
Kellogg's.
doesn't like Kellogg's. It's
Why?
so
Is there
weird.
like a social reason for that? Like, I don't.
She had a summer job there. It's
So it's one of
It
those.
wasn't really.
things.
Like, I think it was in university.
Oh.
It doesn't. It's actually not even that crazy of a story. I would tell you if it was an interesting story.
Yeah,
it's not.
yeah,
She just always craps on them, and it's like. And now ever since I mentioned it a week ago, it's like every single day it's on that board to the upside. Virgin Galactic.
Kellogg's is trolling you somehow.
Maybe they are. So look, it's a good company.
You're
I
all
don't mean
about
to say
Virgin
that.
Galactic here.
So Virgin
that's-
Galactic, I was really actually looking at a couple of different levels, and jobs report happened. So I was looking at 7, obviously, and then 750 would have been another one there. And then you got to put this in the camp of if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go. It's 20-something% shorted. Get that? But if you're going to push back, I don't know. They keep pushing back a quarter. when they're going to launch their little tourism program. And they got other issues too. They're trying to refurbish their one, so they have to launch their shuttles up and in that super gigantic jet. They have one of them. They're refurbishing it. It's taking way too long. They need multiple. It's just, there's too many problems to even list here, and they're not making money, which makes it bad today. There was also size at 680, by the way, so I kind of wanted to jump in front of it. They just pulled, so I don't know if I want to hold through the 680. I might actually, if it doesn't go here, I'll probably just take the 10-cent hit or whatever it ends up being, and then see if we can't grab shares at the original price. But it consolidated off this bottom, so I took a shot here. And I got into blocks. That 63 area on block is going to be interesting. We'll get to that one. I think that's on the board as well. There's just so much to look at today. It's kind of insane. But I am going, it's beyond meat, man. If you don't budge downside on a bad quarter with that move in the futures, I do feel beyond meat is a bit of a squeeze potential through 31.
Yeah, we just, and just another name here because we got it going on here. The Apes are in the building today, man. It's AMC day as they come out with earnings, and we will get to them. Just we did get another piece of our short in there at 17. So it did go up to 17, 15 or so. I don't think we're in trouble on the short until 18. I don't want to be in it. If it breaks 18, willing to obviously take the hit on this if it does go back up to the upside. So let's watch out for AMC today for sure. But, quickly, let's just look at the imbalance locator just in case there is something on here. I haven't even looked at it yet. Okay, Rig, what's up to Rig right now? Again, not a buyout or anything like that. This is Transocean. It's only a $4 stock, but you can see a nice little sell side there. And then it's so... Honestly, I just thought about this because of AMC, and then the two names that we just talked about were basically 1, 2 if you ignore Rig. So there's AMC, there's Space. We didn't even get to Fubo yet. I see the big man getting ready to go in front of the screen right now, and I see our girl over there. What's up, Stephanie? Hopefully you're doing good today as well, getting ready to rock and roll. So very exciting day on board for everybody. Fubo, Space, AMC, Uber, Lyft. I mean, it just goes on and on. We haven't even really talked about DraftKings yet. We did a little bit. So many names. Baba, Neo, the Chinese names. Tesla off the 3-to-1 stock split. Not happening yet, but voted on and approved. Roblox. I mean, there's so many names today moving around. We talked about Twilio, Beyond Meat. This is going to be a really, really exciting day, and it's going to start with the futures move, which continues to go south side. And by the way, there it is. We just cashed out again. Let's do our first bang of the day right now because there's Apple. We shorted that 164. We're out at 164, 163.50. So we take a smooth 40 cents or so on that name, and we'll watch Apple crumble. Did you?
I got that.
You got that
I
one?
got that one. I like Apple. I love Apple crumble.
All right, well.
Not the stock when it
I mean, it
crumbles,
wasn't a great one, but Apple right now crumbling.
It's tasty.
The wife made a nice, a peach cobbler the other day, which was really pretty sweet. But peaches have that sugar. It's such a
it's
natural sugar
very,
in
very
there.
sweet.
But anyways, all right, lame-ass joke. What's up, Rendo?
'Tis the season, I guess, for all things peaches in this part of the world. Western Digital, guys, just popping up on volume here. If we didn't have enough to look at, WDC, not a typical name that we discuss, but just popping up here on a volume on a downtick here, 46.5 holding, but 7.5% after a weak forecast coming through for Western Digital. So the list goes on and on and on. There's a few in the healthcare group coming through as well. Rocket companies just coming through as well, guys. So RKT, to add to the list as well, 10% for Rocket right now to the downside after earnings as well. We're going to get Arun in here and get a check of the overall market. He's getting his mic on. It's Friday. He's taking his time. It's been a bit of a slide, to say the least, off of this monster report this morning. Again, if you missed it, 528,000 versus 250 expected. So now what, Arun?
Well, tricky now. This market's moved so fast, so quickly. All the numbers were good. This is a situation when all the numbers are good that the market falls apart. Good numbers are bad, good numbers are good, depending on the day. Good numbers are bad today. So they're worried about what the Fed's going to do, I get it. But here's the market coming off. If we were in the 30s, 40s, it makes sense for potential trades. But now we're all the way in the 10s. It gets really confusing because my top end level is up through here, 41.75. So what do? And I say this with very, very carefully. Potential longs are available south of 4,100 against 40.65, but they really need to set up. This thing's moved up moved down very, very quickly. So I'd be very careful on how you decide to approach this. Also, trading shorts here are going to be dangerous because you're running into support or previous support levels. It's a tricky situation. This market needs to bounce for a fade or keeps going down and then finds a base, and then you go from there and catch along. I mean, there really isn't a whole lot to do in terms of potential trades at these prices. They need to make another move to the downside, or they need to bounce up, and then we can deal with it. So this is kind of my read for the day. This is how the week's been playing out. You know, we've gone into a quiet month. It makes sense, but now we're getting some volatility, which is a good thing. So this is kind of my last read on this. As you guys know, I've been mentioning this as well. I'm going to be on vacation starting on Wednesday, but don't worry. You've got Stephanie coming up and taking care of business. So if you guys don't know who I'm talking about, join the afternoon show and you guys will know, because she's got this handled for you guys. So 40.65 on the bottom, 41.75 up top, and then we're going to go from there.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. Yeah, make sure you're here this afternoon as well, 2:45. We'll get an official introduction for Steph. Let's get into what else you need to know this morning. That's a link to the watch list, guys. We send it out every single day before we come on at 8:30. It is quite lengthy today because there's a ton to discuss. So let's get right into it here. We'll start things off with Tesla. I mentioned Rocket there briefly. It is down 8% off earnings. There was a bit of a volume spike, but Rocket also pretty weak here, missing with their earnings estimate. But as everyone expects, guys, Tesla approves the latest split.
Of course.
Yeah, that was there were a couple of other measures in there that didn't actually. I'm gonna kerfuffle. I went to grab my coffee and the machine was being cleaned. And I got stopped out of Peggy. I got stopped out of Peggy, the pineapple stock.
Boo, pineapple.
And then tight stop on Virgin Galactic. I want to wait for $7 on that. But Tesla, look, the vote, come on. Like, you knew that was going to get approved. Absolutely nobody was surprised that was going to be the case, which is fine. This is going to be more about the market moves today. And I think, when I look at what happened in the afternoon at that 9:30 level, I came in already wanting to short Tesla off of 9:30. It's clearly not going to happen at this point, not the time, 9:30 the stock price. We spent only the pre-market above that price before failing it yesterday, and it was resistance for the entire week. So, I mean, any pop, I'll be looking to fade that to that 9:30 level. Hopefully there's prices in the 20s that can be had. I mean, everyone just sat there talking to you. Thank you so much, Brandon. Yeah, everyone just talked about you need a pop for some of these levels. Like, other ones came in because they have their own catalyst, like Virgin even off of the lows because it's a bad print. Square was below and hit that 83 mark, so kind of like that one. But for other names, you really do need to wait for the bounce because things have changed. I wasn't willing to sit in the short for 8:30. Obviously, it would have worked out. But then if the number comes the other way, you just kind of get run over. But yeah, 9:30 for me on Tesla. If we get a price anywhere close to that, we're shorting it.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? You got to respect Tesla's move. I mean, it's been a monster move for the last week and a half, right? I mean, they came out with earnings. It was absolutely huge. They broke through the range. I mean, it was just down to 754 back on July 20th, right? So from 750 up to 950. If you're a shareholder, you guys know I got out at, what was it, 828 or 822 or whatever I told you guys about. I tweeted it out. So that's going to look bad right now. I only got out at 20% of my position. So it's still a nice move up. We did switch it into some Ford. So I don't know. It's probably a bit about the same. But you don't ever get to capture profit unless you get out, right? And so I just wonder if right now, 940, we've sort of come up to this level. And if you look back on Tesla, if I just zoom, I don't want to, I don't want to go too much. I know we had that bad wick there, but all right, let me see if I can just do it again without that wick. There it is. So here's 940 right here. So we've kind of come up to this level back in February before where there's been some consolidation. So it doesn't really, and then again right there in May. I mean, I feel like the writing was on the wall for this to at least run into some kind of resistance on the upside. So Tesla does run into that at 950. So, makes sense if it does pull back. I don't know if we're going to pull back to the 50 period. I feel like the NASDAQ and the S&P would have to come way back in. The S&P's up 16%. Sands today from its bottom, so only down now 13% year to date. The NASDAQ rallied back 20%, so it is helped by Tesla and some of these mega cap tech stocks. I mean, if you just look at a chart of Apple down to 130, up to 167 yesterday or 166, now pulling back in today. Obviously, we're short here 164, but you know what? if you like the tech names, Tesla, I mean, Elon, I tweeted out yesterday, he said he had more kids in the third quarter, the second quarter, than Lucid had cars, right? And so it's just, they are just continuously outperforming every single EV maker around. And as long as people want to buy an EV, it seems like for now you're going to have to put yourself in a Tesla. And that will change. There's no doubt about that. But the first mover advantage, I mean, Tesla's taking advantage of that. That's for sure. The gigafactories, they're already cruising. I mean, I like Tesla here, but I do think it's due for a pullback. So we'll have to watch out for some of these numbers. CPI, is CPI next week or the week after? Next week, yeah. So, I mean, that's going to be another day like today where we come out, the CPI hits, and then the stocks get a chance to either get revived or take another step to the downside. So I'm looking at Tesla at this resistance. I think you can probably sell here and then maybe get back in if you take out 950 if you're nervous. But hey, the 3-for-1 stock split has been a catalyst in the past. So I also wouldn't be surprised if this stock can somehow rally. You're only down 1.6% here on what is a name that's been up, like I just said, that 20%.
All right, a lot of people yesterday speaking very positively about this report from AMC, or what was to be a positive report from AMC. Turns out to be the exact opposite. And get ready, because 517 million preferred shares are going to start trading on the NYSE under the ticker APE. Guys, that was the big announcement for AMC yesterday.
There it is.
Yeah, so even everyone's going to be interested to see what happens on 22nd. Like it's creative by them, to be sure. It's actually not a pretty smart move. You want to be able to raise funds, and this allows them to do that in the future. Once it's listed, certainly you're going to be able to expect that there will be a larger issue of those preferreds coming down the line. For now, the market is taking it as a negative because of possible future dilution. I just go back to some levels from before. Like I look at, what was it? I guess it was Monday. No, it was Tuesday. Check that. It was on Tuesday when we had that big breakout, the real, maybe the biggest break that we saw to the upside in the last week. And we had this break at about $15.60, got all the way to $17. And there was this sharp, not like capitulation pullback, right in about 16.25. So that's where I'm kind of anticipating the buyers will come in. So that to 50s, maybe that midway point, I'm looking for a bit of a dip buy there in AMC. If it pops up, I have this like 1720 marked off here, where it's like, okay, well, if it gets above that previous low, decent chance it can break. But if it fails, I'd be looking for a rollover trade off those levels. So not really, it's a pretty tight dip buy considering, but it is already down 8%. So you consider that. And really, you're talking from that 19. It's like $3 from yesterday's price. Not that bad to start trying to get in there for some potential longs. We've seen some of these squeeze type plays catch these bids or find ways to break out lately. So I kind of want to play both ways. If we do not break 1720, I want that short. If we can get down in there, down toward that 16.25, I'm looking for the long on AMC.
What's up, Frank? You don't need to tell us Amazon bought iRobot. We already know Amazon bought iRobot. What do you want us to tell you about that one?
Great book, by the way.
Yeah, we know about that. We just got into Lyft right now, down here at 18. If you want to talk about IRBT, what was the price there? 61.
It's 61 cash.
Yeah, so here it is, 61 cash. They bought them down. I'm surprised that iRobot actually is accepting this deal, but if they are, they are. They obviously know more about their own company than I do. But what a dramatic move down iRobot just had from $90 back in November. I mean, this is like every stock, but they went down to 35. Now they come back up. Looks like they're going to get bought out right at the 200 period moving average of $61. So that's a great little buyout right there for iRobot. So thanks to Frank. I mean, we can't be the show of the people here and not give you what you want. So there it is, Frank. A nice little $61 buyout. If you are going to trade this, I mean, you may see it flash in and out of Neil's position board. Probably not mine. I think we like, and I'm not going to, I mean, it's not a strategy. It's just you can play spread. So there are some traders that will, pick some up at 59.85 and then hold it until it drifts up to that 61. So you can also do that as an investment. If you're thinking right now that, hey, this is a bought deal, so it's going to get finished and closed and there's no problems with this, I don't think that anyone's going to step in the way of this. I don't think there's any competition issues or anything like that. So I would think that this issue is done. And so if you want to put your money in right now and you're like, hey, I have whatever money, $10,000, and there's nowhere to put it. You can't earn money anywhere. Interest is low. You could buy now, hold out for 61. I don't know when it's closing, but then you just do the time value of money. That's also a trading strategy that you could use for this. AMC, since we just talked about it, I don't know. I mean, I'm short this name. I feel like when they had record revenues, but still EPS was lower than expected, that's not great. I feel like there might be some operational issues there, obviously, when you have record revenues but still can't beat what the street was looking for. But I am excited about those ape shares. And hey, I said this yesterday. Remember we talked about HYMC, how they bought that gold mine? And I said, let's see if AMC can come out today and show us some creative accounting. Remember? I mean, that's exactly what I said yesterday at about 350. And that's what they're doing. So let's see what happens with these shares. The record of date was what, August 18th or something?
I thought we'll see it on the 22nd.
Oh, you're seeing it on the 22nd.
So
I don't know when you have to own shares by.
I think you're right. I think if you own shares by the 18th, then maybe that's a Friday or something, then you get the 22nd.
What day is today? 5?
Is the first day of trade. So
we'll find that day out for you, but I mean, it's easy. Probably just Google it. Probably Brendan already has it. But anyways, I don't know what the price of that thing's going to come out as. But again, it's a free share for everybody. So if you have 100 shares of AMC, you're going to get 100 ape shares. And I don't know, man. It kind of sounds like an NFT thing all over again. But we'll just wait to see what happens with those shares. And hey, that could be really exciting. If we're able to trade those and they do come out with a lot of volume, that could be the issue that you might want to trade. I mean, how fun would that be that everybody starts mooning these ape shares? So I think that would be really fun. It's amazing that they're able to come up with that symbol and everything. Like, so crazy. I got to give it up to AMC. I mean, I think this is getting really creative. They were also talking about cryptocurrencies and things like that. So shout out to AMC. I think it's a good move by them. And we're just going to see if the excitement's back in there. I'm only shorting it up to 18, so don't shoot the messenger. I'm trying to make a little bit of cash here so I can take my family to AMC and check out some movies. So yeah, it should be a good one here. We're already up a little bit on the day. We've got Lyft, we've got Apple 60 cents in the money, and this AMC's hovering around flat. So go apes, go today. Today's your birthday. Let's see what happens.
So the date of record, guys, will be August 15th. And then, as Neil was saying, as of the close on the 19th, they'll pay it or give everyone the share, I guess. And then it'll be the 22nd, which is the Monday. So Monday, the 22nd. Mark that date down. DoorDash. Let's go to DoorDash. Coming off a little bit here with the overall market, but big report, big forecast. Specifically for DoorDash. This thing bounced off $100 even after market yesterday. We're back to 86.
It was their orders number. Like everything else about it was, I think they lost a wider loss than expected. I'm pretty sure overall revenue was in decline year over year. But hey, it was about that number of actual orders coming through, forecasted anyways, which showed that they have confidence that there's not going to be too big of a slowdown. But sometimes in the aftermarket, things get out of hand. I mean, come on, you find one good thing about the report, and then you're going to tell me the stock should be rallying from the 80s all the way up to 100. So the pullback makes a heck of a lot of sense. I was going to tell you that if we had seen like a 95, it doesn't matter. Things happen at 9:30 or 8:30. It's like your best laid plans, forget about them. That if we were going to pop into a 95, I was looking to fade it, just thinking you couldn't tell me that it was all good. But now it's already dropped into 86. So I'd have to think about that at like a 90 level, something nice and round. I do believe there's a decent chance it can stay green on the session. That's why I did write down for myself here after I had to adjust things. If we get down to 82, look for a little bit of support there. I'm much more interested, I think, going back to Uber instead of maybe Lyft and DoorDash. Going back to Uber, I think if Uber holds below that 32 area, it's probably going to be a decent fade. Came in thinking if it held consolidation, it could break on good Lyft earnings. But when you come this far, maybe only way back in is down. And these three could follow each other a little bit here today. I know they're different companies for obvious reasons, but I can definitely see them all going lockstep. So just pick one that you're comfortable to trade in.
I just wanted to show everybody here because Apple's starting to get real spicy. I mean, apples don't get spicy. Apples are sweet. But there you go, down to 163.50. We just took out that level. So if you're going to look at a 20-minute chart here for Apple, this is 163.50. This is why I went short 164 and why we covered a little bit there. I mean, I mean, lower is 163, but this little level right here that we were wondering if we're going to take it out, we're kind of bouncing around it now, but we are down into the money now, breaking back through 163.50 on Apple. So this is a level that I was looking at. It's why we went short right here. This is the 164 level. So, you know, that broke from 2 days ago, I guess, before we lifted off up to that 167 that I talked about there from yesterday and the day before. So Apple coming back in now off of what's been such, I mean, I can zoom this out, or hopefully this will fill out here. You'll see Apple just kind of going this way, right? Straight lines up. But if you want to, you know, and I don't, you know, sometimes you just cherry pick some of these lines, but, you know, you go like that, and it's going to look crazy because we have all these wicks. Oh, no, I don't need 2 lines there. But there it is right there. So you're going to see like a little bit of break action here happening on Apple. So as you can see, coming back in, retesting, this little line all the way down goes back to about the 26, 27. So you're breaking below right now. So you go 2 lines, one there, you make a perfect axis, and now you're coming back down. So that looks like a pretty good flag to me. So let's see what happens here on the way down now for Apple as it's looking to break back through 164, which it's already done. Next stop probably 162, and then we'll see if we can rest, you know, not today, but if we can get back down to 160, then that's where I think, you know, you could get a stop, and then we'll see about a pop from there. So we could get to 160 today. I don't know why I said we couldn't. I mean, it's such a valuable stock and such an important one to the market that if the NASDAQ does crack that 2%, you'll see this thing get clocked, man. So let's watch out for Apple to the downside. Right now we're 3 for 3. AMC is starting to go back down in, so that's going to be a good one here on the 1 minute chart as we just, ooh, nice little one. You can't get filled unless you got an order. So there it is right there. 86 is, well, it's only at 87. So there's a nice move down on the reload. Lyft is now starting to go back up to the upside a little bit here, taking out some levels. So that's a good one. And then, of course, we just went over Apple. So far, so good. We're long Lyft and short the other two. But hey, these are little positions. We're going to wait to see. Someone said it's navy blue day. So let's go back over to Brendan and double check that.
Indeed. Beyond Meat, guys, still not really doing a heck of a lot. 50,000 shares now traded. But another one that missed. Forecast was a problem. Pricing, apparently, still a problem for Beyond Meat.
Yeah, I remember seeing a few weeks, well, it was actually probably a month or so ago, when you were comparing some of the prices for Beyond Meat to actual, you know, real meat, and inflation was like double for them. It's just, it's unfortunate because it hits them at the worst time. But the number that we care about here, and you can read the watch list and look at the poor quarter. It's that short interest that you have to pay attention to. I want to say it was up at close to 40% last I checked. There is a floor worth watching. $29 has been support since July, right? Since probably like early July on this stock. And every single time it's gotten down there, you've had pretty significant bounces off that price. Okay, you get below 29, things get really juicy in terms of thinking about that short trade. But we barely budged. We only just now broke 30. Like about 10, 15 shares went off below $30, and this is in the midst of the market tanking. So it doesn't feel like there's a lot of people trying to sell this thing right now. And I would say if it doesn't break the low, only one place to go. It's only down 5%. If it was down 10%, that trade looks a little bit juicier. And I'm talking about the breakout. So if this gets above 31, I just think it's shorts covering. And I'm surprised that we didn't fall a little bit further than this on the quarter. I came in expecting this to be either down at 29 or below 29 and thinking about that same play through 29 to the upside. Instead, I'm looking at that 31 level. But there's just so little volume that you do have to wait until, at least I'm going to wait till 9:30. It's how no one's trading this. It's such a weird thing to see the high short interest, the big quarter, the market moving, and yet Beyond Meat, no volume. So we're going to have to wait till 9:30 for a play here. And I'm looking first for the break at 31.
I have the exact same stuff to talk about with Neil, so I'm just going to go up and show you guys one more thing here that we've talked about on the show over and over again. There's not another name that's more shorted and heavily traded, I don't think anyways, than Beyond Meat. Up to how is my voice still like this? Like it was last week, man. It was a week today. We were out there on the field. Okay, so 37, 37, 41. I mean, there's a big short percentage here on Beyond Meat, so I would just say watch out for that. I mean, obviously their quarters were pretty horrible, and like Neil just said, inflation costs pretty bad. But here goes Beyond Meat starting to go back in, but only done 10,000 shares. I don't understand this, so I feel like it might be best to sit on the sidelines for BYND here. But I just wrote down, I mean, I put some notes down here. Watch out for a 29 break lower. I just can't see this name going up. They miss on revenues. They miss on the guide. It's not a great environment for them as, yes, sir, all these positions starting to really come in now as lift's starting to lift off right there. I mean, how many times am I going to say that? I'm just going to have to slap myself every single time I say that because that is like one of the worst things. Oops. What's that? Yeah, run me over. No, that's not the run over. That's like way too many. I want to flush myself.
That's missing the bus.
Yeah, I want to flush myself on the toilet for saying that. But okay, let's just continue with it. I think Beyond Meat, if we take down that 29 level, then it's probably a much better short than where we are now. 29 is the 50-period moving average, so you know that looks pretty good on a daily chart. On a 20-minute chart, you bounced off 29 a little bit as well. So let's just wait to see. Here's 29. So you know you're going to take it out. We took it out on the print yesterday. It's just trying to bounce around. Realistically, it's 29.50, but this very bottom right there on this line is 29. So I've paid for shorts, and if you take that level out right here, this 29, then I think it's a go, and it's a go short into 27 maybe. So it could be a really big trade. The only problem, again, is worry. And it's not a problem. We've got 99 problems, and Beyond Meat has many of those. But I believe that that is something to look out for, a 27 print. But then you do have that upside issue there, of course, of the short interest. So, hey, with only 10 minutes left to go, I think I'm going to go run and refill my coffee. Well, actually, I got a nice coffee here in the Yeti still to go.
That's probably boiling.
It is. It's really hot. This one here that I filled up earlier is pretty much cold at this point. But I think I'm actually going to switch it up and go with the water right now and get this frog out of my throat, Brendo.
Let's go to Block here, guys. Square, obviously, to the downside as well. At Jack, blaming pretty much it all on Bitcoin. But they did also say this, which was kind of interesting. They've cut their 22 investment target by $250 million, which was about half of what it was prior to that. But downside here for SQ as well.
Can't blame it all on Bitcoin, Jack. It doesn't really work. Look, it's just, for this one in particular, it's actually a little bit more simple. Like, I just look at, it's sort of similar to the AMC thing, but maybe I'm using it in the other direction. We had a breakout a couple days ago. We took out 83. You had a huge run in a lot of fintech names, all the ones that I can think about. And then it had this second level, 84, where it checked up a little bit, dipped, and then you had a continuation of that rip. You have the pre-market high right around that 84 level. So once we got to below that 83, I'm like, okay, we're into the short, and then we're going to give it to that 84. And we'll see if we can't play off it. What happens at 9:30s, you get this whipsaw action. So I'm always going to want to play inside the range until it breaks, which does mean catch some every time we fail. If it fails at 84, if it goes through, I'm stopping out. If it fails through 84, add, start scalping it, try to hold. The gap is to down to like 79. If we get out of hand and it's a really big red day, I'm thinking about that 79 level as something that we can easily get to. And even if you were to break that, you can sort of see this chart. It gets pretty ugly. So I like the risk to reward here. I think you get past that first dollar and things get pretty juicy. I was going to, just very quickly, because I know we skipped Twilio, so I'm just going to very quickly talk about Twilio, which is a New York stock. Every single time I hit enter too fast. Twilio, sort of a similar pattern. 92 would have been great if it wasn't for the job number, but I'm looking at 88. Pre-market lows, go back a couple of days there. 88 was the support. Looking to see if that turns into resistance. We're now $2 away from it, so would take quite the pop for me to get a short in Twilio.
Yeah, we actually, just to talk about Twilio there, we actually did have this on our sticky note, and we actually put it down. It's just the problem was the jobs report hit the 88.50 short, right? So now you're down to 85.70. So yeah, that kind of sucks. If you wanted to get a little more aggressive in the, whoops, well, it's not a NASDAQ stock. If you want to get a little bit more aggressive in the pre-market than that 88.50. I mean, it almost hit almost as soon as 8:30 happened. So obviously a nice little downside move. And I said this already, if you're a growth stock and you're going to miss, then you're going to get pummeled. So that's what's happening today for Twilio, down that 12%. There's so many ARC names and stuff like that that has been hitting right now that there is really no surprise. This was going to be one of my big trades. It's the #1 name here. Well, I didn't star it. I have AMC Beyond Meat on there, but Twilio, again, out of all of those names, I was much looking at this rather than Square, so I haven't really looked at Square too much, but look at the spread on Twilio. Doesn't mean it can't come back up into some of these levels that we like. So let's watch out. Neil just talked about 88. I think that'd be great. Anything up there, 88, 89, and then we'll see if it breaks through 90. The market's going to have to like really turn itself on its head here for something to happen to Twilio. So I would say, yeah, an 88.50. I like that short. So let's wait for that. Let's just stick with what we have on the sticky note for now, and then play this market as it opens up. It's going to be a really exciting one today. We turned Benny the Bull into Benny the Bear. I don't know. We got to find out some different names here. They can't be named the same thing. But I think obviously today off that number, putting a little bit of water on the fire here, which has been the NASDAQ. So no surprise that if today, I don't know if we get like a free fall Friday, but I feel like down this 1.5% to 2% makes sense. And then if things really get ugly and people want to take profit, then you're going to see a much bigger downside move, obviously. So Lyft, 19 cents in the money, Apple, 50 cents in the money, and AMC, Ape's starting to get a little bit of control of this stock, possibly. A little early for this to call that, but it's a nice little bump up right back to pre-market highs one more time. So let's see again. We're out of this name if it breaks 18. So we are going to lose that dollar. We're going to average in around 1750-ish, 1780. We'll see what happens on what price we get. But for right now, it's AMC time. And let's go over to the board with only 5 minutes left because Brendan's going to talk against small caps. Let's go.
AMTD, in fact, back in action today, it would appear, up 13.5%. Volume is back in action for sure for AMTD after a pretty quiet day yesterday. 550 ended up being the resistance area in the pre-market, which was also support from 2 days ago, but we're back above that. So trying to hold 450 right now for support. So let's see what happens, 550 and then 6-ish. We'll see. There's a big wide gap between this 580 and then 6 to 25, we'll call it, to the upside for AMTD, but tons of volume here, guys.
Yeah, lots of volume there and two more to get to, low float ones. I talked about that Pineapple Energy company. Broke VWAP, took it out. We're in it at 430. It broke VWAP. I'm looking for 340, 350. You see that consolidation right off the open. If it can actually bounce there, maybe we'll take a look and maybe go back into that long. But if it fails that price, forget about it. Don't want one that's done for the day. But IONM was another low floater that's making a strong move. You see the gap up. It actually had a strong move yesterday as well, up 150%. It just got a volume spike off its support level. So kind of what I was looking for to happen in Pineapple Energy has just happened in IONM. I'd look for support now, probably around 480, maybe even closer to just under that 5 level. You give it to that 450, try to risk less than 10 points. And then if you get up to $6, the risk reward is fantastic and try to hold a break. These are low float runners. That's all they are. Pineapple Energy, 3.3 million float. The market cap on Pineapple Energy is like 18 million, by the way. And that is not a typo. It's 18 million. If you see that on the watch list, that Pineapple Energy, incredibly tiny, very, very tiny, easy for that to get soaked up. Meta, I like 171, 172. We're not going to see that on Meta for resistance, but it is right on support down here at 166 into that 65 area. So in that channel would be a bit of a bounce zone for Meta, and I've already mentioned Amazon 142. I like for resistance. We haven't even talked about the chips, which is crazy because AMD just put in like 104 right back into that previous high at 101. So 100 is going to come into play here right off of the open. Should be a spicy one. Like this is the thing. There was so much to look at. Yeah. It's barely even talking about some of that big tech. So I'm trying to focus for myself on maybe Amazon and Meta there because you really can't have all of them when there's so many other names moving around.
Yeah, no, I was looking at Apple. We're 75 cents in the money on Apple, and we just took a nice little profit spot there on Lyft as well. Long 18. I mean, it's exactly what we wrote down on this list. Long 18 on Lyft. I mean, it's right on here. So we'll take a little bit of profit there. I mean, who knows where this market's going to go? I feel like it's going to go to the downside. The NASDAQ is now down that 1.6%. And here goes Apple taking down 163 right now. So, yeah, we're short still 164 with no bids out. So let's see how far this name can go. Here goes Apple down to 163 right now. a quick little look here at the imbalance locator. I mean, I'm thinking maybe I should just take some profit on Apple. Let's put a bid on Apple down at 162.50 or something. I mean, I will probably wind up getting it. So, well, if we do on a flush, we want to be there. So grab there. We had the DoorDash come through. AMC still a sell. Baba. We did talk a little bit about Virgin Galactic. Alibaba's there on the sell side. Where is Virgin Galactic right now? Anyways, 675 down 17%. It was. Let's see. Okay, so still not really moving. Uber with a sell, which is kind of a surprise considering what Lyft's doing. But again, Uber is still nicely done on the day here, down 2% because of the jobs report. But all right, this should be a fun one. Lyft coming back in, AMC coming back in. There's so much to look at, and here's AMC on the imbalance locator. Again, a nice move upside for AMC there on the 1 minute, and now the fade comes through. So we have some shares, not a huge position, but we'll get some out as this number goes down to 1650 is where I have a bid right now for AMC with only under 1 minute to go. It's Tony the Tiger on the ones and twos with his Polaroid shirt, which I really like. So.
Yeah, 40 seconds to go, and DraftKings all the way back up to 18 resistance on DraftKings, been here since about 7 a.m. Tested it like 3 or 4 times. No breakout just yet for DraftKings. I'm on the bid down at 16 even. That may or may not come in. If we go from this 18, like there is room into the upside. But I think more interesting in a red day, if you get a failed breakout, like we go up, slam it right back down, suddenly you've got a resistance level for DraftKings. Good report for them, to be sure. But right now the market is trying to decide off those lows. I'm watching small caps, IONM are in play, and also that PEGY. I don't want to sleep on that pineapple even though I'm in and out. 3, 2, and 1.
All right, thank you, El Tigre there. Okay, let's see what happens now. Apple back down to 163, so it's just hovering around. The market is now open. So, yeah, I'm still in all my positions. AMC is starting to break through 17 now, so down to 1690. Still not open on the New York Exchange, so we'll have to wait for that one. Lyft trying to take off. I said I wouldn't say that anymore. Going up to the upside right now, 1850 trying to go for Lyft. So far so good, but really nothing cracking yet. The NASDAQ trying to make that move back up to the upside, so here comes Apple.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. I'm watching that Beyond Meat, obviously, bouncing off the low. So it's still holding 30, but volume didn't even come into Beyond Meat. That's kind of crazy. We expected to see some fireworks. We're not going to see it at all. Well, at least not yet. Amazon coming to the upside almost initially. I saw Square just hit that 84 mark, so that just stopped out.
Wow,
although,
AMC is tanking.
Yeah, AMC is absolutely tanking. Space is tanking, and Amazon is trying to battle this 140 level. If it gets closer to that 142, it feels like a fade. The market is trying to go to the upside here.
Yep.
That's why I took out one of the shorts, but I'm looking initially to be fading these moves to that upside. Until we get above resistance, I still think you're playing the short side of the trade there. IONM, that small cap, just ticked in for me. That's one of those small floaters. I forget the exact size of the float, but again, another low float name. Looking for that support off that 450 area. Just got some 85s.
Yeah, we're every time we're going to say that floater thing, it's going to get me. Okay, so for right now, though, we did reload into Apple. Obviously, what's taking off right now is Lyft. So Lyft is going to the upside here. Nice little move there for Lyft. So let's see where that goes now. Hopefully continues up. We are long at 18 there off that call for Lyft. AMC, we did get a 50 bid. No, we got a 57 bid. We put something at 50, but that didn't come through. So we're going to have to wait out to see if that one hits. But right now, starting to make a move here again is AMC back through now 17 as we're now open. So that was a good out. Like I said, man, not trying to judge this by its like a book by its cover here. So let's let AMC see if it wants to make that move to the upside right now. Wow, the NASDAQ is really starting to go. Apple back to that 164. This is a reload for me.
Yeah, we're starting to boom to the upside. Uber also about to test this 32 level. Like I said, going to be playing off those shorts until they turn into some kind of longs. DraftKings did that failed wick at 18. So if I can get short in front of that 18, we're going to go ahead and do it. I just got AMC for the first time. So that means it just challenged that 1720 area. Virgin Galactic just popped in. So AMC is trying to take out the top. It's establishing a high here about 1730. On the way back in, we get back below those quarters. I'll try to add to it, but it looks like they're trying to run it over. This is what I expected Beyond Meat to be doing. Instead, it looks like it's AMC that wants to go for a bit of a run here, but it's making that challenge at the high. I don't want to quickly punch out, but if it gets through 50, you could be looking at a little bit of a jailbreak here in AMC.
It's funny you just say that about Beyond Meat because we just got some Beyond Meat in there. So
Where?
right there, just $31.50. So that's
Where's
kind of the
my
price that we wanted was $31.50. We talked about that. With that again, that's
Oh,
on our
come
sticky
on.
note.
I didn't get filled?
Well, you can get it right now. I mean, this is against me. So we'll wait to see where it goes, though. But right now, a break through 32, and we'll know we're wrong on Beyond Meat. We said there might have been something up with this stock. So let's wait to see where it goes. There goes, I mean, this is par for the course, man. We knew that AMC had this opportunity to do this today. So let's see where it wants to go now. AMC trying to take out this 1750. We're chill. We got some out there. It's too bad because I did put a bid at 50 and didn't get filled. But there it goes up to 1750 now for AMC. So again, another key level. I'm not doing anything. I'm not averaging in. We don't have as many. Obviously, we got out of some there. So we'll wait to see what it wants to do. But there goes Beyond Meat. So we thought there was something up with that. Easy trade for me to get out of that. We lowered our shares and everything. So Beyond Meat up to 32. We don't like that name anymore. We like Apple, which we've just been shorting here off of that 64 level. Maybe Meta on some sort of a bounce. But look at the NASDAQ, man. We're starting to go back up to the upside right now. What's up, Brendo?
Bed Bath & Beyond, big move here so far, guys. There was some reports floating around a couple days ago from Bloomberg that they were weighing more options when it comes to funding, but nothing ever amounted from that, it would appear anyways. 45%, however, back to the upside for BBBY.
Yeah, the question for me is going to become like, where can I actually even get into this Beyond Meat? My stop did trigger. I just didn't get I didn't get the fill. So must have blown through that level pretty quickly. That level, I mean, like that 31 must have come and gone rather quickly. If there's any dip to be had, I still like the 31. It's just got to somehow come back to me, which I'm not even sure it's going to do. Like that's going to happen. Feel like you have to get more and more aggressive these days with those stops. Still waiting around patiently for Amazon here. It's getting close to 142. You can see the big charge up that it's making. You got a wick off bottom here, and the market's trying to get back to its previous lows. So if you got a big level established, you got to play off that and pretty much only that. So I'm going to work with Amazon, but I don't want to. What you don't want to have happen in this situation is that you're caught at that bottom and hold it all the way to these tops, right?
Rip now?
If we're just going to rip, then you got to be able to get out of the way of some of it. I also just got into DraftKings as well, waiting for that one to try and reclaim that $18 area, and then Virgin Galactic trying to reclaim that $7 area as well. So come on, Amazon. Amazon keeps getting like within 15 pennies of my order here. And trying to catch a little something. I don't want to step too far away, but I'll take a little piece if I can catch it around that 50. Like you see how close it keeps on getting, and I have to chase it. And I hate chasing early. It's the time of day you don't want to chase. DraftKings we did get into. It popped back into that 18. It actually has not cleared this level at any point since about, I want to say like 7 a.m. DraftKings has found resistance at 8. So another one there. If it gets above that price, you got to think about what Beyond Meat did and just understand this could be a jailbreak long. It was a good quarter for them. Not bad, good.
Yeah, I'm just I'm getting my stop orders ready here because Apple right now could break. I mean, I wasn't expecting this. So let's get a little bit more short here as the market does rip up, and we did average into Apple. So far so good on that average in. We did also take some more shares here for our friend AMC. So we did get some more short into that name, so we can watch out for that as it's starting to come back. We just got we got a 70 there. Remember I was waiting for 80s? That's so crazy because it went as high as 77 and missed us. So I had to punch something at 72, but not nearly the shares that we wanted there. So that sucks. But we did get an averaged out price there. So let's see if that can hit. And then right now, Apple just hovering around the high side. Looks like the market wants to keep on running today. So if it does, then hey, fine. But I was really surprised by that move down in the NASDAQ and then how resilient it is, man. They are buying everything up right now. I mean, there really hasn't been a red candle. I mean, this is just a stop and go. Now we're starting. I was going to say maybe we had 2 red candles in a row. Let's see if the NASDAQ does pull back down a little bit right now. And with that note, we look over, I don't know. Oh, we have that. Again, so AMD chart's not working for our platform. Yeah. Again, I think some of these NASDAQ charts aren't working the greatest for us.
I had that issue with Amazon. I know what you're talking about. I reversed in DraftKings. It got through that 18. Looks like it wants to jailbreak to the upside. Hasn't happened yet in Amazon, but Amazon still below that 142. I'm sitting there in the 40s trying to catch a bit of an offer there. I just want to go back over quickly too. Oh, there it is. DraftKings finally get into Amazon. Tesla was the other one that we're looking for to catch a bit of a fade, but it's just hanging around these lows. So relative weakness in Tesla. The market just bounced pretty substantially, and not a heck of a lot there going on in Tesla. So I might have to cancel that order. We're not going to cash that one off of the open, Brendo.
APDN, you remember the past couple of days, big mover here, got all the way up to 7 almost yesterday. Starting to get going again. Some volume coming in here, guys, for APDN.
Man, it's so frustrating right now. Yeah, so we'll look at APDN. I mean, I'm just watching this Apple. I mean, a breakthrough 164.50 is going to be a problem. So, yeah, just like Jake Paul, Apple's a problem child right now. Let's just see what's going through. And here goes 164. I feel like I just need to go over to AMD and just punch long, but I don't want to do that if I'm going to be holding a long here or short here in Apple, because you know, I'll make what I lose on one and on the other. So it looks like right now Apple, we're just gonna have to wait for that. There it is. It's going to tick out right now to the upside through 164. I mean, we didn't get out exactly at that price, but here it goes. Now it's taking it out to the upside. There it goes. So yeah, obviously a mistake there on Apple by going short, but you know, we won't try to worry too much about that and just try to play momentum here. So we did flip it over to the long side there on Apple, and then we got short again. So in and out a little bit there on Apple, but yeah, let's just get out of this name and cancel all of our orders and just see what happens. So Apple, not bad movement there, but a nice upside take there as the market just continues to scream higher. So wow, all right.
Beyond Meat, you gotta be.
Beyond Meat is now 35. That sucks because we called that.
I want to throw up, man.
We called honestly that move on Beyond Meat, and that's absolutely.
I like
disgusting.
one goddamn. Anyways, Brenda, what's up?
It is the day of highly shorted stocks reporting. Here's another one. Carvana, guys, up 16%, trying to push through 39 up to 40 after they reported higher Q2 revenue as well.
Are we for sure that
you had one job,
up,
Neil?
Man?
You had one job. Go long 31 on Beyond Meat. Like I come in, you know I'm in a short Virgin Galactic and take a shot there. But Beyond Meat, I'm like, that's a squeeze. If it doesn't, like it would not. The market tanked 200 points, and Beyond Meat didn't budge 10 cents to the downside off a terrible quarter. That should have been the easiest breakout.
We talked about it. We sat there and talked.
I should have crossed. I should have put a market buy when it broke 31. I did. I don't use market orders. I actually don't use market orders. I'm not a big fan of them. Aggressive limit orders is the way to go because there's always a price you're not willing to pay. Let's be honest about that for a second, at least for me. I finally got into Amazon, but look how strong this thing is. It does reject below 142.
Holy shit.
If I zoom out, it's going to probably have a bad wick. That's why I'm not doing it. But if we get back to this 41, I'll try and rinse and repeat into VWAP and play this range for a little bit and then see if 142 goes. We just have to give it up. DraftKings, that reversal looks pretty good. That 18 level, I mean, it's resistance like that. I'm almost always going to take a shot short before looking at longs. I'll cancel my dip buy because I don't think if we get 16-11, then something has seriously changed in DraftKings that requires our reassessment. At this point, I'm just looking to see if it can get to the post-market highs of 19, sort of an obvious level there. I will play out into 1840, 1850, let's just say, and then try to get back in on dip buys. If it was resistance before, I'm going to play it into some support there. Still not getting any fills on Amazon to the downside, although it's trying to go a little bit down. We'll see what happens with that one. I want to go back over to, I mean, you already said AMD, I think.
Yeah, it's strong.
Yeah, AMD, I mean, everything's pretty strong here, but AMD can't really climb back up to its opening range at 103. If something drops, like this has the most room because of the rally that it's had the last little bit. Like if you think about gap fills, it's been the strongest of the bunch, but if it can't clear that 104, it still has a huge gap. Forget about that 100. You've got a heck of a lot more to deal with if it gets even below that 100 mark. Amazon is finally given a little bit of a fill to that downside. But again, if Amazon gets through 140, it's got a big level to fill in. So I do want to take some out in front of 140, but I've got to give myself some room here that if one of these shorts are going to finally start working, that we could have 138, we can have 136. So as much as I do want to pay it off, we also want to make sure we're holding just in case we can catch that bigger move. DraftKings, we just got a reload on that. DraftKings is a New York stock. And I think like what?
NASDAQ.
Oh, it is NASDAQ. Yeah. Okay, I just typed it wrong. That's what it is. So DraftKings here, retest that 18 area, able to get a bit of a dip buy. I think I got 5s that time. So we got 1s on the way through, 5s. Oh, 2s on the way through, 5s this time. I'll continue to rinse and repeat, scalp some shares out into that 40 range and then try to hold for 19. So right now, just sitting in all 3 of these. Virgin Galactic is now making a challenge at that $7 level. Waited for volume to come in. We stopped out at 80s, waited for volume to come in, and now we're short till 7. and I'll work this 1 to 7. If it breaks that, we'll put another L on the short column right now. With the market, look, it's trying to get back and test these lows. I'm talking about the NQ here. Like yesterday's bottom, we're trying to hold these. Now it's turning into a bit of resistance. So if you clear this out, I mean, these shorts are all going to be in trouble. And you got to think about your long plays. So I got to think about Amazon getting more shares out if I see us tick above that price. We'll go back to some of the semis in a bit. But before I leave you guys, I just want to go back to this 900 level on Tesla. You are getting a lot of support down at 900. This could be, if the market turns, 900 break is standing out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, I'm just, I took a way upside position on Apple here at that 165, sorry. So against 165. So we're short at 59. It's not like it's a great trade there yet, but we are just trying to scalp a little bit out here on Apple. So hoping for that downside move to come through. But look at the oil starting to go back up to 88. NASDAQ's trying to, I mean, it's hard for me to stay short a name when we're above the 50 period. So I've sort of done the work. I'm trying to, average out of this Apple trade, but at the same time, I'm trying to hold something in case we do get this monster flush down that I still am expecting. Like, I didn't think that this market would do this today, to be honest with you. I thought that when we started this move to the downside, obviously on that jobs report, that not only that we would continue down, but we would not come back to this level. And that's exactly what we did. So let's just look where we bounced, 13.1. Does that mean that they're trying to sniff out 13 even? We might be able to see that today as well. So I feel like holding on to a stock like Apple kind of makes a little bit of sense, especially if we see that downside move coming through. But again, look where it's sort of bounced off of. If I can get anything out around 20s or 30s, I think that's going to be a good trade for us, especially when our out's going to be up here at 165. So I'd really like to get this ratio to 1-to-1, but it's got to come back down. So we're short here at 60s, looking to get out at O's. That's 40 cents. So yes, I am expecting this name, at least for a risk to reward ratio, to get back down here to 164. But what we expect is not always what happens. What's up, Brendan?
Great to see everyone with us this morning, guys. Take a sec, smash the like, hit subscribe if you have not. We do this every day. The market is open. Let's talk about this one. For anyone joining us who missed it, Virgin, yeah, not a good report. More delays coming for Virgin, but volume back to the upside through 7. Just had a volume alert for space, guys.
Yeah, through 7 where it stopped me out. So it's like, if it doesn't break the low, where's it going to go? 22% short interest, and it's Virgin Galactic, so I don't try what I should have done there in Beyond Meat, which is just accept the fact that if we don't make a fresh low at 930 on one of those, you got to think about that upside. Tesla's getting very close to that 900 level, 902 current low. The 900 break is probably a crowded trade. But I came in favoring Southside below 930. Breaks on Tesla at this time usually are pretty solid, so I'll take a shot at that one. DraftKings is holding up reasonably well here. With the market looking weak, I mean, I don't think I have to tell you anything. Like, that's not a crazy story. DraftKings is managing to hold that 18 price. So as long as it wants to do that, I think we're okay. But as we start to roll over here, I just took a couple of legs out. We're not able to get to that 1850 area. So I want to make sure we're getting paid something on the way to the upside if it can continue. This PGY came back to life here out of nowhere. No new news on PGY, but if you remember this, like it's done this before. What's interesting is that 16 to 18 area that it's bouncing from. Last time we did this, it got all the way up to 32. So there's a second leg that can get put in above 27 on PGY. However, I'd expect a pullback. I mean, that's an obvious resistance level for PGY here. If it pulls back in, look for 22, 23 to be a bit of support. I just got into Tesla. That was a ridiculously late fill on that break. Like, I got that way late there on the 900 break. We'll see where it goes from here. I think you got to give it at least a little bit of room, a couple of shekels. What can happen is you get one of those like wipeout fake bottoms, and you can be back up at 9-10 in a hurry, which is exactly what you don't want. But the market's still trying to reverse, so it feels like we should be on the short side of this trade. I just got Amazon, some shares out in front of 140, so that continues to fall here. So I think we are good to go. I do have to watch out for that DraftKings, the one long we have on, obviously.
Yeah, DraftKings is a tricky one, as you know. That one, oh man, DraftKings and then Beyond Meat really are going to be the names that I'm like sort of like about today. But I'm really just watching out for this Apple, man. I mean, I don't mean to be distracted here, but this is for me the big one. So we're going to have to wait to see what Apple does. I mean, I'm short this. We tried to get a little more up there at 70, didn't hit. So let's see if this market can stay now below this 50 period. I feel like this is the trade that I want to stay into, but hey, it doesn't mean we can't get others. AMD, what's AMD doing? Back up to 101 again. So, you know, that was a great short up there on that bump up, but one of the more nervous shorts that you could have right now, I would say, is AMD, just because we know if the market does turn around, then you're going to get slapped right in your face because AMD has been such a monster move. Why is it so quiet behind us? I mean, I don't know if anybody's trading or not around here anymore, but a nice little move there. Meta up to 168. Eerie. Yeah, it is eerily quiet, isn't it? And there it is, AMC. Okay, so let's wait to see. We did get that bid down here. So off of a reload, our average price is 30. So we're flat right now on AMC, but definitely not trading the way I thought it would. So that makes me think that maybe Ape Nation is waiting for those Ape shares because here it comes, not making that move to the downside. So watch out for a 1720 break or so here on AMC. So that's definitely something to look out for. If it does break down, we're going to be watching out for AMC. Darn it, man. Apple, it just did that move again, man. We were able to get something out there at VWAP, but not enough. And there it goes, shooting right back up to the upside. Man, this market is resilient to the long. It has every opportunity to tank, and it's just not doing it. It's trying to hold up again. So
the only thing,
very resilient. Go ahead.
It's like the only thing working. Like Tesla just came out there. Just got back up to that 905 area, breaking these fours. DraftKings comes to the upside. It's like you try the breakdown short. It puts in that wick bottom, doesn't really work out. I have to play back and just really be patient with this because now what I see is a wick bottom through 900 on Tesla. And if you hold above and the market maintains its lows, I mean, that's sort of one of those fail breakdown, look for a long style trades. The only short left is going to be Amazon at this point off of that 142 area and DraftKings. Like, I wish I could tell you that I got another long, but I don't. DraftKings is the only one. It broke 18. Now it's gliding to the upside. So we'll see if we can ride this one to 19 even, but it's the only thing working. There's some size on 1850 here. I want to say it's like 50,000 shares, but DraftKings wants to go. It'll chew right through that like a hot knife through butter, which it just did. Amazon got down to 140, so that short did work. And you know what the difference is? You know, no short at the low on a 140 break in Amazon. Just wait for the resistance at 142. Like, that's the short that actually came in and decided to work. Not trying to catch it off these bottoms, not trying to make too much happen there. Oh, goodness, I got that problem on my Tesla chart, too. So we'll see if it comes back to 142 and we can rinse and repeat. But that PGY, which is vaulting to the front of the list of the movers at this point, I was looking to see if it would pull back into these, you know, that pre-market where it broke out from, 23. Volume's starting to taper off a little bit. So not nearly as much velocity as we saw before in the tape. Like, it's actually, like, it's kind of asleep here, which I always hesitate when one of these movers starts to fall asleep on you. You don't want to get overly aggressive when that does indeed happen. I'm going to come back to Meta, the other big cap I was watching. I like this 171. I'll show you the higher time frame here. Here's your 15-minute. I actually had an offer to go short in front of 171 with a stop in place. This wick happened, which put me long because I didn't get filled short, so I had to punch out of it. But a 171, we get anywhere close to that, it's another resistance level I like. I got resistance levels everywhere today. But Meta, if we get anywhere close, much like Amazon 142, that's how I want to treat Meta. Just short it. If it breaks that price, maybe we're looking at a jailbreak. Futures are still challenging that 13.2 level on the NASDAQ. They're not above it yet, but it's getting awfully close. There's going to be some longs if we hold a bit above that price, just a matter of where to find them. Amazon through 142 could end up being a bit of a reversal. I think you want to look at AMD, however. You know, AMD starts clawing back and holding 102. That could be one as well, as long as we can find that bid over there in the NASDAQ. DraftKings, all I got.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still in the same position here. It looks like Apple does want to take down this 165, so we did just average into that. It sucks because we're right there for it. It's just the market right now. I mean, look at this. It's holding up. Like, I just didn't think this would happen. So maybe the best play would be to go into something that I know is going to be strong if and when this market eventually does take off. So that is going to be AMD, man. I mean, AMD is starting to go now. I just get nervous about going short, like I said, going long AMD while I'm holding the short Apple. I mean, I'd rather have this break. I don't want it to break 165 because I'm going to get out and lose on the trade. But, you know, I guess, I mean, do we just switch long into Apple and just say forget about it? I mean, maybe that's the play instead of AMD. I don't know. I was hoping that this market would trend today. Trend in a direction so that I can pick it and go with it and make some cash. It doesn't look like it wants to do that. Let's hope this NASDAQ can at least start to get some footing. And if it wants to be a long day, that's fine. I can hit the longs. I mean, we can go either way here. So, but let's just trend. Like, I hate how choppy this is. Maybe it's small cap kind of day again if we're going to trend like this, because it's going to be hard to pick tops and bottoms in a lot of these names. I mean, I'm sitting here in AMC, Apple, and Lyft, but they're all kind of just like, okay, not doing much. I mean, AMC is going to the upside, but let's see if Brendan's got another one for us.
Yeah, resilient, a great word so far this morning for the overall market. We mentioned this briefly at the end of the day yesterday. Fubo TV out yesterday with earnings, but then this morning they announced this, a mixed shelf for $750 million as well. So there was a huge flush on that, down to 3, but trying to get back to the upside now for Fubo.
So DraftKings, I might just have to ring the old Reggie on DraftKings here.
That just ripping? Yeah.
It broke 19. It's the only, well, it's the only long I have, right? So I don't want to say it's the only thing working. Amazon, it did work, but we didn't flush through 140, so that extra downside never came in, whereas 1850 did break on DraftKings. It had this wick top through 19, and also remember, if you look in when the earnings got announced or got released this morning, it did put in a 19 top. So it is a double top there, not a triple, just a double top, rejecting that break and now coming back. So it's a wick off top. If I would short one of those I usually try to get out of longs. I'll look for 1850 where all that size was on the offer for a chance at a dip buy. If the market wants to go up, this is one of the few names that's actually worked here. I mean, there's other longs to be out there. It's the one that has actually worked because I've had it. So I'll try to put a dip buy in at 1850. Beyond Meat's going to be that one. Like, there's always the one that got away. Everyone knows. Maybe it's the one from high school or, Beyond Meat is that. And so you can't, there's no time machines. I can't hop in the DeLorean, go to 88 and grab that 31 long again. So what we can look at is the overall range. Like, look at 34.5 to 35 when you pop in the daily. So in the 15-minute chart. We pull back in here, that's going to be the area we'll try to put the dip buy in. So 35s to 34.50 on Beyond Meat. Does it feel like chasing? Maybe, but if I had done that right away instead of just sitting there like, well, I couldn't get Beyond Meat, look where it just dipped before. 34.5 to 35, the exact same resistance level on the 15-minute chart is pretty much where it pulls back. So when you've missed the trade you want, just move on to the trade you can get. If you do that fast enough, you already got a couple of dollars. I'll do it late and see what happens here. DraftKings trying to take out that high again. I do have to go back over to Amazon because it feels like maybe this is the one that can work for us. It doesn't even get back up to 141.5 and starting to pull back in here. So the market's trying to come back. It looks like that short is going to be able to possibly work out. Need to take out 140. That'd be much more interesting. Meta, which is another one that we liked off resistance, nowhere close to that 171. So I don't want to be chasing it too far. And then Virgin Galactic, another one of those crazy runners. It put the squeeze on at 7, but you know what? It couldn't even get past the pre-market high, so not nearly as strong as what Beyond Meat is. If this does fail the pre-market highs, this can be re-entered. The volume's not crazy, and it's not really squeezing like Beyond Meat is. So I think this can be shorted again. Just want it to settle down, maybe take out 7 southbound again. Brendo?
ARY, one that we were talking about a little bit earlier in the week. It's been on about a week-long tear, to be honest. Up 9.5% here this morning. A couple of additional positive notes from analysts on ARRY, just taking out the highs.
Okay, so, all right, let's go. I mean, we'll spend some money temporarily right now because AMC, we get that 80 fill there. No idea what happened. It just spiked up and gave us that fill, so watch out. There are buyers here crossing the market to go long on AMC. So we do have a beautiful winner on right now, but I just punched out a decent amount right there. There's this big order there. I don't like the cross. Not that that's a big order. It's only 40,000 shares. It's only done 10 million, but I don't know what's up with that. So let's just put the money in our pocket and see what happens. New position alert. Let's go on this one. We'll roll the wheel here on Roblox. Roblox very strong today, up 2%, right? The market down. Let's see if Roblox wants to carry through. We punched too many shares on it, though, on the first time. Didn't realize that because we have the Apple short. I don't want to be like too, okay, Apple, I see you here. I didn't want to be too short in this name. Where's my Apple bids? I'm going to put out one more bid down here. Got to take advantage of this if we can get something in the low 40s. They're off that reload for Apple. It got very close. It did not wick up to 165.65 there, or we would have been out. So we're trying to get out if it breaks 165 flat. So that does not happen for Apple. We'll wait, but there, ooh, we did not get that. Okay, we got to put another bid out here. Let's see if we get a 50 bid. Oh, we missed that as well. But Roblox right now for the long, lift for the long, working out for sure. Look at this lift trade. There's that bottom pick at 18. Let's see if we can take out highs. And let's see if Roblox wants to continue its march higher as well today. Don't know why, Brendan, this name's going up. Maybe there was some analyst news here on this as well. But for now, it's a nice move upside for Roblox. So let's share in that one and hopefully get this to 50, which would be a nice little key level for RBLX.
Exactly, and Tesla retook that 900 to the downside. So going to have a stop every time, but it would have been nice if we could have stayed in it. Was looking for the rollover in space, Virgin Galactic. Going to have to back off for that because the market just pulled a tiny little bit back in and Virgin Galactic creeping up. I need it to be reversing, failing off those pre-market highs, and then catching it on the way back down. That's going to be the play for me. Do not want to be going against the grain. I want to join the party, not try to make any kind of a turn. Beyond Meat is still going. Like that dip that I was just sort of talking about, potentially at least, forget it. It just made a fresh high. Going to have to reevaluate back to about 36 even if you want to catch any part of this moving freight train. And believe me, that's exactly what it is. DraftKings just came back above that 19. So if we don't get the dip at 1850, then essentially what we've got here is fresh move to about 20 to 21. You want to say that's crazy in DraftKings? Fair enough. We've seen it do 20% before, but now you're trying to break a double top here and make the next move higher. I see it holding the bid for now. There's some offers it has to clear at this 10 to 15 range, but the longer we're able to hold above, I think it's going to be able to chew through that. The volume is pretty solid. I would have preferred 1850, but if I can't get that, 19 break does have room to that 20 even. Didn't take it on the abject break the first time through. I wanted to see it hold a bit above. Now it's trying to do so. So into some DraftKings. Still looking for that short on Virgin Galactic. And for Tesla, just to show you guys, here we go. Tesla stops me out there, tries to retake those lows, and it actually trends back in. So the way I want to play this is I still think it can be a short trend, but I got to be playing it shorting pops and trying to catch the trend by shorting into a move to the upside as opposed to trying to take breakdown. So I'm not going to go back in at 900. I'd be looking for it to make a higher low and catch that curl. 10 o'clock already. Let's go to Brendan for happening now.
Off the lows right across the board here, still in the red, unfortunately, but a little bit better anyways. S&P 0.5% right now, still to the downside, the Dow 0.25%, the Russell as well. Look at that, all three exactly the same right now, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. The NASDAQ leading, it's the composite in the 100, 0.8 and 1.08 in negative territory. Here in Toronto, we're also to the downside, 0.2% for the TSX. Tesla continuing its slide, made a new low there, 895, seems to be support, but made a new low as I was coming up here. Now 3% after that shareholder meeting. There was 13 different things they voted on at that apparently. Twilio back to the downside as well off of earnings, 80 right now. The bottom for Twilio starting to roll over again as well, guys. Back to you.
All right.
I still have my offer on that. That's not.
Did you? Yeah, I was going to say, like, where is my offer on that? Look at AMC, by the way. Yeah, sorry about that, guys, but we did hit that short on AMC, and here it comes right back in. Obviously, wish we still had the full load, but we don't. So nice little short in there. I thought there might have been something up with that because we got these prints out of nowhere, but AMC is coming back down into the downside. And so is Apple, man. We got that nice little reload there on Apple. So, oh, man, looks bad on the chart here, but what a better day trading today is than previous days as, you know, we'll still try to hold out hope that this name can come back in. I don't have any more bids on Apple, so let's start putting some in the mid-50s, and then we'll put something in the mid-40s as well and see if we can't capture a little bit more on that one. Roblox continues to make a move up. We got out at 20, so that was 20 cents there. But yeah, not as strong as I'd hoped. If it does continue to the upside the market, though, then I'm pretty happy with this trade on Roblox. Yeah, other than that, man, we're still on our lift trade as that's back to the day's high. Why not just take out a piece again? We have numerous offers. We don't have any offers, but we have enough shares that, there we go, that we can do that. So we'll go again, we'll spin it. I don't see Sharif up in the building today, but there's the money for that guy as we try to break above. Here goes 19 right now, upside for lift. So it's taking off, man. And then there it is, Roblox trying to go as well. It sucks, though, because I do have the most shares here in Apple. But yeah, this name's starting to go up, back up. Look at the market. The market right now is blasting upside. So one more shot here in Apple, and then watch that. It's going to take out, there it goes. It's going to take out 165. So just be very, very careful. The market is taking off to the upside, taking out this recent range. It's a big move. There goes Apple breaking.
A couple big ones. The double top on Uber about to break here.
Blue
Opening
Apple.
range 3180 about to go. So we'll try to get that one if it breaks. I mean, I'm crossing it a little more aggressively than I tried on Beyond Meat there. But Coinbase is making a huge run. Bottom to top, it's like $8. This was tanking like the rest of the market here, but Coinbase now chewing through this high. I didn't catch this one until you guys put it in. 92 looks like the break. 92 looks like the support if we're going to participate in that move. And then also going to the upside, I do not want to ignore Carvana, but Brennan's got another name for us.
One that was down on the block report, but back to the upside. Just saw some huge volume coming in to PayPal, guys, trying to get back to positive.
So this is like Carvana, another one. Like, look, there's so many earnings to look at today. You're not going to catch them all. But Carvana breaking out a big way. Always got to watch out for that short interest. But 37.5 just went. Looks like it's on an absolute tear to here, which is 46. It's 46.5. It's a random price, but that was the last significant resistance level. That's $3. So a lot of range, and a lot of room for this still to go. Amazon, which was the last thing that was working out. That's not split adjusted, so I can't show that. And that chart has the wick. Right back up toward that 142. We get through 142, it's kaputs on this, the market's going up, and you're looking for breakouts on that stock. Uber did not pop in there. So I guess I didn't get the long on Uber. Looks like it's about to break. And then Coinbase, I'm trying to get some 92s there. Uber about 10 cents away from breaking out. I think it's going to happen. As long as the market doesn't do anything crazy, we should be headed back into the upside. And that's a reverse for me on Amazon if we get through 142. Tesla is back above 900. So it looks like not shorting it again off that 900 level going to be the right call. If we're going to continue trend, it's got to make another lower high and play a little bit of a curl. For now, I don't want to go against the grain or try to catch that bottom. And you just got a super chat. Thank you. They're saying thank you for the lift long. Hopefully some other longs will start to come in. Market looking like it wants to put that reversal. We are now above that support level that we talked about. Time to try to get back into some of these long trades, but they're on breakouts now. A lot of these that are super strong. Oh, Coin's doing it again. 95 already. I just canceled my dip buy. I just canceled my 93. I was like 80 cents away, and now it's like $3 away on my bid. So you can forget about it. Coinbase on one of these tears. The last time, when it did this yesterday, there was a hard turn. If it gets to 100, I think there's going to be a fade here. It really broke some backs on the way downside. So I'm not going to be too aggressive chasing this up. I need to be getting it around that 93 area for it to make any kind of a sense. That's the breakout price.
Dollars and cents. Okay, so we take out a 40 print there on Roblox. So you're welcome for that lift trade, and sorry about the Apple trade, as that's going to be our negative name today. Well, and Beyond Meat, but Beyond Meat was just so silly. We called that. I mean, it's even on here. Watch out for that break of 32 to go long, and we didn't do that. AMC again, this kind of not what was expected. I mean, if I expected this, I'd still be holding on to absolutely everything, but it is coming back in right now for AMC, so we just take out that. We didn't get that bid. Oh, okay, I just put a bid, or did I get it? No, did I get that? I don't know why it's not showing up there. Thought I got that. My last fill, no, I didn't. My last fill was 31, okay. So we do put an AMC bid there and gets missed. So I'm going to quickly cancel some of these. My order log is a little bit everywhere. Oh, you know why? That was lift. I just put a bid on lift by accident there. So, all right, let me cancel that and get back going here. If you could just take this over a little bit.
I got this.
My thing is.
We're going to go to AMD. That was the other long we're looking for. You're still at opening range resistance, right? Like you have not been able to break these tops. So anything that has resistance put on it, You want to make sure I'm getting a dip buy and not just sort of chasing a move when we can't break through. So you're going to see it fall back in. Uber's doing the same thing, and I like that one as well. But I want to see this get back in, maybe catch a consolidation, and play the trend to the upside. So I'm either getting the break or I'm getting a better price. I don't want to be sort of getting into it long right now, anticipating the break. I'd rather participate instead of anticipate. Stealing a line from Luca there. DraftKings, the initial breakout failed. The second breakout failed, but DraftKings still relatively strong. It looks like it's going to make a third wave here. So the initial long, pretty good. It did give you the dollar. The second long stops out there for about 20 cents to the downside, but it is still holding above. So that's what I want to see. Now you get a consolidation potential long to take you up to that 20 level. So we'll be a little more patient. The other thing too is the futures now have reestablished that level of support, right? Like exactly where we were yesterday. We're reestablishing a level of support. A little bit easier to hang on to a long when the futures are going to be going with you there. So I'll try to get back into some DraftKings. I still want that Uber break, and of course, AMD is going to get added to that list. In small cap land, I didn't mean to get away from these, but it's like that Peggy stock stopped out early at VWAP. Actually ended up holding this area here, but I was sitting on the bid a little closer to 340. Never got in. It's now going sideways, but looking relatively strong. He did try to take the high, but failed that high of the day. I am now into Uber. That's a 3180 break. That's the morning range high. So looks like the longs are starting to come in. AMD hopefully will come in as well. I'll play some of the pre-market high. And then there's just room to go, right? Like if you get to that pre-market high, you're also talking yesterday's high and then potential jailbreak at that point. So Uber's in. I'm not sure where AMD is. That should hopefully be coming in soon. And if you're still watching Coinbase, yeah, that 95 level still pretty big. The lower high in the afternoon, I should have showed you the 15-minute. That's about 96.5, 97. So if we get there, I'd expect there could be a bit of a pullback. So it's only so far I would chase that move because I'm expecting there will be sellers about $3 from here.
All right, so new position alert. You mentioned AMD. We took it. So this is a name that we're in against this 102. Again, relatively strong today. It's not relatively strong today, I shouldn't say that. A name that I believe the strength in will come back into this name if the market does rip up. So that's why we're in this. We are offering, there we go, I was gonna say we are offering some 45s, see if we can get something out on that one. We did get something there out on, I feel like my AMC is not showing up, but I guess we didn't get that fill at 18. I thought I got that fill at 18 there. So I'm going to have to get something out. I'm just going to market this out a little bit there. So we punched out. And by market, I just aggressive limit, like Neil's already sort of mentioned that today. I'm of the same belief of
no
that
market orders.
As Neil as well. So yeah, I don't like to use the market order. So hopefully that'll come through for you guys as well. There goes AMD back into 102. Again, I like this long. Let's see if it can support that bottom of that 102 and then just see. I mean, I don't know if it's going to be the bottom or not, but just where we sort of dipped down into the last little while. Here we go. Come on, AMD. You got to get it going to the upside here. I mean, this has been a big name, but I don't want to just keep getting out. I know, but it's.
Here's the thing.
I'm with you. It's not trending. Like I
want to pay yourself, but I think that at this point, it looks like we have a wick bottom. So pay yourself on the way up, but it feels like you want to try to hold on to something. Now that we didn't even test that support for very long. So I'm not flipped long in Amazon, but we're pretty much at 142 at this moment. I'm not even adding to the short if it fails at 142 yet. I mean, I could do that for sure, but I'm kind of thinking I got to find some more longs in here. I never picked up that DraftKings again, by the way. I tried to get like 10s. I think I'm sitting at 10. I couldn't even get it. But Uber is now taking out the pre-market high. I got one out in front of 32. Now I'm just going to try to hold on a little bit more here. AMD took out that top. So I was looking for either get something at VWAP, which didn't happen, or try to catch that break. I just got the break on AMD, so I'm in it a little bit late here. I mean, I like it. I actually want to take a little bit more if I can, because I think you're at least getting to 103, half to 104 on this move with some support down at 102. So that one just came in for me. And Amazon did just fail 142 after all. So it got right up to that number and has pulled back in. Like, this is telling me I should be adding to the short position. Was that Brendan?
Just saw a couple of volume spikes on this one, guys. Robinhood, initially to the downside, but trying to get back higher as well. 1050 was that initial support, but big flush off the open for Hood.
Someone just
halted, did you just say?
Really? I saw in the chat. Tom Anthony just said Carvana halted. I'll go to it in a quick second here because I just tried to add to this Amazon short when it failed 142. I still have every intention of flipping to the long side. If we break that level, it's a big one. Obviously, it's any significant level like that, I'm looking to reverse if the trend is with me with the market, which it would be at this moment, but just not happening. So I'm adjusting my stop just so I'm locked in the motor, ready to go on that. I did finally get DraftKings on the dip. I picked up 14s. I moved my bid from 10s to above 10 to get some 14s in there. So I've now added for the first time on that Amazon. It's now the last short that we have on. If it fails, I'm looking for some VWAP in here. But at this point, like it did that one curl, I didn't really catch it, and now you're immediately, there it is. Like you're immediately through that 142. Now we're into the long side of the trade. It's pretty much only longs at this point. DraftKings, which I just put on like 2 seconds ago, continuing its run. Now remember, I did have sandwiched in there like that losing breakout trade. This time a little more patient with it, catching it as it's trending and holding above, as opposed to taking it as it's breaking the level. But the same game plan here, like play it up to like, you know, that 50 range. The target is the same way the 18 target was 20s to get all out. The 19 long will be, 18 target was 19s to get out. The 19 long will be 20s to get out of all of it. AMD is now churning to the upside.
Yes,
Amazon
Eddie.
pretty much flat. Looks like it's finally turning into that long day where we're getting a trend. Just had to settle
Finally.
itself a little bit.
Finally. I mean, spin it.
Money.
Yes,
money,
finally
money.
the day that we're looking for, man. There goes AMD. We got this one dead on, man. 102.20 right there to the long side. Waited for that pullback, was very, very patient with that. Hit it. Now we're long. Let's hit it to the long side right there. So a good trade on that one. Lyft just continues to make a move to the upside. Remember, that was a mistake. I thought I was buying AMC there, and it was Lyft. So we didn't mean to get longer, but there it is. We'll cash that out as well, and we'll floss it off. Sometimes when it's going, it's going. So we'll go whoa, 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 whoa. As whoa, you want to go whoa, whoa, whoa. There goes AMD to the upside. Wow, just blowing up right now. No choice but to get out of AMD as that just rips huge, man. We're $1 in the money on this name as this is starting to go. Big time trade there on AMD. Also a big time deal for us on Roblox as that continues to go higher and higher and higher. We talked about that one breaking through 49, so that's going to be a great take for us on RBLX. Let's offer 67s and see if we can get some there. Good trade there on Roblox. AMC, meh. We were able to get some out there in that confusion to the downside. So AMC's been cash money as well today. So good on us for having some of these, but it was tough early as we lost on that Apple short. That sucks, but definitely pay us, baby. Pay us, AMD, as this name's going to the upside with someone else who pays us every day with his knowledge is Mr. Wickens. What you got, homie?
Two coming next week, guys. Coinbase, and you were talking about Roblox earlier, both reporting next week, both just popping up on volume back to the upside. There's this one as well. Monster Beverage, another earnings miss for their Q2. It was down huge aftermarket, but this one just popping up on a volume spike as well, back to the upside for MNST.
Yeah.
Monster is a monster. So I'll get to Carvana in a second. All the longs are starting to print, so at this point you're just sort of paying yourself up. As we get back toward like those highs where the number came out, which is like 150 points from here on the NASDAQ. So we'll be taking profits in front. Carvana did do a volatility hold to try to break. It looks like it tried to break 45. I don't know. I think the last prints I have are actually to that upside at 45. So it is a volatility hold. Doesn't really look like anything crazy happened there, but it must have done one of those shock trades. And on the way back in, I don't know. It's less than a 10% move. I'm a little shocked by this one, but it says volatility halt. I'm not entirely sure what to make of it, but it'll be back open in a couple of minutes. That's weird, man. That does not look like it should have halted. But I saw that happen the other day on something. I forget the name, where I looked at the chart and I was like, why did this stock halt? It doesn't make any sense. I have one too many offers there on AMD. We want to get that one above.
What do we think of Coinbase, by the way? I mean, I know
it's a squeeze, man. So you know what? Yeah, these
like, do we
everything's
just go
in the
long
money.
on a hundy? Like, what?
But this is ridiculous on Coinbase. I did pay for shorts the second I saw this break the high of the day,
probably a good move.
because I wanted to be prepared for what happened yesterday, where like it was tough, but I liked the 110 level, and I briefly had the short, and then I basically chickened out of it flat because it was just going so crazy, and I was trying to manage multiple positions. It's stupid. But I'm thinking the same thing. Like if it fails 100, this is a lot for Coinbase, and it's a squeeze, and it squoze. It's
squalls. No, it's a word. I mean, Prad came with the knowledge.
It's true.
And
you can look it up on Web.
It's squoze.
Look it up on Webster. It is a word. So it squoze yesterday. It doesn't feel
It's
right
not
to
often
say.
Pratt is right, but this time
It
bang
doesn't
on.
feel right to say it, right? It's just
We're
I don't
just
know.
throwing shade at him. He's great.
So if
great,
it gets to 100,
great guy.
I'm thinking it could have a rejection. Like you've now.
Donkey
Look, they had a
Kong,
double
by the
bottom
way.
at $40, and like this thing is now over 100. If it gets back to there, I think it can be a bit of a reversal. DraftKings continues to work there. I'm still holding, obviously, all of these longs. I do have targets for just about every one of these. We've now gotten to that 190.50. I already took some out in front of 1950. Now I'm looking for like in front of 75s and on the way to 20 even. What's the other one? Uber was the other one that we reversed long into when it took out its morning range high. I got some out when it broke the pre-market tops, and now I'm just looking for the jailbreak. We have yet to, there's your 15-minute, you have yet to actually take out yesterday's high. 32.5. It gets through there, I'm thinking 33s. Market is doing a lot of work here. But you got to be cautious because we're still down on the day. And a stock like this, like Uber, which huge run, we're talking like 24 to 32 in a couple of days here, has not gotten through yesterday's top. So if the market reverses off of this resistance from 830 and then Uber, can't get through yesterday's high, you do have a lot of ways to fall. Like you end up with a bit of a double bottom and it might consolidate. I still want to reload off support if I can. It's a good trend and we like to play the trend if we can. Brendo?
This number kind of took me for a ride here. Surprised, to say the least, guys. Open Door up big time. Yeah, Q2 revenue $4.2 billion for Open Door. They reported aftermarket yesterday. Forecast a little bit weak, but up nicely now for Open.
Apparently, also Sega's moving. I've been told. This was one of these days.
The chat. I mean, these guys are all over.
Yeah,
this.
like let's be real. Like there's a lot going on. Like
There's a lot.
DoorDash is a name that's reported that I haven't even taken a second look at this morning because you've had to try to like navigate and get back into this trend. Sega power moves. And we ended the day with some Sega longs, and I almost don't want to look at my notes because I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I probably.
I mean, you probably have the Seagull in
for
there
the
because
love
of the way it was ripping.
This is the problem. Like, if it wasn't for so many of these earnings, this is the exact price we were long at that 1930. That's the breakout here today on Sega. So, yeah, I probably should have had this one. If you got it, congratulations. You had two pieces of news for Sega, both the monkeypox emergency, whatever designation, and then the FDA. They're getting, they're getting a test for their antiviral. So good look on Sega. I wish I had it, but I don't. What can I say? The other one that I don't have, and I hate to say it, it's Beyond Meat. There's no dip buys even to catch for this thing. It just keeps on running. Now it's made a bit of a more firm top here at 38 even. You pop back. Every time it gets close to VWAP, it rejects it, and you get these crazy wicks. So unless you're just randomly sitting there hasn't been any consolidations to buy the dips in Beyond Meat. Not like you've been able to do in DraftKings, which cuts both ways. Like if you're already in the long and it's pulling back, you're like, no, just keep going higher. If you're trying to catch longs off those tops, these consolidations, these pullbacks, when you keep buying it higher up, do put you under some pressure. So the last long I have is more or less right here. I got some out in front of 40s. If we don't make another press higher, I do have to have a relatively tight stop. I bought the top on DraftKings after not just holding on to the long there at 18 even. So I have to be a little bit cautious with it. AMD, no concerns. Like with DraftKings, it's actually holding the breakout and continuing higher, although 103.50 is turning into some resistance. Might want to get another leg out there.
All right, just looking here. So we did, we did get out of a little bit there when AMD started to come back down. But I mean, if this is going to race to a green spot here, then I want to be in this race car, man. AMD to the upside, big time. Lyft. I mean, Lyft is like, you want to thank me for the Lyft trade? I mean, you got free lifts for years, man. Like long at $18 here, all the way to 20 right now for Lyft. So that's going to be a banger trade there for sure, as that's starting to go back up to the upside. And again, if you are following me on Twitter, thank you so much for that, because right there we had AMC short 18. We got that, and that's going to be a very top stock for me today. We have Beyond Meat. We talked about the 32 top. Watch out for that. We went short, got blown out on that one, so there's no doubt. Twilio, we haven't looked, but look what we did here. Dip by DraftKings and Lyft over at $18, and now you're seeing what's good on that name, as there goes Lyft straight up to the upside, taking off. The reload, though, like, for me, This was one of the best trades here for me today. It's going to be AMD, and that was the pullback in. We understand that AMD has been super strong. You get that move off the jobs number back down to 100. It resists that 100 level, and then we just let it kind of bounce around, make that move, give us that bottom at 102, take the long through 102.20, and now we're just cruising to the upside. This name is $1.20 in the money, so we'll do this. We'll spin it for a nice little long trade as we go. Watch out for this name coming back up to the upside here. Around 104 is my target area on that one. And then Roblox, 49 longs, boom, up to 49.80 right now. Let's watch the 50 level on Roblox. So there we go. We've got Roblox, we've got Lyft, we've got AMD. I mean, that Lyft call down there at $18. That was, look where we are right now. 20 bucks on Lyft with a little reload there on that area. Big time trade there for Lyft. Well done, Lyft taking off following its Fred Uber. But we do have small cap recap with Brendan.
Hey guys, yeah, we were talking about AMTD right before the open. This was 510 up to about 525, depending on which wick you were looking at in the pre-market, but ended up failing. Huge reversal candle right at the open at that 510, 525. Next move then all the way down to 450, but volume's kind of dying off already. This thing's going to sleep. Already for AMTD, might be done. IONM, had to try this one twice. Same exact time, same exact candle for IONM. Huge reversal back below 5. Gave you another entry. I got stopped out initially, but nice move back down to 350 now, trying to grind along 350 for IONM. This Peggy stock, Neil's been talking about it, but this thing's nuts. Absolutely wild, all the way up to 475 on that last spike higher, and then it fails again, comes right back in to 380 and is sitting here around 380 and 4. But now it's not doing anything after a wild morning for Peggy, guys. Back to you.
A wild morning everywhere, right? So at this point, you managing these long positions. You can see we've trended back to the upside, clear reversal of trend, and then you just got to make sure you get with it. But when I see us get to that top, I start thinking to myself, what's relatively weak? Like, what comes next? So Alibaba's down 4% and has not broken the range. So much like, an AMD or Uber as well, DraftKings, all these stocks got to their morning range highs, broke back out, and are now trending to the upside. Yeah, you're putting in higher lows on Alibaba, but you haven't even touched the opening range top at 94. So that's still resistance on Baba. Obviously, they just reported, and you saw them sort of fall off, gapped up, and then fell through on Baba. 95 was a level. When I came in this morning, 95 is the level I wrote down. You're going to have a dip down, and things are going to have to shift. I didn't adjust anything on Baba, but now I almost have to. Like, it is the 94. That's what's been established as resistance. If it busts through that, I'd probably still be looking for shorts at 95. But right now, you're kind of tipping your hand in the market as to whether you're relatively weak or relatively strong, and Baba's telling you that they're relatively weak. 94 would be a place to go short, for me at least. You don't have to. That's just what I'm looking at. And yes, I've been shorting Baba pretty much every single day for the last little bit, and you're going to continue that one. Coinbase was another. It's starting to slow down. I thought we'd get to 100 on that move. It really looked like there was zero chance that we wouldn't get to 100 on Coinbase, but it rejected 99s now several times. So it could be that people are taking their profits before they see that 100 level, kind of fearing that that's where the move could end. I don't want to jump too far in front of this one, but I do believe Coinbase is due for a bit of a pullback. I might play off the 99 level and then work to 100. Brendan, another?
Yet another one on the low float side of things. 2 million on this one. Staff just popped up here and halted at $6 there, 64%. There's also Job. So this one, Staff is staffing 360, and then there's Job, J-O-B, another one in the same space starting to go as well.
Oh man, what a crazy day today has been off of what was a insane jobs number. I mean, the jobs number was fine. It was a great move to the downside there, giving you that 13.1, and then giving you names like Apple that dipped down. I mean, we got hit on the short. There's no doubt about that. But Apple dipped down to 163, now back up to this 166 level. Trying to see if this might be something there for Apple as this continues to run and maybe making a high at that 166. 56. So that could be a good short for sure to come through for Apple. So we'll look to see what that one wants to do for us. But then you know which one's ripping? And a shout out to our main man, Tony, one more time. Unity right now. Money for Unity. And again, up 8% at one point, now up 7. But what a move. Not even any red candles until we hit that 49 spot there on Unity. So what a big move up. It's basically went right to its resistance here on the daily and then fell back down in. So I kind of think like everything that ripped up so much, like Unity started the day, guys, at $43. It's at $49 right now. So anything that ripped up, if you are thinking that this move is, not going to hold and maybe we've just made that nice run back to the upside, that these are kind of going to be the names you're going to want to short. I know Neil was looking at Coinbase, like names that made the big moves kind of out of nowhere, I think would be the names to short. I'm not ready to short anything yet, to be factual. But those are the ones that I really think are the ones you want to look at. And honestly, a big time win for me today over here on AMD. We went to the relative strength. And again, what I mean by relative strength, I'm misspeaking there. Just a name that I believed had the ability to do this. We've seen AMD go ham the last couple of days. Like I said, relative strength, not really. It is only down 0.24 versus the market 0.29. But remember when I first started this, AMD was down 2%. The market was only down 1%. So the strength is in this name. It's a runner, and it's getting ready to go upside even more, I feel like. But look at some of these tops, Neil. You're looking at them as well, I assume. Yeah. From yesterday's high, a lot of these stocks went into sort of yesterday's close. Sorry, not yesterday's high, yesterday's closing prices, just like AMD did at 104. So maybe the tops are in. The NASDAQ is pulling back, so be careful entering new longs at these levels.
Yeah, like that's the thing. I wouldn't be buying any of these tops at all. Like I like BOVESPA for the short. I'm already in that one, and I am trying to get into Coinbase. I think 20% on Coinbase after what we saw yesterday. It's hard not to want something short because you saw what it rug pulled, and I'll stay on this chart, but you saw how I can't zoom out now. Like, give me a break. You saw how crazy that rug pull was at the open. Like you're not going to see moves like this very often on a company like Coinbase. I mean, it went $80 to $115, and then it just absolutely died. Like this looks more like a small cap. So when I see it do this in the second day, like how many times have we seen that pattern? It tries to make the second move on day 2, and it never gets anywhere near those highs. And throw in the fact that it is not some low flow small cap. This is more just a standard. Look, there's a short float here that's at play as well, but I expect there will be some profit takers. I'm obviously not getting 98 quarter where I'm sitting to get 99s at this point, but I'd like to catch something if I can in this range. I don't want to chase it. It's been too strong to chase that short. So all I got on is Alibaba to the south side at this point. I found something relatively weak. Well, really, it's on my radar pretty much every single day. It did not break 94s, I can tell you that. That's a wick top. It has got that resistance since the open. Anything that could not take out the opening range resistance when very clearly the market did and then ran, almost 2x of what it was doing, I think is relatively weak, and you can short that off of said resistance. I should be getting some out here in the low 93s and then see if it can't continue to those bottoms. But this is where you want to protect. If you haven't paid yourself off, then you should go ahead and do so. I think for some of your longs, I'm always doing so on the way up. Looking at Uber here, yeah, I'll buy some more Uber. We get back to VWAP where the breakout was, I'll buy this one. It has the Lyft news. That's a positive catalyst for it. Its own earnings a couple of days ago. Throw in DoorDash was up today as well. So there's a lot of reasons that I like Uber here when it made that break. I'll buy the dip. It's been a strong one, but it has yesterday's high to contend with as well.
I mean, I'm just gotta cancel all my orders because nothing is mattering anymore as this market just continues to make a strong move. You want to talk about another name that's making a strong move? Yeah, don't choke too much there. Snowflake.
Sorry.
Look at that's all good, man. Look at Snowflake to the upside right now. Wow, I like some of these names, man. Like what? Like what is going on right now? I'm very, very surprised at some of these names. Like, What is the catalyst here that gets Snowflake from 157? And I apologize if you guys have been talking about this. Maybe it's not earnings. I mean, I don't know, but Snowflake straight up, like it looks like Unity. It's going to look like Roblox, although Roblox kind of settling down a little bit right now. But look at this move upside for Unity, for Snowflake. Very, very similar to Unity as that continues to rocket to the upside as well. So yeah, lots happening here in this market. And yeah, I don't really know what to say anymore. This has just been a great move to the backside for a lot of these names. We did take out some AMD at 103.80. We did take out Beast when it broke through 50. Now it's back at 50. Roblox maybe is the name to take out if it comes back up. But hey, when I'm seeing Unity go, when I'm seeing Snowflake go, we've got DraftKings, although that's pulled back. That's at that 19. When we see Carvana, do we even look at that since the halt? Like,
it opened, went higher.
Yeah, exactly. $48. $48.50 the high for
I ain't shorting
Carvana.
that one.
Maybe it's a short now, man. Maybe this is
It probably is,
short.
but that's
we have to
it's a
pay for
hard
these
one.
shorts. That could
I
be a
think
good
so.
one. Anyways, all right. Did we get the okay for this? I think we are. So, okay, it's social sentiment. It's it's a great segment, especially on days like today where we can figure out, hey, what is the world looking at? Let's go over to Brennan with social sentiment and see what's kicking over there.
And it is a very two-sided kind of affair so far today on this board. There is a ton of positivity coming through as far as what is being discussed on social media. But if you get rid of the rest, you can see the main point here is pretty negative. SPY, AMC, Tesla, and that QNRX. QNRX, by the way, was a great fade this morning, if anyone caught that. I'm very annoyed that I missed it. Qs to the downside as well, but negative sentiment behind all four of those kind of driving things so far today. There's a ton of names, though, on the positive side of things, including DraftKings, we mentioned, off of the earnings. Peggy, still crazy. There's a big buyer around $4 right now that hasn't gone away yet. GovX on here, BBIG, IONM back to the upside as well, and BBBY. All of the shorted names getting a little bit of squeeze action, and everyone is talking about them, guys. Back to you.
Absolutely, and look, we pride ourselves in trying to educate as well and give you guys the information. So I want to quickly use Vinco Ventures. Anyone that's asking about this, please, if you're curious about a halt, always go to NASDAQtrader.com, and then you get Trade Halt page. It's a fantastic resource. This has been halted since yesterday, and it's an information request by the NASDAQ. So there's no set timetable as to when the stock will open up. I can't tell you, yeah, you're going to be able to trade or get out of your Vinco Ventures at X time. I simply don't know. It could be any time. I've seen these linger for, more than a few days, let's just say. I'll leave it at that. But I have no idea. Certainly, if we hear anything, we'll let you guys know. But yeah, it's just one of those you have to wait out. Should be seeing updates usually, and I'm sure at some point you'll see like something from the company or speculation online. So you can Google it or maybe go on to Twitter. I'm sure Brendan will bring us anything as it does come. Now, this Alibaba that we got into the short side here, looks like it's found some support at 93.25. So I want to get something out in front of it. I was actually sitting below that price. Like I was in between 93 even and 93.25, but I'll try to take some out right there at 31. When I get in front of a quarter, I always bid 31s. I don't even know why. Yesterday I flipped it to 32s. It's kind of one of those psychological things that we'll do. But you want to pay yourself out as things start coming back in. Amazon, who bought the Roomba, that's iRobot, by the way, if you're trading that one. 61 cash deal. Just a flip when it broke that 142. It got up to like 42.75. Now you're starting to come back in. This is why I said pay yourself on some of those longs, because they're starting to roll back in. And if support ends up being closer to VWAP instead of 142, then you want to make sure you have most of it out or all of it out so that you can get the better price in case we trend higher. So it's all about being patient. It's all about understanding that as a day trader with more active trades, you're going to get that opportunity. And it's the same thing with Uber. Like we paid ourselves out there looking for that top end break. If we catch it, I think we're jailbreak on Uber here. Watch out for 32.50 to the upside. That can even be a breakout trade where you take it on its own. Otherwise, we're dipping back down into VWAP, guys. Hi, Marissa. A bit of a surprise coming in a couple, if you didn't hear me just say, a bit of a surprise coming in a couple of seconds here. And yes, Beyond Meat there is no question that the best opportunity today was the squeeze on Beyond Meat. 40% short interest or something along those lines. 31 was a break. And the hint, because it's not about, whatever. Like, yeah, if you took it, great. The hint that this was going to be a squeeze wasn't the fact that it was doing nothing. It was the fact that the market dropped 200 points to the downside and it did nothing. 200 points to the downside on a bad earnings play and the stock doesn't drop a cent, maybe there's no sellers in it. And if there's nobody selling it when it's a 40% short interest and it's down 5%, there's only one place for it to go. So it squoze. We don't want to miss these ones in the future. I had my stop set and I couldn't even catch the break. I think I crossed up to 12s and couldn't get a fill. So sometimes you just cross up more aggressively. Market orders are an option, even though I don't like using them. Even right now as I look, 20-cent spread at 10.35 on Beyond Meat. So that tells me that at minimum I need to have crossed like 20 to 25 cents. If that's what it looks like now, the spread, what did it look like at 9:30, right? Got to cross more aggressively, understand how a stock trades.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, my family is in the building right now, so we'll have a good little surprise coming up here, hopefully in a couple minutes. But so look, I'm still thinking that Carvana is probably a short there at that 48 level, so we can wait to see what's going to happen right there. Roblox, I just talked to my main man over there. He likes the Roblox stock. He likes Roblox. We've been making some money on Roblox today. So that was a nice move to the upside here near that $50 mark coming out very, very soon. So we'll have to watch out for that. Beyond Meat is an interesting one because, again, I feel like a lot of these names that ran today may have seen the top. You want to find something that's done. Now, this burned me yesterday, Google, okay? I love you, Google. I love you a lot. You're my #1 stock. But you're red today and making this move back down. So I am looking, if there's going to be a name that potentially we want to short today, I feel like it would be Google on some relative weakness here. So that could be something definitely to look out for if you can break below this like 117, 117.40, something like that on Google. So I do think that there is some good opportunities right there on that spot. So, Google on the short side possibly. What's up to Henry right now?
What the
Henry, what was going on? Bed Bath & Beyond making a move. I just want to talk about Palantir quickly. Shout out to Trader Brad. Palantir, I don't know if he's paying for his plane tickets quite yet, but it's a nice move up to the upside. Pardon me? AMD's got you, bro. Look, I tried to get Microsoft in your account, and I'm glad that you bought some Apple there, Trader Brad, because that's rocking and rolling as well. But Palantir to the upside. I think that was a call for Brendo. What up?
A little one from the EV group starting, at least trying to get back to the upside this morning, was down huge on this note. They said they're going to be unable to file their 10Q by the deadline. 10Q SEC filing is related to earnings within the first 3 quarters of a company being public. So there's some issues apparently with their latest filing, but just took out the highs there for HYZN trying to get back to the upside.
Yeah, speaking of upside, Bed Bath & Beyond, I don't want to ignore any of these. And up 60%, yeah, we got to probably talk about this. It's a squeeze play, clearly. You know the short interest is large here, but this is just an impressive move, and it's actually been extending. There was I'd say a parabolic move at 77.30 there, right about 10 o'clock, that took it up that last dollar, and now things are starting to open up. And I think when that happens, once you get past one of those breakout levels, you start getting in dangerous chase territory. Like a lot of these low float runners that are sustaining, like the soak up the float. This is a more traditional short squeeze type play where you're going to find one of those hard tops, have a big pullback, and then you're waiting for the consolidation, maybe throughout lunchtime for that to happen. That's what I think we're in right now for Bed Bath & Beyond. The easy, I hate the term easy money, but like the easy money on the break this early has probably been made with this. I think you're either scalping it off of like 50s to 60s into 8 and just waiting for like the aftermarket, not the aftermarket, but the afternoon, or for later on at lunchtime for this to start breaking back up, or maybe it's just completely done. At this point, you don't want to diddle. You don't want to. It's not diddling in the middle, but it's kind of diddling at the high. On a stock, it's up 62%. This is not like it's not one of those. It's not one of those like low floaters that we've seen, or like HPY. Like this is going to come back. It's like Coinbase, right? Like a lot of times, you had that first move. I was chasing the short here, wasn't willing to chase it far enough. Now you just want to calm down, have it settle. 93 was a good price before for a break. Can it settle down and give you that longer later on in the afternoon? That's what I'll wait for on both these names.
Okay, so SIGA right now, SIGA's trying to go. So let's watch out. This is at that $23 level. So SIGA trying to go. It's just bumped up a little bit here on the 1 minute chart. So I don't know if there's going to be news about this. I mean, we've talked about this over and over again. Obviously, as a monkeypox stock, SIGA right now trying to make that move back upside, looking at 22 and change. Was that a call for Brendo again? No, okay. Okay, we're good whenever. Okay, a nice little move up there for SIGA. So if we get into this long, I mean, I think we got to be a little bit patient with it, but this long sort of started here at 2260, 2270. So if we do get this in and it does come back down, then that's where we want to get out. But SIGA right now relatively strong through 23. I definitely like the way that's going to look. So, you know, if it busts through, we'll take it. Otherwise, you know, let's just let it go. That might be the top there for SIGA. Again, is monkeypox going to, you know, create havoc in this world? I don't know. But if it does, you do want to be long SIGA, or there is that other name, GovX as well, and then APDN there. Did you ever get into Bed Bath & Beyond there?
I didn't, but I want to make a correction. We have that issue where if several symbols have incorrect previous close prices, so I'll correct that percentage that it is up. It's not up 60%. Yeah, I have a bad close price on my level 2 saying 484. You can obviously see that's not where it closed. It closed at $6. So thank you for pointing that out. We had that issue on maybe 5 or 6 names a few days ago. Looks like this one, same thing. Back. Brendan's at the big screen.
Yes, he is.
Time for Sector Watch. I like that bottom left.
Yeah, some positivity to discuss here is the board for you guys. We are negative still, only 0.25%. So one of those days with earnings, once again, it's been this way all week long, where you get a lot of outside moves, offsetting kind of outside moves on individual names. In the materials sector, first off, I want to mention FCX and CTVA, both up 4.5% off of earnings, better than expected for both of those. So material stocks are higher. Healthcare stocks, on the other hand, over in the corner here, back to the downside. Individual names moving off earnings there. That is Warner Brothers, WBD, downside big time, 13%. They were discussing a possible ad-supported free version of their streaming platform. So negativity from communication stocks, real estate as well, back to the downside. On this side of the board, however, it's energy. Yeah, big move up in oil along with the equity market this morning. So as we saw stocks starting to rebound and move back to the upside, oil with a huge move back higher, 7% for EOG. Apache's here as well down here. Devon, Hess, and Apache all about 5% along with crude. Banks, though, are leading off of that jobs number. We saw a huge spike in the dollar, DXY back to the upside. We saw a huge spike in treasuries, 10 years specifically back to the upside. So a lot of strength coming from the banking sector today, but unfortunately not enough to offset the rest, guys. We are still slightly red, about 0.25%. Back over to you.
Thank you very much, Brendan. We got a surprise coming up in a couple of seconds, but I was just talking to a certain somebody that I'm not going to say because I don't want to spoil it. We'll see what happens here. Just on that Bed Bath & Beyond, well, sort of talking about that consolidation, you actually might be getting it right here, right now, but you want it to calm down just a little bit before we get into that. And I want to go back to Tesla before we move on here. We talked about relatively strength and weakness, and yes, I took Alibaba, that's working, but Tesla also showing some signs of relative weakness. I'm one and done for a hit on Tesla, but it tried to take out its pre-market high and got nowhere. That's in the context of this in the NASDAQ. Look at that run right back into opening ranges and then coming back in. That's a pretty hefty bounce back, and that's a pretty minor bounce on Tesla. So in the context, still looking relatively weak. I think you're looking at like a 910, 912 as a resistance. If we retake out these lows and the trend heads back into the downside, I hate to say it, but I mean, you add Tesla to the list of somewhat bearish names. I like Baba in that regard, but Tesla's looking awfully similar here, guys. So I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Down 2.5%. That is clearly outpacing the market. Do remember, they voted affirmatively on that split, but not a heck of a lot came out of that shareholder meeting. More delays with the Cybertruck as well. We are now ready. Let's go to the big screen for our special guest.
All right, there's one reason and one reason only why I do this, and it's for these guys. This is my man, Baron. What's going on, man? Let's go back and forth one more time. French fries. So here he is. This is my son, Baron. Very, very smart guy. Obviously gets his looks from the wife, so very proud of that one. But I'm going to ask you one question. We've been investing. We've been buying Roblox. You know that. That worked out okay, but not great. Give the fans Another pick. Give the traders out there the pick of the century. Let's go right now, Baron.
Microsoft.
You like Microsoft. Okay, here's the chart of Microsoft. So a nice little move back up to the upside, hitting that 282. Tell everybody why you like Microsoft.
That was my favorite game, Minecraft. That's a good game.
You play Minecraft? How often do you play Minecraft?
Like a day, like once a day.
Every single day? And then
Yeah.
you're also on Discord.
Yeah.
And remember you and I talked about the possibility of what?
Microsoft buying Discord.
So there you go. If that happens, then what do we think about Microsoft?
They're gonna go up like a lot.
And what's it called when stocks go up a lot? It's going to the
Moon.
moon. Attaboy. This is Barron, man, the #1 analyst on the street. I'm glad to introduce you to him. He's picking Microsoft. Write it down. Write down the date. This is Barron. He's the man, the myth, the legend. Very proud of you. They're actually going to the museum right now, so that's right beside our work. So again, Barron picking Microsoft. I like it. Back over to you, Neil.
Yes, sir. And the former #1 analyst, they're getting his butt kicked by Gia, by the way. So Sean's daughter was just slapping around Baxter, who actually works with our algo group. So keeping it in the family, to be sure. Looks like we had a chance to maybe dip by some things here. I'm going to go back over to AMD. I was looked at 102.80. I'm kind of not anchored to that price, but we talk about that resistance level breaking out and turning into support. That might have been our chance to get a bit of a dip buy in there. I did pick up more DraftKings when that dip came in. Obviously, a little bit distracted there because that was cute. But caught a little bit of DraftKings on that dip right back in 1880. Exactly where I stopped out of the breakout, it found support. So we jump back into this one. We're still playing trend to the upside. I only like BOBA to the short side. If it couldn't take out that high, we like that short. But it's that, maybe Tesla off 910 if the market gets back up. Otherwise, just sort of stick with the longs that are working. We're still trending to the upside here, Brendo.
A few people still talking about Palantir, guys. There was this note that came out a little bit earlier this morning, half an hour ago or so. Palantir, when everyone else in the world seems to be cutting back, both on jobs and on spending, Palantir, guys, boosting hiring and increasing their spending by about 25%.
There's a certain segment that you're going to talk about. Maybe I don't want to spoil anything, but we'll talk some Palantir because they report next week, to be sure. And look, there's a lot of names that have done this, that have made crazy bottoms and 40, 50%, some are like 100% off the lows. But your 50 period being taken out there and then supported. I always like to see that, right? Like you support that level, and now it's on jailbreak mode from about $11. So you chew through the last bottom, or the last ugly move to the downside. You get through this 11 here today into earnings. And here's the issue: like if you report poorly, then you're gapping back down below and retesting the 50. But any positivity, and then you have moonshot to like 14. You got your 200 period moving average up there. You have last resistance up there. And I'll do you one more. The other added benefit is similar name, Snowflake. Chart wants to load up eventually, is making a similar move. Like how similar are these charts? Like bouncing off that 50 period, it's also making the same move, trying to break out. Like look what happens if Snow takes out 170 here. And it's easy to say, yeah, but the stock is up 50%. Well, that's true, but it was also down like, I don't know, like 80% from the top, or whatever the heck it was, like 70% from those highs. So these moves off the lows are always going to be oversized when you have a big bear market, because the growth names that got pummeled, it doesn't take much for it to go 20 or 30% relatively speaking. So Palantir holding it at 11 after earnings. Snowflake, this 170 level incoming. Those are both big opportunities there. But the story really right now is all about these longs that continue to come through. I was just pointing out that as I caught some DraftKings on a dip, but I got a little distracted away from the AMD. Dipped right back into the breakout, morning range, and then took off again to the upside. Uber did a similar move where it dipped back in, not as deep, but right back to the pre-market highs, and now taking out the top. So hold on to your longs. If you can find something that's still a short, I got BOBA. Then you can work into it through at lunchtime. But I don't really have anything else that I like to the short side. I had a bunch that all didn't work in the morning, but right now, just BOBA left.
Yeah, it looks like Oh man, yeah. So we had a 103 break, which is fine. I mean, we put that order out. We got out of a piece of our AMD. We're still in it as it does retrace right back up to the upside there. But yeah, we did have that 103 breaker out there. So when that did hit, obviously we were doing that little piece there with the kids. So they're gone now. So we'll see. Well, I don't know if they're gone now. He had to use the bathroom.
Does Gia always beat up Baxter like that?
Yeah. I mean, when you're the little, I mean, she was too shy to come on, but maybe on the afternoon show she'll be throwing it down. But anyways, as we go, yeah, that was really fun. I don't know. Don't take his Microsoft pick as.
What's so bad about that?
No, I think it's great. I'm just, saying like, please don't, like, he's not a real analyst. I don't know if people
He's not?
realize that. Nor are we, right? So
maybe I should cancel that buy order in my personal. Oh, wow.
Yes, you should.
I already
definitely.
own my shares of Microsoft. Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
What happened?
this would have been a great reload as well. AMC goes right back to the level that I was tweeting about, and we had on there that 1780, but we're pretty light now on AMC, so there is no doubt about that. What's up, Mr. Miyagi? Yeah, thank you for the super chat there, the $10. Yeah, I love to see that. Hey, no problem, man. I mean, as soon as I found out they were coming, I was like, yo, grab this kid a mic. Still a little shy, so we'll work on that, but very, very proud, obviously, of the family. So I am also proud of the show, and it only gets better when we go to our segments, so it's Money Talks time. With 10 minutes left on our show, it's Brendo. Maybe I should turn this bear around, but it's down 1%. So let's go over and see how currencies, Bitcoin.
We're not there
yeah,
yet.
I think the market probably wants to go back in. So what's up, Brendo?
Making a run, anyways, at positive territory is the market so far. Very, very strong for the U.S. dollar as far as currencies are concerned. This is what happened on that jobs number. So a monster spike for the DXY, for the U.S. dollar. Down here, this is the U.S. 10-year. So big move up back to 2.8 for the 10-year and the U.S. dollar. So 0.9 right now to the upside. In fact, 106.6, 0.8 to the downside, however, for the euro. I mean, all of these are going to be under pressure with the strength coming through in the U.S. dollar today. Japanese yen 1.8 to the downside, Swiss franc 0.8 as well. So outside moves because of the strength coming through. We did get a sell-off, it's worth mentioning, did get a sell-off both Bitcoin and Ethereum initially on the jobs number, but they have started to recover a little bit. Now 3%, 6.5% for Ethereum. They were up 4 and 8 to start things off, but a bit of a bounce here, guys. But yeah, all kinds of dollar strength after that jobs report. Back to you.
Yeah, I guess that makes a little bit of sense. Cents and dollars. Okay, so I just wanted to show you just how wild this is. Like, we were just talked about AMD being at the high, and then it just dipped down 80 cents again to go back to 103. So yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a slippery slope. We only have one negative name today, and of course me doing this. I don't know why, but we just stepped right back in now into Apple against this level here of 165. So let's go short into 165. We have the 50 period there. It's bounced off this a couple times. I'm waiting to get some more short here at 79. I get just hanging around. There we go. Give it to me. There it is. So it runs us over completely. So watch out for the upside break here. Obviously, if it does break too much higher than 165, we're going to get out of this name and unfortunately lose again. Oh man, why do I keep doing this? Lose again on Apple if it does break through 165. Just thought that this market wants to hang out a little bit lower. Apple's come off that 166 level. So maybe we should use less shares right now and then load it back up if it gets to 166. So that's kind of like what's going through my mind right now. Obviously, here it comes right back up to 165. So we start this short a little early, but it's good because AMD is, hanging out a little bit here, but maybe this is the short. I don't know. Like, what is Apple down right now? 0.5 market. So yeah, it's just going to watch this market. I mean, I'm not going to play relative strength or weakness today. It doesn't really seem to matter. It's just, unless you have those Unities or the Robloxes of the world or something like that, we're just going to have to watch this number right here, the NASDAQ. If it does, stay below the 50 period, then for sure Apple will be good. But, again, we're not going to do what we've been doing, and that is trying to find names and trying to make excuses to get into them. We're not going to do that. If the NASDAQ's going to stay below, then we can do do that as well. We can stay away, wait for the best opportunities, and then strike when the iron's hot. That's what we want to do. We don't need to be averaged in at these crazy prices. So we'll just wait for Apple, see what it does at this 165. We were hella right the first time we had this. We were getting some out right around here, 164.50, and that's where we just dumped into, right? So should not have started the short there, should have waited for this pump up. But, you know, as the NASDAQ was breaking, I'm here thinking, okay, here's our chance to break back down for Apple. So a little early on this, so we will not punish ourselves a little bit here. We will get out if it breaks through 165, a little higher than that, and then just wait for 166. Let's not sort of throw bad money after good, if you know what I'm saying. We've made a lot back, and AMD really killed it for us. So let's hold out on this Apple trade. It looks like it is starting to take out the highs here. So there's probably better names to short, like Google or something. But right now, Apple does not seem to want to go down. Let's watch out for it.
Yeah, just a couple of things. Someone asked in the chat about this PF. GE on the Amex. It's got several halts today. I saw those, but it does make sense. It's not moving that much. I'm not really sure why it's halted that many times. Veru's also making a bit of a move. Broke out the top actually about 10 minutes ago, breaking out these highs. Only up 4%. However, if you look at the pattern on Veru, it's a kind of extreme one there, Fahad. Kind of an extreme one where it makes these nice bottoms, and then eventually it always, I shouldn't say always, but recently, it does this, and it just moonshots up. Like, you can see what happens the last few times. It's done that little round off. You've gotten a $2 to $3 move almost every single time. Is that today? I'm not going to sit here and tell you that's today. The breakout would be at 13 even, but the pattern is pretty clear. For the next couple of sessions, the next thing that's either going to happen is you retest the low, and we break that pattern by breaking the bottom, or we're going to get at least like a $1.50 to $2 move. You've seen it time and time again with this stock. So I'm now looking at a 13 break. Thank you guys for pointing that one out. Definitely a good look there. There was one long I got trailed out of, and it was Amazon there. Oh, this chart.
You were long on Amazon?
I was long Amazon the 142 break.
You like this short.
And then it got, and it was below 142. I like the short. We reversed at 42s. It broke back below 42, so I got trailed out. That's been that line in the sand price for me. So if we end up holding throughout lunchtime or consolidate off this 42 level, I'll just go with that and sort of come back into the long. And this is where I get it from. Like, this is a 15-minute chart. I hate these wicks, and I apologize for those. But you had that previous top at 42, accelerated and broke up, tested 144. And then today, you had that as support. So I kind of feel like that's the top end of the range. Below that price, it's under risk of gap fill. Above this price, on the daily, if you go back to split adjusted, it's like 146 and 150 are the relative resistance levels. So that's where it can go from this 42 on the higher time frame. Still a few earnings to get to in this season for next week. We already talked about one for that's big next week. Let's see what's on that board there, Brendo.
Typical, guys, for a Friday. Nothing much to see after the close, but yeah, a number of names coming before we get open on Monday.
All right, so after the close, yeah,
Nothing.
you hit that, unless that says
It's
Johnson
Palantir.
and Johnson, which it doesn't. So basically, exactly the name that we're looking for
Actually,
for a
you know what?
Monday. We're looking for a Palantir, just like we got a DraftKings today, just like we got Roblox moving. We got a lot of these names starting to move. So another high growth stock there in Palantir coming for Monday. So for me, that's going to be a big one. I mean, everything else we don't really. What is that Chinese name that I see there? JD, is that JD.com? Pardon me? SOHU, Sohu.
No idea.
So I don't know anything about that one.
But
And
Tyson Foods,
yeah, I don't really know too much about any of those names, to be honest with you. So we'll just wait. But if the game if the game is still spicy like this, which I have no idea why it wouldn't be, then we're going to be here rocking and rolling all day, every day. So thanks for joining us one more time here today. We are getting ready to throw it over to Pratt and Luca for the midday show, so that should be a lot of fun. Obviously, people saying to us, "We told you about Bed Bath & Beyond," and I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you guys about it. There's so many names to look at.
I like Beyond Meat for it today, but you know.
Yeah, and if you like Bed Bath & Beyond yesterday it actually showed up on the radar. I remember Brendan had something on a break for Bed Bath & Beyond yesterday around this 580 level. It spiked up really nicely there. What just happened to me, we got, we punched the short in Apple more here. So we did average back into the short, and then we take the short breaking through 80. So let's see if that holds. I don't know. I just don't want to get whipped around too much. Apple's been my worst name there. That high of 165.20. What's up, Brendan?
There was a tiny IPO that just opened today. One of those that might provide some entertainment going forward. 5 million shares at $4 for this Magic Empire. Already halted, guys.
MEGL.
Damn it, it's already halted.
Going long.
I know.
But where did it come out at? 50? I mean,
No, that can't be right. Is that right? It opened at 50? Oh, that's why then.
what?
Huh?
I'm done. I don't know if you heard that. Brandon just said this was priced at $4.
Come on, man.
Megalo, MEGL. That's obviously not the name. For some reason, I just thought about that. Wow, what another crazy name here. This is what it looks like. It's up 1,000%. And Magic Empire Global. Like, what are they? Like a magic mushroom company or something? I just say that tongue in cheek.
Hey,
but it
now.
might be right. So here we go. Apple, we do take that short coming back in a little bit. Let's see if it will pay us off a little bit. I am debating the AMD short as well right now. So I'm switching gears up a little bit, trying to hit that short. We got stopped out of Apple early. Let's see if we can get a little bit of revenge now on that name back into the short. So just basically making here, if I can show you the chart, not really making what we lost, but that was a great little take there at 165. We did punch more at 164.80. So, now you're into the 60s. A good trade here for me on Apple.
Yeah, I'm gonna pay for some locates on this, and just in case. I mean, it halted on 15. Should say this first. It halted on 15,000 shares of volume. Literally no volume. So this is probably one that is incredibly dangerous to trade.
You mean the world's not watching Magic Empire?
I don't know. 4 to 50, then halting at 55 on 15,000 shares of volume. We've never heard of it. Just be really careful if you're trading this. But hey, these have been multi-day runners before, so you want to at least have an eye on this one. It is past 11 o'clock now.
Yes, sir.
But Trader Pratt, he's locked and loaded, ready to go. He wanted that Free Fall Friday. We'll see what happens. And Luca is locked and loaded in his best outfit. Let's go to the boys.
Wow, yeah, wanted the Free Fall Friday is exactly right, but I don't think we're going to get too much of it. We're going to probably kangaroo around, but lots of time over here for us to see if we're going to actually end up getting that. We're going to have a great time nevertheless. If it's up, down, kangaroo, we're going to look for opportunities. We're going to smash them because this is Midday Mayhem with Trader Pratt and Luca. Let's get the ball rolling. Some of the positions that I guess you can't see just yet because I need to start taking some profits. But I am in an AMC short right now, which is squeezing me. I'm only out of the money by 5 pennies, but so not too much of a squeeze there. We're good on that side. AMC with a negative catalyst already fell off in pre-market, came back up with the help of the market not too long ago, and now trying to push to most likely 1780s or so, which is where I believe Sean was short. But my best trade of the day so far is I believe Warren Brothers is the name of the company over here. Also a stock with the negative earnings catalyst. I tried to build into a short near $15 first. I didn't like it, so I got out for a flat trade, waited for the pop to happen at 15.15, got that pop, and it just flushed right away, giving me a 30-cent flush, allowing me to constantly take that trade. Every time we get that pop, I'm going to take that fill, and I'm just waiting for the stock to break VWAP to the downside. A couple other positions that I'm in at the moment is a Lyft short. Lyft was a positive earnings catalyst to the north side. Sorry, let me just answer Fahad in the chat over here. Lyft is a positive catalyst on the earnings catalyst, but we have seen it also bump up with Uber not too long ago off of Uber's earnings. So I don't think Lyft has that power today to most likely break 20, at least not just yet. So I'm just scalping the level 20 shorts, constantly getting in above 20, near 20, sorry, and constantly getting out under 20, taking my 15, 30-cent scalps on Lyft every time I get that opportunity to. That's my trade on Lyft. And I guess last but not least, Baba. Same idea as Neil over there, just looking to go short, nothing else but shorts, building into a short from 93.50s and scalping it all the way down to $93. Once I get stopped out on the break of 93.50, I'm going to start moving that range up to $94 instead and just keep scalping this downside momentum on Baba, which is already down 4.3% on the day today.
What's going on, everyone? Hopefully everyone's having a great day and, staying profitable. I'm looking here at Fubo. Maybe we get a breakdown of 360 area and fade back to VWAP. We'll see if it sets itself up here. We're getting a lot of selling, but also feels like, people might be getting squeezed. So we'll see how this kind of plays itself out and, if we get a VWAP fade there. Overall, not too exciting for me today, just, trading a few things. Was thinking that maybe Tesla would get a breakdown, but it didn't. Looking for that Amazon long, but just small size, nothing too crazy. Kind of had that morning sell-off that was like very, very aggressive. And then, kind of bounced back and, was looking for the bounce back. That 140 level, definitely solid. Definitely solid on Amazon there. Now we're well above that. So, guys, let us know also what you're trading in the chat, what things are moving today. People saying WETP, I think it is the next HKD. But I'm going to say I'll believe it when I see it. But everybody thinks when's the next one coming. I don't know. Not too sure. Not 100% sure. So we'll have to stay tuned and see what happens.
All right, yeah, AMC right now still pushing to the north side. I guess we're going to see that retest of $17.80, which is basically where Sean is short. I have another order to take some more shares short on the pop-up there. Not going to give it too much of wiggle room past that level, just so I can protect myself in case AMC does pop. We know how AMC short squeezes happen. They happen way too easily and with the violent pop behind it. So not going to battle those apes over here. Volume coming in also to the north side. Let's actually put in some filters on our level on our time of sales and our level 2 also. So this way it's a little bit of a cleaner vision of what's exactly happening in the market for us. 1779 is the high of day today. We're looking at AMC just now break the size at 1775 and trying to inch a little bit forward as the S&P 500 pushes down. I did have a short on the S&P 500 futures today, but it looks like I covered it a little bit too soon. I thought we would kangaroo around between the 50-period EMA and the U-shaped recovery high. Obviously, I anticipated. I didn't participate. I paid the price for that. I missed out on a bigger swing down to VWAP on the S&P 500 futures. End of the day, still a good short position, profitable short position. So no complaints on that side for me. Enjoying the profits that we're making at the moment. For example, Warner Brothers 30 cents in the money, BABA 40 cents in the money, Lyft 18 cents in the money, AMC 10 cents out of the money, but we're not too worried about that position. And I believe I capitalized about a 5-point move a 10-point move on the S&P 500 futures. So pretty happy with my trading today. Very, very disciplined. Just trying to focus on myself recently. Trying to hone in back to the glory days where I was actually doing decent in my trading, and then a little bit I lost my skill a little bit. Got too cocky, lost my skill, but now coming back to my base roots, coming back to my day one methodologies, just looking for the right setups, being patient with those setups, waiting for those orders to come in and wick me in without having to chase those orders for me. So just focusing on myself over there. But let's come back to the market here real quick. EXPE, another stock with earnings catalyst today. Expedia mentioning that they got a boost in lodging revenue and also airline ticket revenue going up by about 22%, obviously pushing itself to, wow, Expedia is actually negative right now. It was up about 5.4% in pre-market. You see my long breakout order near 104. I have an order to go long in case 104 breakout reversal happens and the market starts going back north side. Clearly that's not going to happen if Expedia, which was up 5% pre-market, is going to turn into red on the day. I'm just going to leave the stock alone now. I don't believe in the longs anymore, especially if we're going to give back all of the pre-market gain and all the positive catalysts the earnings bears for the stock.
Yeah, I'm just quick. So I had a Fubo trade here. I'll show you guys. So breakdown of 160 kind of feels like, selling is starting. I think I was trying to short this thing a little bit too early, like into the pops here, just because, that 350 to 380 level is interesting because then above the 380 level, we have a gap. So I feel like if this thing if it runs like and gets above 380, then, most likely get that gap fill. And it kind of felt really, really strong here. But now that it reversed this whole pop move, holding on to the last piece of the position, it was just like a take the short here, kind of scalp some out. And then let's see if this wants to continue, right? Maybe this kind of topo pattern. You had a lot of icebergs going into this level. People perhaps liking the short here, or I'm not too sure. But, nice fade off the open, kind of reclaim that move, and now we're moving back down. So, let's see if we get back through that 350 area and then use that as a sort of resistance level, as a pre-market high resistance level. But if this wants to break back up, I think I'm just going to get myself out of it. But, I kind of want to hold the last piece for either a VWAP test or a break of VWAP. We'll see if we get there. So something I'm just managing right now, and then I'll have a look at other things as well.
Yeah, AMC is over here is really squeezing. I think I'm just going to book my loss on that position, forget about it for now, come back later on, maybe when it fills the gap from yesterday's close near 18.15 or so, maybe even above 18, we'll see some resistance coming in on AMC. But at the moment, pretty strong trend to the north side for AMC as the market push towards the downside. Here's the chart. We'll book the tiny loss on that. We're still positive on the day, thankfully, because of other positions. So not too much of a problem on that side, but most likely we'll see the stock go up to $18. I mean, it's only 5 cents away from it. Waiting for an $18 break. Look for the backside behind 18 to see if there's any more sellers piling in after the break of 18, or maybe they're waiting for the 1850, 1860 gap fill for that for their opportunity to load up on the shorts over here. There's not much size on 18 either. The stock is on SSR. So if there's anyone short, they'll just start pushing towards that $18 level, trying to use that 18 as their exit liquidity, because that's going to be their easiest out right now as they're getting squeezed on. AMC taking out some of the size on 18. We're looking at 18 just being attacked on. Some of the size getting taken out. I'm trying to see if the size replenishes on 18 or if it just stays stagnant. Real quick, let me see if I can take a position here, risk the $18 break, and if I can, I think that's something I'm gonna try doing over here. 1801, and I think we can take a multi-way reversal trade too. We can take the short in front of 18, see if 18 holds. If 18 doesn't hold, we end up in a good short. But if 18 breaks, hopefully my order works in a way where it flips me long, where we can take a quick little scalp long on it and then flip back short around 1850, 1860.
Guys, something else that was kind of crazy. I know we were looking at GovX for the past few days, past couple of weeks, obviously the whole monkeypox situation. Kind of funny how like this thing, so it releases earnings, it has the run up from yesterday, and then, you know, like the range on this thing is crazy, and that $4 level definitely interesting. Not something that I focused on today just because, you know, SSR, I just figured I got to prioritize, and I'm not too sure that it's going to get to the level that I was interested in. But look at that rejection. It didn't even get above 390, and that fade back down extra clean. So opportunities on both sides, definitely interesting. And now the real question is, will this thing be dead? So this is SSR day 2. So maybe next week sets up for some continuation overall and get a kind of a break of that, like that 250 level back to the downside and maybe get a $2 test. That would be pretty interesting. QNRX, absolutely savage. QNRX, they did an offering. This thing was at $28 not too long ago, and now it's, you know, look at it. It's at like $4.83. So just to kind of give you an idea, like everybody kind of knows the same thing, but this thing was at literally $28. Like, yes, basically yesterday, it was almost there. And now $4.84. So, you know, keep in mind that these names are, you know, sometimes they go up, sometimes they go down, but, you know, a lot of people expect that, you know, when they go wild, you got to imagine they want to do an offering, kind of the volume's there, the price is right, and then that's kind of what they do there. And, you know, but yeah, pretty savage there. And, what else? And the other thing too I wanted to mention, so, you know, we were looking at Nerve yesterday, and obviously this thing had to move towards 7. Didn't run up. 7 was the top there, and I actually didn't have a short on this because I thought maybe they would push this again, and then that would be like super A+, second time's a charm. But almost as if, like, you know, like nothing happened. Like, here's the move from $4. You get the move, you get the retracement, and now it's just dead and back to normal, right? So, you know, let's see if these what these small caps are going to do. You know, is there going to be continued momentum into next week, or, you know, are they kind of going to cool off there?
Yeah, so AMC did break that $18 level, pushed up to about $18.11. We did get flipped long, able to capitalize on that quick little break of 18, but now looks like we're going to go right back to the downside. So I'm going to flip back short here, but since the stock is on SSR, we're going to have to fight for these fills. There we go. We got our fill, and this time I'm taking less size on the short because 18 did break, but I'm also having to manage a couple of my other positions which are really pushing the downside for me, which is Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers now 80 cents. No, that's BABA. BABA 80 cents in the money, but Warner Brothers also pushing down to a profit target. Maybe we see that target getting wicked into. do. Lyft 40 cents in the money. I had to take some size on Lyft on that push down also, but still holding a good chunk of my size to see if we can get that move towards VWAP and maybe a little bit more than VWAP as NASDAQ pushes below VWAP itself, extends its losses to negative 1.22% today, and S&P 500 following suit, also getting back below VWAP and down about 0.5% today on both of these markets. So just taking advantage of these moves. Lyft now 50 cents in the money. BABA 80 cents in the money, and Warner Brothers 40 cents in the money. AMC currently 2 cents out of the money, but we're just gonna work with this trade a little bit, see what we can do. We took the short in front, we lost on it. We took the long off the break. We capitalized on that long for a quick little scalp. We saw that there was no more buying actually coming in, helping the stock to go to that 1850 that we thought it could go to. So based on that, we're gonna go back short, but we're not gonna go with our max size just yet. We're going to work with this trade, keep watching it, see if it goes back towards the high a day. If it does, then maybe we're wrong on the short once again and just forget about the stock, move on from it, as it might try to take away more of our money today, and just focus on the stocks that have been profitable for us, such as BABA, Lyft, and Warner Brothers.
Somebody in the chat saying fall, Tesla falls. So let's have a look here quickly at Tesla. Oh yeah, it is actually falling here. I had one trade on Tesla. I tried it with very, very small size because I wasn't convinced. And I'm like, Tesla might be the first to fall. That was kind of my overall bias. But again, I don't trade this very well because obviously it chops around, and I'm just looking at kind of areas where can I scale up. I'm not the type of trader that I'm gonna short 910 and give it to like 920, 925. But if you are, look at that level, right? Had the morning fall off, rejected, falls off, comes back. Has the kind of little bit of a short squeeze type move where it's like pop and drop, back below VWAP, and now we're just falling. Gotta imagine that 880 level, is a target. Like if I was short, that's kind of like a breakdown level, but we're very high on the day, and I don't really anticipate today, unless the market really, really wants to sell off. I don't really anticipate that we break 880 and have a move to like 850. But look at this move, right? This is like super, super weak. From 910 all the way to 890. What is that? You got like a $30 move right there, or $20 move right there. Like, I've seen Tesla move before, but just based on the way this chart looks, gotta imagine that every $10, $5 increments, you might have some bounces. But as long as this thing holds trend, the trend is your friend, right? Clearly holding trend here, rejected, and perhaps rejected for a fourth, fifth time in a row for another breakdown, right? But that 885 level for some reason is a level that kind of interests me. But again, this thing, if this thing keeps falling, this is buy the rumor, sell the news in terms of they did their stock split. I don't know if that really applies, but obviously, overall market at this point, let me just quickly have a look here. Where do we stand? We're down basically 50 basis points. NASDAQ down 1%, but Tesla down almost 4% right now, right? So, maybe room to go. And we'll see, are we going to get a gap down going into next week? Definitely be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, AMC really did manage to squeeze to that 1850 level without me, man. That's so sad. They pushed back below 18. They stopped out everyone over there, and they pushed right back to that 1850. That was the exact setup that I was calling out too. So it's sad that I didn't get to capitalize on that setup perfectly, just the way I wanted to. But as the stock pushes up to this 1850 levels, that's where we wanted to be short anyway. So let's try to get back in over here for a couple more tries, and then if this level doesn't work out for us, we're just gonna have to completely put AMC on the burner and not have to look at the stock anymore, because they will for sure take our money away. This stock is very ruthless. The apes are out to for sure come get all the shorts out. But as we're talking about it, we're currently 24 cents in the money on AMC. So that is a good thing for us, because it is bringing back some of those losses that we already incurred on the move down. So let me just try to scalp out some of these profits on that 20-cent swing down. Maybe not. Maybe they're not going to give me the fills. They just instantly ran it back up, but we're going to keep on working with it. These are my trades, though. I'm going to keep monitoring them for myself, but let's see some of the stocks that you guys are looking at. AMC 1833 to 1851 made $800 on AMC puts. Let's go, my friend. Good job on that trade. As long as you're able to find a setup for you that works out and keep on repeating that setup, that's all it takes. BBAI being called out by Brendo in our work chat, so let's head over to that one real quick. Oop, wrong box. BBAI. BBAI on NASDAQ, on New York, BBAI on New York currently launching 72% to the north side. Big volume candles coming in for BBAI. Not sure what the catalyst is. 5 million float, and it is absolutely on a tear. 75% coming in with 3.5 million shares traded. What is that on the relative volume scale? BBAI on the relative volume side is 53 times on the relative volume. Big Bear AI, I'm just not sure what company it is, but based off the company name, I'm guessing it's something to do with artificial intelligence, AI.
Yeah, I'm just updating my watch list over here. One of the other names, small cap mover that I was looking at, KZIA. I think they're biotech. I think they had really good news, KZIA. I'll quickly pull them up to have a quick look just to remind myself where they are. I think they faded from the morning. Yeah, you know, that classic kind of pop action. That over $3 level was very interesting. And I was wondering, are we going to get another move up towards 3 going into like 350 to give this a chance? You know, kind of that's the small caps always have that same kind of pattern, you know, high day clear out and then reversal. We didn't. We just kind of faded down and like kind of death off the open. Really hard to chase these things, you know, just a reminder, reminding myself, reminding you guys, you know, you don't want to chase into the abyss on these names because sometimes they can rip your face off. So obviously, you know, manage risk accordingly. And just getting the other names into here. Somebody mentioning AMTD as well. So, you know, AMTD, obviously, you know, like the correlation with HKD over there. This thing, you know, making a bounce. But I almost want to say this thing is for sure dead. Like, there is no way that this thing, like, looking back at the $10 level when it set itself up, there was so much volume and so much slamming at that level, and it just could not get to 12, 13. So you got to imagine that, like, everybody there was just super convinced, you know, like just so much selling, just huge wall at 10. So I really doubt that we get back towards there. But something I wanted to quickly mention on AMC, yesterday going into earnings, and I'll drag the chart here just to show you kind of context of the chart. You know, yesterday going into earnings, I don't think earnings was out, but we had the push towards 1950. And me and Ian were actually looking at this, and the amount of offers that were slamming this down at like 1950, 1965 area, like this area right over here, it was just too good. Like looking back, like that's an unlimited size smash to the short side, and clearly that like the short was good, and this just kind of flushed towards the downside, hitting 16, hitting a low of 16, so more than a 10% expected move. But you got to imagine, you know, this thing is now SSR. It's squeezing to the upside. Maybe it's people taking their profits. But, you know, anybody who's short AMC is probably worried from time to time. And I think if we get to that 1950-20 area where, you know, initially those people or those traders taking it short, I want to say that, like, that 20 area is like, really, really interesting. Maybe not today, just because, like, obviously that would be a huge move from 17 to 20 and continue. We've seen it before. But, you know, if this gets to 20, you got to imagine people are getting squeezed. And, you know, like there could be some crazy amount of action over there. So keep your eyes on AMC today. If we somehow get to the $20 level, it'll be crazy interesting to see how that plays out. And it is SSR, so you got to imagine that 20 break is going to be absolutely solid. So, yeah, something I'm looking at there.
Man, it sucks that AMC played out exactly like I said, and I just didn't capitalize on it. At least we're in a short that is now 30 cents in the money off that exact same play. I said 1850, it's going to go there. Watch for it. We're better off shorting that. Instead, I took the shorts over here. I took the long breakout for that possible move of 1850. It debated me and moved up to 1812, 1815, and then it died off again below 18. So that kind of tricked me over there. Whatever, though. Now we're 40 cents in the money on this AMC short as it pushes to the downside, taking some size out on these wins and making back those losses that we first originally incurred no longer matters because all of our shorts all around the board are absolutely paying out. I did have to cover Baba. Was that Sean clapping for my shorts? Let's go. Thank you, Sean. Baba, I did have to cover Baba because I thought it was going to start popping back to VWAP, so I got out of that one. But we're not worried about that one because we didn't really have much size left on Baba. The real size trade that I have on board, Warner Brothers going down to 50 cents in the money, Lyft going down 35 cents in the money, AMC going down 35 cents in the money. Sell, 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 sell. No buy just yet. We might find buys going back to 4,100 level, and that's and we know that level is significant, right? This market is going to be most likely keeps on bouncing between these two levels on the upside and downside. 4150 pretty strong of a resistance. 4175 area pretty strong of a resistance. 4100 pretty strong support. Okay, I was confused. But yeah, pretty strong of a support, 4,100 to the downside. So multiple areas for the stock market to just kangaroo around in. And that's why I'm not looking to capitalize on big moves today. I'm just looking to keep on scalping within ranges. As long as I can find a good range to scalp in, maybe BABA does not really break the 92 bottom and keeps giving you opportunities to go long 92 and short 94. That's something that I'll be trying to put some damage on. And let me just take some profits on Warner Brothers over here. I do have an order all the way to the downside, but I want to capitalize some more profits in this range over here.
Yeah, you know, we're seeing that FUBO, people just hitting the bid here, people selling into this. I got to imagine there's a lot of icebergs here. I think if we break that 350 area, we're definitely getting the VWAP test. So let's see what happens here. You know, people soaking, people probably, like I'm wondering like if this is just like covering. I mean, these are questions that don't really like get you too far. But, you know, if we get the 350 breakdown, probably good for another 10-cent move to the downside. And then let's see how it acts around VWAP. When you get these type of short squeezes that pop, you know, once the buying is done, it kind of feels like, you know, the selling just continues for the rest of the day. So had the morning sell-off, had the kind of squeeze to the upside, the little squeeze to the upside, and then, you know, got to imagine when's the next time FUBO will be at this level? I have no idea. It's a strong earnings move, but it's kind of at the top of that daily range. So, you know, if it does decide to fade, then, you know, the shorts are good from here. And, you know, when's the next time we'll see $4 level? I mean, I don't know. Is this really going to 4 or 5? Like, I'll be surprised. So we'll see what happens here. Maybe add to this position and go from there.
DoorDash is a stock that had earnings catalyst today and positive earnings catalyst, if I can remember correctly. I surged 10% to the north side. Delivery service raised its forecast for gross order value, so no minimum order value price going up, basically, I guess is what that's saying. DoorDash reported a wider than expected quarterly loss though, but revenue was above Wall Street expectations. So all indications coming in for DoorDash to the north side jumped up to 10% in pre-market, but gave back a good chunk of that move and now only up 1.4%. I tried a long around 84 on DoorDash. I didn't like it at all. I said, nope, I'm going to jump out of this trade. I didn't even take a loss on it. I think I honestly just paid fees on this trade. So I got out of this trade, honestly, saved me a ton of money as it clearly was not going to work out on the long direction for DoorDash. DoorDash might be one of those other stocks today that had a positive earnings catalyst and turns negative, like Expedia. Expedia now down almost 0.25% and looking to keep on going. It does not want to stop. Does Expedia find buyers though around the $100 level? Is part of this move in the positive stocks is part of the move in the positive stocks because the market's bleeding. So those are some of the questions we need to ask ourselves over there. Tupperware is something that I also wanted to look at today. When I first came into work, Tupperware had no volume on it, but now Tupperware has about 1.4 million shares traded. I think yesterday Tupperware was to the north side, right? So Tupperware today also using that traction behind that earnings catalyst from yesterday and moving a little bit more, just inching a little bit more. Mom, stop texting me. I'm at work. But yeah, we're going to be watching some of these positions all day.
Yeah, for sure. We're, you know, just watching this one very quickly here. Maybe you're looking at something else and just give me like 5 more minutes on this one.
Yeah, for sure. You can have all the time you want, my friend. Also want to look at NKLA. That's a stock from yesterday that had a catalyst behind it. Let's see how Nikola is doing today after that. We're actually stuck in yesterday's range completely. If you can look on the daily chart over here, yesterday's high 809, yesterday's low 735. We're pretty much just stuck in those exact same ranges, not really doing anything exciting for Nikola. I guess we'll have to wait to see what the market S&P 500 does. NASDAQ currently pushing all the way back down to the lower days and testing the bottoms, 13,100 areas. NASDAQ down 1.6%. S&P 500 now down 0.8%, but getting very close to the 1% marker. So if the market does manage to go back, does S&P 500 does manage to go back to 4,100 and break 4,100 today, maybe we had that extended move to 4,000s and then a little bit of a more extended move. We don't know yet. We just have to be patient and watch the market. Makes me upset though that I didn't hold my future short, which would have been almost 40 points in the money now. So missing out on some of the money over there, but at least we're capitalizing on those shorts on other stocks such as Warner Brothers, Lyft, and even AMC, which is once again 30 cents in the money. Surprisingly though, AMC has been holding above $18, and there was some size on 18.11 that just got washed out. It's time to head over to Brendo for social sentiment. No, oh no, yeah, sorry. It's good. I can still talk. My earpiece doesn't work anymore, so I just guessed. This earpiece doesn't connect anymore, man. So I just had to guess.
That was a good guess. Like 11:30. I'm like, oh yeah, 11:30, and
we're good now. Okay, yeah. Let's send it over to Brendo for social sentiment.
Hey guys, yeah, an update for you on what's being talked about on social media. A lot more red creeping into this board now after what we saw this morning. Tesla specifically, QNRX as well, in negative territory on this board. The Qs, GovX, BABA, ENVB, AMD even creeping in on the downside. So again, these are just stocks that people are talking about on social media, and then the directional bias as to which they are talking about. AMC, the big one, 2 days in a row to the downside off earnings. SPY as well on here to the downside, the big one as well on the board. But there is a fair amount of green coming through. Fubo, DraftKings, SIGA, Mullen, Vinco Ventures on here, AMTD as well. AMTD failed at that high, right back down again. For that one. Coinbase as well coming next week for earnings, but a ton of individual names, probably the busiest board we've seen all week, guys. Back over to you.
All right, yeah, coming back to us over here. I want to talk about Square Block, however you want to call the company. The ticker's still SQ, so we're still going to call it Square. Square, I believe, had a negative catalyst today, down 6.4. Reports a 34% drop in revenue in Cash App. That's something that I wanted to talk about. For you gamers, you guys know what Cash App is. Cash App has been very prominent on Twitch in the esports realm. They've been very active. But what I have been noticing is they dumped a ton of money on Twitch in donations and everything. So obviously, when you're donating to gamers who are gaming and they're gonna stay at home for the most part, not really going outside to spend money too much, right? And you're trying to push the app onto gamers over there. They got a lot of app users to sign up because of those promotions on Twitch and so on. But then later on, once those promotions die down and these people are not getting free money from watching Twitch streamers or watching YouTube streamers, obviously the usage on the app will go down, and the 34% drop in revenue is the most logical sense that makes sense, most logical thing that was next thing's going to happen on that app, right? So we could have all seen this coming from a mile away about that app in specific, but Square, we know Jack Dorsey, I believe that's his name, trying to do some revolutionary stuff with Square by changing the name to blockchain. I guess we'll have to wait and see where cryptocurrency will head over to, how cryptocurrency will start morphing and really start changing our ecosystem or economy on a global scale. You know, I'm still waiting to see how that's going to help us out, if it's going to actually change the way that currency is going to be transacted on a day-to-day basis over here. I'm watching AMC and actually very happy as I'm 58 cents in the money. Not sure if I want to take profits just yet or hold on to my size in case AMC pushes right back towards VWAP, because I want to turn AMC into my positive stock. I have 0 negative stocks besides AMC today, and a part of my revenge trading mentality mindset wants me to turn that into a positive stock too. But the fact that we cut down the losses on AMC by half already, and every cent that AMC keeps on dropping to the downside means we keep making more and more money and recouping some of those dollars back. So that's the idea behind this trade so far, taking profits. But here's Square bouncing off the 100 and the 50 period EMA on the 5-minute chart, which just so happened to be around the $87, pushing back to VWAP, which I think is 89 or so, as the S&P 500 and NASDAQ. NASDAQ actually broke the low a day near 13,100, but is now pushing back above 13,100. S&P 500 never really pushed down there, created a higher low, whereas the NASDAQ created a lower low. So tech market apparently a lot weaker.
Tesla has just fallen off here. So it actually bounced off that 880 level right through 885. Holding trend. So, gut feeling tells me that 880 level, maybe bounce level. But if we just keep making lows, this thing is just going. Who knows where the bottom is? Lots of selling on this one. Market got a bounce. Tesla got a little bounce there. I think the low, if I'm not mistaken, is 880.07. So 880.07. So bounced right off the 880. Didn't manage to see it. Not sure if there's any size there, but I'm going to guess no. But yeah, this is just falling off here. This is just super aggressive. Lots of selling. Let's see if 880 breaks down and this continues.
Just throwing out some orders here on Lyft in case Lyft pops up to that $20 area to go short once again. While I actually get out of the trade completely, I'm capitalizing my profits on Lyft, and I'm waiting for Lyft to push back. Hello, is Lyft on NASDAQ? I typed the right ticker. Oh, I did not type the right ticker.
Guys, we got 5,500 people with us right now. Hit that like button. We're at 1.7. We could get that to 2,000, even 3,000 today. I'm convinced. Do it for the show. Do it for entertainment. Do it for Tesla. Do it for everything because things are moving right now. Super exciting. So I'm out of my Fubo trade just to kind of highlight. Had the short over here, covered some, held the rest, then added a little bit, thinking that okay, maybe 350 will break down and it'll flush down to VWAP. See, the thing is we broke and there was some selling, but the thing is it kind of feels like if people are short from over here, it's going down, and you got some covering, you got some bids that are reloading. And one of the things that I look for is if you see bids pop up and then get pulled and then pop up again, I'm like, okay, there's an active trader here who is actively trying to cover here. They threw their size out. It did not get filled. The market whipped away from it. They pulled it back. So, this person maybe is trying to cover actively. So I got myself out over here, and I held a little bit of a piece because I'm like, whatever, maybe it will not get above 350, and I'm just seeing things, and we'll continue downward. But, I guess that whole bias was right. I'm not holding this back up to 360. I'm just not. I don't care. This is like a scalp trade for me. So, took some exercise there. Covered a little bit because it just didn't feel right, and then covered the rest on a little bit of a pop here. You got to remember too that obviously the name is up, 18%, and the real level is 375 going into 4. That's a really nice level there. But look at this, right? The sell off the open, and then the pop, and now it's just kind of trending. So
GBT, guys, just popped up and halted here above $52. Pfizer apparently looking to acquire GBT. So big move here, halted currently.
70.
Did you say acquired by Pfizer? We couldn't really hear you from here.
Pfizer,
Acquired by Pfizer. So popping up, big move coming in. Man, I've been watching Pfizer and Moderna trying to acquire more and more companies after their swing in profits that they acquired from COVID-19 vaccines. So good for Moderna, good for Pfizer. We'll watch where these positions go to. AMC right now breaking back above 18, so my stop triggered. I'm out of my AMC position. Thankfully cut down the losses by half on AMC over there. Lyft right now pushing back to the north side too with the help of the market, going back north. But more importantly, a couple of the traders apparently called it out, and I wasn't even noticing, was Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers moved down to 1450. I saw there was some size on 1450. Keep in mind the stock is on SSR. SSR means short sale restriction. It cannot be taken out, the size on the bids, because of the rule that's every time a stock drops more than 10%, it just makes it harder to short the stock, right? So based on that, I thought Warner Brothers was going to pop off the 1450 level, but we had enough longs trying to get out of their position clearly as we take out that level, and now we go down to the low of day near $14.43 as I have 30% of my size left on this position, and I don't know what to do with it when I'm 72 cents in the money. Absolutely slam dunking Warner Brothers. Had the original short, I said nope, that's not the right spot to be short. I moved my order to 1520. I said nope, it's not going to move to 1520. I moved my order to 1515. It moves to 1515. It drops from there right away in the next very second, giving me a 70 to 70 cents per share trade. My risk to reward was probably 5 cents risk for a reward of 70 cents right now. So those are the type of trades that I always hunt for, I always look for. And when you find setups like these, repeatable, scalable, you can keep on improving on your day-to-day processes.
Yeah, guys, so GBT, as Brendo said, GBT to be acquired by Pfizer, it's showing now I don't know how accurate this is, but it's showing an indicated open of 70. So I'm not really sure when it's going to open. I don't know the process here. I don't know if it's it's like a news halt, so I guess they open it whenever they want it. I don't think it's going to be a 5-minute halt, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong here. But I'm looking at the daily, and it doesn't seem like. I mean, when's the last time this thing was at like 70, like 69 area, 80 area? Like we're talking back in 2020 April, we had a double top at like 85 to 87 area. So I'll just drag this chart over, makes it easier. This is the daily, this is the top, right? GBT, the top here being $88, like give or take, and then it hasn't been there since, right? Showing indicated open 69, which would bring it to around here. So I mean, spent some time in this area, but didn't really get above this level. I'm trying to think if they're being acquired, obviously there might be a price. I'm just not sure if I didn't hear it or if there is a price. But it'll be approximately $5 billion. So I'm not really.
It's a rumor. They're talking, it's a rumor. We'll find out when the news comes out. Obviously, every time a buyout rumor comes out, any buyout news drop, we will know right away what the price is. And if there's ever a point where we don't know what the price is, it's most likely that it's a rumor or they're in talks, or it's not a cash deal, it's a stock and cash, or maybe just stock deal. So that's the way those things work with that. The more you look at the buyout, what is the thing again? Merger and acquisition news. The more you start tracking that, the more you'll be in touch with it. For example, a brand new merger and acquisition news dropping today. iRobot, Amazon coming in, buying more home appliances products. I actually was looking to buy an iRobot not too long ago on Prime Day because my other fake Roomba that I had got absolutely destroyed by my dog. So I was thinking about buying an iRobot, and my mom was like, no, forget it. Coco's just gonna ruin it again. There's no point. But if now Amazon's teaming up with iRobot, maybe the prices of it come down. Maybe I get to pair it up with Alexa. I think it already has that pairing. Who knows? I don't know for sure. I haven't used one in a while. But if it has that Amazon Alexa pairing, I have Alexas and Googles all over my house, so the feds are for sure listening to every single word I'm saying. But as long as my Roomba is able to move around with my voice command and my computer turns on with my voice command, I'm okay with that. The feds are welcome into my house at any moment.
I think the key is they have the ability to, but not to say that they will, because why the heck would they care? Still watching Tesla 880, kind of feeling like maybe this is a bounce level, but obviously it's like extra weak, but we're getting, sometimes when I'm watching these levels like 880, I'm wondering to myself, people are coming on the bid here. Whether it's covering or people playing the bounce play, they're getting hit. They're getting filled. I think 880 is definitely your defined out, but it almost feels like that's going to break, and it might just break right now. Also looking at Amazon 140, we did already break that, but in the morning, absolutely solid level. We broke to the downside and just reclaimed it. Now we're below it again. But, is this a level where we kind of dance around and then, if the market wants to bounce back for whatever reason, 140, definitely an interesting level to play off, definitely solid here. So, Tesla 880 coming into play right now. Feels like it could be a break and reclaim. You had this really, really strong move to the downside. So will it continue and move another 5-10 points? Time will tell. You can never know. All you can do is manage risk.
Yeah, and I'm managing mine over here by getting out of my position, capitalizing on those profits, and not looking to give any back as it might pop back up. And if it breaks the low a day, I'll complain about it later. But right now, I'm more focused on just taking my profits and coming back at a different time if possible. So no positions on board today. Positive day so far, and trying to keep it that way. But S&P 500 and NASDAQ bleeding, man. Absolutely red zones for both of these markets. Let's go check out IWM Russell 2000 on the Amex, not MA. Not even sure what market MA is. But Amex is what we want to head over to. Most likely red, but very slightly. Not really bleeding is the small cap sector, apparently only down 0.5%. And that's probably because AMC, which has been, I believe AMC is the number one or pretty high weightage of the IWM Russell 2000 basket, has been returning to the north side quite a bit. AMC now once again above $18, $18.21 coming into AMC. Maybe we get an opportunity to short that $18.50 level one more time in case the stock pops up. I'm just going to throw an order out there just to be safe. So in case it does get up there, I want those fills and take advantage of that short one more time. And then if it doesn't work out, that's fine with us. You know, that my job is to take these chances every time we see them and attack them. AMC next level to 1833. It's on its way there, so you very well could be right. Maybe it rejects off of 1833 and never giving me a chance to load up at the high day. But I'm keeping my order at the high day because I think AMC could easily squeeze the shorts, push above 1850, scare people above 1850, and then come back down. I mean, this stock is trading above VWAP right now on a negative catalyst. Luca is looking for the $20 level today, which could also be possible. You know, AMC has done some wild things. It could de-whack on us at any moment.
Absolutely, absolutely. If any name can do it, AMC definitely can do it. Interesting there. So Tesla below 880. We had people bidding in front, then we broke the level. The thing with these level breaks on Tesla now, I feel like it is super illiquid. So the thing is you might think like, oh, I'm gonna put a stop there, like, but where are you gonna get the fill? That is the question. Like, how much are you crossing? These are the things I'm asking myself. I did not take the short through because of that. I think I tried the 900 break, but you know, I didn't cross enough, didn't get the fill. I was like, all right, it's gonna be one of those days. So, you know, kind of interesting. Will we get back above the 880 level? I think I might try a long above that, you know, with a very tight stop. If we kind of rip back up and then go, I think it's worth it just for the pop, like the short-term pop. But at the same time, like this thing is holding trend, so this is kind of dangerous take here. So it'll be a scalp. Maybe we get in, maybe we get out. It'd probably be a flat trade if I had to guess. But if we do rip through 880, you know, like maybe we bounce, right? So let's see where this goes. And okay, no, in and out. All right, one of those days. So, you know, sometimes you see these levels and it breaks, and this is the way that I trade this. I'll literally try a long through, like a cheeky long, and if it doesn't go right away, I'll just get myself out. If it continues to go afterwards, whatever it is, what it is, but it's not something that I'm gonna, you know, like hold against me because obviously it's like a red day, like kind of weak there. So even if we bounce here, whatever it is, what it is. I've seen this setup before. I've tried it multiple times. Tight risk, definitely can't complain on that one. So one of the other movers today was MOBQ. This thing was up at like I think 250 area, you know, but you know, kind of dropped and just kind of died off. There's really like no volume here, but you know, interesting 260 to 280. I think I want to say on the daily like that the 280 level is like a 200 period moving average if I'm not correct. If I'm not mistaken, sorry. And yeah, if we, I was eyeing this because if we got above 3, then like there was a nice gap to fill, moving towards 6 area. So you know, interesting, but obviously we didn't get it. Dead, kind of nuked off the open. So whatever is what it is. Gonna let that one go. And Amazon still holding above this 440 area. So you know, definitely. I mean, the overall market obviously fell off, and this thing just kind of fell off here. And you know. Off the morning, I think we had icebergs at 140. Then we bounced right off 140. There was a lot of bids stepping up. So super, super clean level for anybody that played the bounce play on that. I was thinking short just because of the iceberg. And
Baba is cutting 10K jobs, my friend. Okay, Baba, that means my shorts I should have held, and it should have been more in the money because I had 93.50 short and we're at 91.58 right now. Oh, why does this always happen to me? Because I'm bad at exiting. How do I improve at exiting? I don't know just yet, but you know what? I will work on it. I will improve, and I will get better. That's the wording change that Luca has installed in my head not too long ago. I first will start off by bashing myself, by saying I'm bad, but second, I will go right back into how can I fix this? How can I get better? Today, obviously, we're going to miss out on this chance. Here's AMC. What did I say? AMC will easily push above 1850 and try to burn some of those short stops, scare those people, and then maybe come back down. It's already past my stop, which I didn't have out there because I went to go get a bottle of water. So I should have probably been stopped already. But now that AMC is coming back slightly, I'm going to keep a close eye on this, but most likely should be out of this trade and be waiting for those $19, $20 levels. Look at AMC's V-shaped recovery, not even in front of VWAP, man. I think AMC is just going to try and take more of my money back away from me here. So I'm going to be very careful with this position. Currently 7 cents out of the money. I'm going to keep my risk very, very tight on this position, on this stock, which is known to absolutely burn short sellers.
Yeah, you know, somebody in the chat saying if you tell yourself you're bad, then you will be bad. But you know, it's good to have both scenarios out, right? You want to like be very gentle with how you treat yourself. Obviously, you know, trading is a very difficult game. But yes, you want to get better than you were yesterday. Continue to try to get better. Continue to try new things, see what works. And when it does work, scale up very aggressively. And if it doesn't work, scale right back down and kind of back to square one. It's always just, try and it's kind of trial and error. This Amazon 140 level, interesting. So I'm going to try along here. I mean, if we continue to break down, and like break through like the low, like call it 139.50 area, then, it is what it is. It's wrong. But it just kind of feels like, maybe this is the level where bids will continue to reload. And, if we get an overall pop for whatever reason, good for $1, move to 141 area. So I'll play that. Maybe the range is set for the day. Got some nice parabola action. Got a really, really nice sell-off, some consolidation. If it's going to be one of those days where Free Fall Friday is in effect and we're breaking the lows and continuing lower, then, it's a quick, I'll be out 50-cent risk on that. But if we run to 141, maybe this goes. So let's see what happens.
All right, yeah, I'm still watching Baba here for a possible move down to $90 and maybe 90 breaks today. I'm not really sure. I'm just throwing out scenarios out there. We can maybe even look for a 90.50 break to the downside one more time for a move possible for a $90 break, $91 break, sorry, and then a $90 break after on. Look at the size on 90.50, constantly refreshing and getting ready for a possible re-break to the downside. So let me just actually put Baba on my second screen over here so I can throw out a quick little order to go short in case it happens one more time. Full 4 will take a little bit more size than that. I have my order out there. Bang, 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 bang. If 91.50 breaks to the downside one more time, low a day 91.47. We'll take the low a day breakout on Baba, or if Baba pushes back to VWAP around $93, $93.50, we'll look for that short opportunity over there too. But I'm very happy right now as AMC pushes right back to the downside. Oh, sorry, wrong chart. As AMC pushes right back to the downside, giving me 13 cents in the money. Not like I'm too excited about 13 cents, but I'm just happy the fact that we were able to hold this stock for that wiggle room unintentionally, unintentionally because we didn't really mean to hold it all the way up there. We were just away from our desk without having a stop out, so we got lucky on that one. We're going to keep it real. We're going to keep it a P, or we're going to keep it on a stack, as Gunna says it, right? Free Gunna, wherever he is. I don't know if he's still in jail or not. But the point is, we're going to keep it a stack, always going to keep it honest with the viewers because that's how we are, man. Trader TV Live, the #1 trading show on YouTube, wherever, on any streaming platform, you name it. Nobody's doing it like us. So make sure you slap that like button, slap that subscribe button, and any other buttons that you can slap on.
Somebody's saying, Luca, when do I buy AMC? So first of all, I'm not buying AMC. I am not buying this name. I don't know when you should buy it, but keep in mind you want to trade your own book, right? You want to trade your own book. Don't just blindly follow the trades that you see. I mean, like, you're free to do as you will, but keep in mind that, like, everybody has their own setup. Everybody has their own ideas in mind. And a lot of the times, like, for myself, like speaking towards myself, I think in real time. Like, I'm definitely a discretionary trader. I think in real time. Like, for example, with this Amazon long that I have right here, like I took the long. I don't know if I'm going to add to it. I don't know if I'm going to take more size. I don't know if I'm going to scale out. Like, I'm not getting out at 141. I say that loosely because it's like a VWAP area. But, it might get there, and I might just be like, oh, this is like, it looks good, like it's going to continue. Or maybe it breaks this kind of range here, and then it runs. But the thing is it could break this range. It could run. It could come back, and then I could be like, okay, I don't like that anymore. I'm going to get out and just hold a little bit. So, thinking in real time, obviously very difficult to explain kind of how I'm thinking and what I'm thinking. I don't really know. But anyways, looking at GBT, so I'm not sure when this is going to open. I'm keeping it on my left screen, and I'm not sure why this is here. GBT, I'm keeping this on my left screen because when this opens, I want to be aware so you guys can watch, and you guys will see this start to move, and that's when it's open. I did the math. If it's approximately $5 billion buyout, it brings it to a price of around $75. So not 75 exactly, but it's around 76, 75, 77. The indicated open price right now is showing 66. Keep in mind time value of money, so these things never open at the buyout price. But it'll be interesting to see, when it opens, what's going to happen. You got to imagine that, like, right off the open, this thing runs up 66. If it gets towards 70, people say, like, am I going to wait like 5 to 6 months and sell buyout price, or am I going to just sell right now? So it might have some weakness off the open, but it'll definitely be interesting to see kind of, how it opens, what happens, where the volume is. Amazon on a tear. It's buying everything. The price is on a tear. I'm here 52 cents in the money. The company is on a tear. They're buying everything in sight. This is the level, the 140 level. If we're going higher, I was actually reading a thread yesterday talking about like these bear market rallies are sharp, they're violent, and there's a potential that they could go to the highs and make new highs on like no real volume. It's just kind of like everyone, shorts that are late to the party, they want to jam the short, they get squeezed, and it's just kind of violent. And there's really, not to say like no liquidity, but it's like they're shorting and then it goes higher and they're just like jamming it and just getting squeezed and trying to get themselves out of there. So, definitely interesting. It's a new environment for me to watch. Probably a new environment for a lot of you guys too. So, overall, definitely interesting time to be a trader. Watch and learn. If you don't know what's happening, don't get involved. Don't get involved. But if you see what's happening and it lines up with your setup, then that's the time that you really get excited and you really get involved there. So Amazon looking good. Hopefully runs another 50 cent. Make my life easier if this market wants to push back to VWAP. Yeah, it'll be exciting.
Neil calling out SIGA in our work chat about 5 minutes ago. SIGA new high a day. Big volume candle also for SIGA. So yeah, monkeypox stock still having that fear looming around in the environment for everybody. My dad on a phone call not too long ago, he's like, hey son, be careful about this new virus. We should all be worried about it. So if my dad's worried about it, then we have Biden yesterday coming out and saying, yeah, you're good. Biden coming out yesterday and saying, we should be fearful of monkeypox. It might have more impact on the world than what we're thinking about or what we fear, what we originally thought. So on that news, on any fear, market loves fear. So SIGA pumping up. Last time we got a fear in the same realm of this was COVID-19, and you saw what happened to Moderna, Pfizer, and Novavax, BNTX, all of those vaccination stocks in general. The vaccine plays were off the charts, going up to $400, $100, you name it. So if SIGA, if monkeypox is going to be somewhat of a serious stock, or not stock, serious virus that we might need to be worried about, and then SIGA is going to obviously take a big traction to the north side. Along with SIGA could be a couple other stocks such as I think GovX is one of them. And what's the stock that starts with a T? TNPX? TN something? I forget what the other monkeypox stock was. If someone in the chat can remember, can put it out there for us, that'd be amazing. But yeah, we're just watching the market at the moment. Man, AMC, what did I say? We should be very careful with the stock, right? AMC pushing up to $18.77. And this is why I stopped myself out right before it popped that, took my profits, walked away from it. I'm just going to constantly try to just diminish my losses on AMC so I can turn it profit, but I'm going to do it very carefully and very selectively. Don't want to do it in random spots where we get burnt and give back more on AMC on the pursuit of cutting down the losses on it. Also, while we're talking about AMC, I'm looking at BABA push back to the lower day, so a possible breakout of the lower day on BABA, giving us a entry on 91.50 break and a move to $91, which is 50-cent profit, and a possible move to even $90 after the catalyst that BABA is now cutting 10,000 jobs. Obviously, anytime a company is cutting jobs, economy is going to get hurt, especially a company as big as BABA. We saw this happening with the Apple catalyst, the Google catalyst, even the Microsoft and a bunch of other companies around the board talking about just not canceling, but slowing down hiring and also firing people, sadly. Free Fall Friday in effect, apparently. Well, people are saying Free Fall Friday in effect. Yeah, NASDAQ is down 1.5%. Yeah, S&P 500 is down 0.8%. Would you constitute that as a Free Fall Friday? I guess so. But, it's a little bit of a kangaroo action, right? It's kind of free fall, yeah, fair enough. But I would like to see lower lows on the S&P 500 and lower highs on the S&P 500. NASDAQ, thankfully, has created a lower low on the second low, but afterwards, we're now just stuck in the same low around 13,100 on this market. But, free fall Friday or not, opportunities are dime a dozen. We're going to be keep hunting for them, keep sniping for these opportunities, and make sure that we can keep stacking to our P&L today. Donkey Kong isn't done. Donkey Kong isn't done. So let's go check out DKNG. DKNG, wow. Yeah, I mean, we did try to go long on this stock at one point. Coming back to $18, I believe that's where Neil was long on Donkey Kong, right? 18. So I might just try to steal a little bit of that trade from him on 18. But keep in mind, we're going into lunchtime. Volume is about to go lower. It is possible for DraftKings to break this $18 level as the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ are looking to go back to the downside. If that happens, if Donkey Kong breaks 18, maybe you lose about 13 cents for a possible risk to reward ratio of, 50 cents, 60 cents, 80 cents to the north side. That is a trade that I do like. I might try to work myself into this trade a little bit over here. Just going to be a little patient, though. I do like that trade because Neil, and this is just a WWND trade. What would Neil do trade?
What would Neil do? He would do the right thing, of course.
Do the right thing. Be a man. No, I don't know. I'm talking about Russell Peters. I don't know what movie you're talking about. What was it made? Do the right thing. Oh, okay. Spike Lee movies? Come on, man. I'm joking. I'm joking. Luke, are you looking at anything?
So I'm just looking back here at my Amazon position. Seems to be working for me and kind of holding this level here, just kind of glancing back. So you know what? Going to add a little bit more here, see if we get another leg up. Just kind of holding this overall trend here. I just want to add to this. I feel like it's like a, got to be patient, slow mover. If it turns on me and kind of goes back down, then, reevaluate, see what happens next. What else do we got here? We got GovX back at 350, but, day 2 SSR, not really expecting too much from this one. And let's see where Tesla is, too. Tesla's 875. Okay, GBT is now open. Around $68, you got a little bit of a spread there, so let's see what happens here. It'll be interesting to see, how this kind of reacts if it gets to 70. So that's kind of my arbitrary level there. I'm sure there'll be quite a bit of icebergs, so, let's see what happens next.
Yeah, I'm just loading up Streamlabs OBS over here because apparently we're losing track of a couple of our donations and super chats, which is something we should never be doing, right? People are sending in money. They want us to look at something specific. So let me see if I can track back. But if I remember specifically, it was our boy from Quebec, Michel Herbert. Talking about Bed Bath & Beyond. Apparently he called out Bed Bath & Beyond. I can't remember the super chat exactly, but if I can somehow track it back, I'll look at it again. But I do know you were mentioning this stock. 58% to the north side for Bed Bath & Beyond today. Meme stocks back on the platter, back on the food plate, back on the dinner table, whatever you want to say on this one. Gotta love the fact that 30 million shares traded on this one today, and it's above VWAP, it's holding. I gotta find out what the catalyst is for Bed Bath & Beyond. So let me quickly head over to our trusty watch list on Trader TV Live to see if we have anything over there on Bed Bath & Beyond. No, I don't see anything. But you know what? I'll take this time to research what it is. In that meantime, let's send it over to Brendo to see what he has.
Hey guys, into the lunch hour we go. Let's get a check of where we're at right now. Pretty red board still right across the entire thing here, outside of a few markets down here in South America. SP 500, 0.8, 0.4 there for the Dow, the Russell, all still pretty red. The 2000, however, showing a little bit of relative strength versus the 1000, 3000 today. NASDAQ Composite and the 100 still the leader, 1.5, 1.17. The TSX here in Toronto about 0.5%. Again, this all coming off of that jobs report. If you missed it this morning, a monster upside print for the jobs report. 528 versus 250 expected. Crazy. Twilio, I was just looking at a little bit. Some volume still in between 85 and 83, but it is kind of dying out. Possible retest maybe later on today for the low there for Twilio, guys. Back to you.
All right, let's see where we're going to. Someone's a top dog, Top G. Let's go, Top G. That's what I like to hear. Prad call on AMC 19 to 19, then 19.18. Yeah, maybe if it happens. It's at 18.90 right now, only 10 cents away from $19. And this is why we're very, very careful on that position today. We do not want to get hurt on that stock at all. Let me head over to my trusty watch list. I want to talk about SPCE. Who would have guessed that Space is going to cancel their flights again. Oh, I would have never guessed that, especially in an environment where oil costs more and company that has no revenue is going to cancel their flights. Wow, I would have never absolutely guessed that at all. I mean, I thought they were going to send flights every single day to the sorry, what was it they're going to send it to the stratosphere? That's it. I mean, come on, man, this stock is an absolute joke. I don't even know what else to say about this. It just tries to revive itself every single day, but fails at it. I don't even know how much more bearish I could be. There's Peloton, there's Space, and then there's a couple other stocks that I could just rant about forever and ever. So here's Space today, down 15%. Obviously, down 15% means it triggers SSR, so it's going to struggle to the downside, or at least it's not going to struggle as much to the downside as you wanted to, but it is still down on the day, and it's going to probably reject VWAP for the rest of the day. Here's BABA wicking me into a position, but instantly 17 cents out of the money. So I'm going to book that tiny loss on that, and I'm going to throw another order out for the lower day break. Actually, no, lower day does not want to break on BABA. Let's head over to FXI real quick to see how the Chinese ETF is doing. This is something I should have been doing when I'm thinking about shorting BABA over there. Chinese ETF, the large cap ETF does not want to break the lower day. So until this ETF breaks the lower day, I think we might not see BABA break that 1950 area just yet. So maybe we get a chance to load up BABA shorts at 93. Just going to leave BABA alone right now. Oh my goodness. AMC is now positive 2% on the day. $19 breaking. Looks like that call out that Luca gave for the $20 area might just come into play. I should have held my long on that $18 break. AMC just rip into the north side.
AMC is wild. I'm like, I see somebody's like AMC 19, and then I'm like, get out of here, no way. And I pull it up. Here we go. So now, you best believe there is a magnet effect, because anybody who shorted this at 1950 and did not cover is getting worried right now. They're getting worried. Again, it's SSR, so if you are initiating a short position, you cannot slam the bids. So it kind of takes away some of the selling that could potentially come into play. And even though maybe it's you want to kind of scale into the short, some people trade like that. It just overall kind of fuel to the upside. So that 1950 to 20 area is the interesting area. That's where everybody was getting short yesterday, and that's kind of where they're going to feel the pain over 20. So if we do get over 20, it'll be interesting. And someone's saying AMC is a stock more manipulated than oil. Maybe I'll be light on this kind of reference. I hate trading AMC because I hate it. I hate the way that it moves. I hate the way that some of the action goes down. So I agree with you there. I agree with you. But then again, that kind of action happens all the time.
Hate's a strong word, mate.
Yeah, hate is a word that
froze.
takes away from your other stuff. GBT. So let's go back quickly to GBT because this is the one that came out. So this thing, the spread on this is crazy. It's even though it's doing a lot of volume, even though the casino is open, does not mean that there is edge, right? So kind of interesting. Had that pop over 70, got to I think 73 area, did not break 73, and now we're back down. And it sort of feels like every time we go above 70, we're slamming back below 70. But this is something that like there's not really like there's a lot of volume off the open, and then volume kind of dies down. And even though like you get kind of these scenarios where it's like it pops and then maybe it fades the rest of the day. If it's a $5 billion deal, that's a price of 75, 76. So it's not really it's something that like sometimes the tape reads are easy. Like you see the levels, you see the icebergs, you get good kind of risk to return ratios. But sometimes it's not, right? And the times that it's not. I'm not really thinking to myself like, slamming the short here. The spread is 20 cents, so kind of difficult, and I'm trying to stay away from taking like smaller size on things. And got myself out of Amazon. I kind of fumbled that for a second there, and then I just said, okay, whatever, it is what it is. But this run up, so Amazon's actually good. I still like the trade. I'm just not in the trade. I don't really care too much. But and going back to Fubo, just to kind of highlight what I was talking about this morning. Or not this morning, but like before, it's like it should have went here, and that's kind of what I was looking for, but it didn't, right? And then go figure, now it made the move higher. So the thing is my ideology of covering over here is because if we get here, I'm going to cover anyways. So I'm like, I'm just going to cover here because it didn't do what I did. So, if you are a discretionary trader, you got to get the reps in first, right? Because obviously having more experience really makes your life a little bit easier. And then as a discretionary trader, you know, you have your general levels of kind of what you're looking at, where you're looking. And, you know, if it's not showing you what you want to see, like you should have enough discretion to make these decisions. Like if it's not showing you what you want to see right away, then, you know, like you should get out, right? You should get out. So I think there's an iceberg bid 6802 on GBT. So, you know, iceberg bid, there was some selling into that level, did not break. And for anybody wondering what an iceberg is, it's just it's an order where the full size is not shown on the gateway, right? So, you know, somebody is bidding there at 6802, and let's say they have to fill like 40,000 shares. They don't want to throw 40,000 shares because they're worried that, you know, there's not that much volume, it could whip away from that level. And so essentially they iceberg that, and then they're trying to like get the fill, right? And sometimes you get the iceberg following the price up. So I think that's what we're getting here. So, you know, let me just see if I can actually get something. No, this is not going to work out in time. I already know. Yeah, no, this is not going to work out in time. But for anybody watching it, it's 68.50. There's an iceberg following it up there, so it could be a good trade to the long side. Yeah, sure. So let's see if we could get this going here. You know, if I lose on this, I lose, but we'll see what happens here. Maybe worth it. Let's see if we get hit and get the fill, and it broke. Okay, that's not good. So let me just get myself out of that. You know, that's the way it goes when you're on the show. Entertaining, you can't really trade well. It's very, very difficult, but, you know, it is what it is. Maybe this continues up. The play here is like play the iceberg, and upon the break of the iceberg, get out. So, you know, take the L on that one. That was just basically a tape read there. Not really too mad about it. But keep glancing back at Tesla, because this thing, you know, below 880, like, I didn't think this had it in it to continue down off of 880. So, like, at this point, I don't know where the bottom is. I don't think there is a bottom on this. Maybe it goes to 800 today. That would be absolutely wild. Yeah, just absolutely insane in terms of how these moves are taking place. And quickly glancing back at Amazon, topped out for 140.80. Can Apple get through VWAP? I have no idea. Sure, we can set it to Neil now for a sec for some comments.
While Trader Prad tries to figure out his PC crash, it happens to you, man. It's live. So I had a question from Flameboy. He was asking, he's in AMC, great price, 17. Wish I had that. I'm stopping out shorts down there before going into the long. But look, just trying to understand like where we've come from. Like you ran into earnings from 14 already up to this 19. I get the 20 target. It's Friday. You want to get to the optionable number there. I'm going to trade, but that's a 19 break. It's a double top from yesterday. And you just sort of keep in mind like what we're looking at. There's obvious target is 20 even, but just take some profit, like pay yourself out. The market's been pretty bearish overall, but we've had these decent relief rallies. So you get back up into that 30-40 range. That's a great place to take a little bit off and then try to roll. You know, look, it's up to you. You got to kind of decide your own risk, but you said you had a half left, man, like a quarter. If you can do that, roll the other quarter into that 20 if it even gets there. There's no guarantees out here, and that's the important thing. I wanted to also come back to, there was not Sega, it was Veru. What a rug pull Veru pulled there. So we're talking about this one earlier, nice trend. Every time it does a round off bottom, it actually goes. Round off bottom goes. It's like, okay, I'm thinking, you know, one of these days, look, one of these days could have looked like it was a breakout and not actually follow through. You can see that happen here on this little curl. You would have thought you're breaking out at 13. It doesn't. A couple of days later, it does the breakout. So I took the 13 on that premise. It gets up to 13.50. I'm like, well, if this is the day, let's see if it can actually hold VWAP. It does not. However, if you look at that trend on the daily, it's probably not over. Like, as far as I'm concerned, you can hold this 1250 low, get a break of the same 13 later on in the day, make a fresh high, and then your higher time frame look is still valid there. So there's a very big difference between this kind of a pattern where it's like all it has to do is close higher and then trying to execute a day trade. It doesn't have to go that first time. It's not always that simple of a trade. So I'm still looking at Veru. I don't think we're done with this. Maybe even next week. As long as it's above this 1150 area, it doesn't make a fresh low, I think it's valid for another pop at some point. Just looking at the pattern it's been able to put in. I myself just got out of AMC, but like I said, I have a 19 break on, so I just scalped it 19 break. I'm not going to reload 19 because I looked at what happened when I reloaded the 18 break. It took it out and then ran higher. So if it's going to retake 19, I'm probably going to think about like 60s or 50s on any dip. But here comes that triple top or double top from yesterday's trade. I have no idea If we're locked and loaded, ready to go, Pratt is back. Let's go to the boys.
Stop console wars sounding like Elon Musk over there when Elon said I had more kids in Q2 than Lucid made cars. Stop console said Prad's PC crashed more this year than the market. So he's trying to sound Elon a little bit. Listen, leave my PC alone, man. Okay, leave my PC alone. PC lives matter too. Okay, we love my PCs. Okay, don't be attacking my PC over there. But you know what? Attack AMC because AMC is now 4% to the north side. What is the stock today? Negative catalyst doesn't matter. Nothing matters to AMC. Only thing that matters is if negative catalyst comes out, these apes know that there's going to be people trying to short it, so they just keep on piling in on the longs. I love it. I should have just held that long from 18, as I would have been in the money probably the most on any position I've been on today in terms of units per share. AMC now really wanting to push towards that $20 area. Here's your daily chart. Look at that 1840. 1840 was the level that we were looking at. What was actually the level from yesterday? The high from yesterday, 1978. I guess I know where I'm throwing my order out now to short AMC, and there's some size already at 1950. So I guess we're gonna try taking some. They're gonna run away from here. Give me some size. Okay, they gave me the size. Let's see if 1950 breaks. Now I'm gonna throw an order out for a stop on the break of 1950, which is gonna break right now. Don't break, please. I need to throw another order because I didn't do it properly. There we go. It did break. And we're going to have to take a quick little loss on that one. Thankfully, not too much. We only lost about 2 pennies on that. Yeah, we only lost 2 pennies. We got filled on the 51s, so we didn't lose too much. Here we go, pushing to 60 cents on AMC. I think we're just going to have to wait for that 75 marker or even the 20 marker that we were talking about. What a monster move. The stock is absolutely crazy today. A couple more tries here as we are pushing to those 1970 markers and 1975 areas. I'm just at a loss for words. Luca, you watching this?
Yeah, no, I'm watching. This is insane. This is an insane move. But I'm also looking at MEGL, which is an IPO. This thing, with issuance of 4, opened at 50, halted, and now showing an indicated open of 150. That's crazy. That's crazy. And yeah, you know, things are moving today, and I don't know what to say. I'm lost for words.
I'm just trying to throw a stop over here.
So
on
AMC,
the break
I'm also just watching AMC here and doing 100 things at once. This thing's going to 20. This is going to get a 20 test. This is like, it doesn't get like, this is super parabolic move, right? It's like super strong. And here's the thing. It looked super strong. It has the fade. It continues. It's going to have the fade, and then it probably continues again and touches 20. So we'll see what happens.
Pratt's the dumbest. Don't believe in parabolic moves today. Don't believe in the free fall just yet because S&P 500 only down 0.5%. But man, as soon as we can capitalize on these little 5-cent, 3:1 risk to reward ratios, we take it. We're short of 1970. We're risking 5 pennies. We're in the money 15, 20 pennies. That's a 2:1, 3:1 risk to reward ratio. Give me my profits and let me reload on the back at 1975. Let's keep on rolling. If 1975 breaks, we take that loss and we move on from it. But that's the setup, that's the play, and that's my idea behind it so far. Risking that 5 pennies on AMC. Let's let it move around. We're basically at yesterday's high on this position. Yesterday's high 1980, 1975, and we're just risking off of that. If this one breaks, the next possibility or option to try it at would be on the break of 20. We'll see on the break of 20 if there's any more volume behind it. If there was no more volume behind on the break of 20, then most likely will be a perfect opportunity to load up on the shorts. But since the stock is on SSR, it's going to be really hard to get filled on that break of 20. There we go, 1970 breaking. We took our profits and then instantly we took our losses on that too. So we're going to have to cancel our last few profit target orders below 1970. That was a quick little scalp, that opportunity you got, then you lost it. If you didn't take that opportunity, you lost it. Now you're just going to have to wait for that $20 break. And man, the stock is monster. It's 5% positive compared to how negative were we in the morning? 9% negative. So we're completely just turning the day around over here on AMC. Luca?
Yeah, all eyes on AMC right now. Are we going to get that 20 test? Probably. probably going to get that 20 test, you know. So let's break 20. Let's go to 25. Somebody said AMC 32 by the end of the year. Guys, AMC 32 by the end of today. Like that's possible. If it's possible with anything, it's possible with AMC. It's absolutely wild, absolutely wild. Going down my list to check everything else to see what else is moving. Just very, very quickly. So we have Amazon, which got to 141. If I was in the trade, you know, when you are back to the mean and you are playing a mean reversion strategy, good spot to take some off. You know, so if I was in that trade, take some off there. You know, sometimes fumble, sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be not so good. Hopefully you guys know that saying. Don't want to fully say it. GBT, you know, kind of fading, volume kind of dying off there. So, you know, very, very slow. And Tesla, yeah, down at this level. Now we're channeling. You know, you got to imagine that, like, once you have a very, very strong move, like, yes, it could continue, but how many times have we seen the strong move to the downside, some consolidation, some bounce, and then end of day selling, and then kind of coming down lower and breaking the lows there. So for whoever is short on that Tesla, somebody mentioned, oh, I'm short 900, and you know, hopefully, and somebody saying, oh, Tesla, die. You know, my only comment there is, like, look, you know, it's super weak. It's super weak, and congratulations on that short. That was absolutely insane move. You know, hopefully you're locking in profits because, you know, with Tesla, it bounces around, right? It bounces around, and, you know, like, you know the saying we all say, pay yourself. We're in the business of paying yourself. So, you know, when things are working for you, pay yourself, and, you know, hold some for the dream, because dreams are possible.
Lyft just now broke the high day. I forgot that I even had an order to go short. I guess that's my fault on that. Not I guess. It is my fault. I didn't look at my order history log to see what orders were sitting there. I got wicked into a short. Obviously, Lyft wanting to go a little bit higher. Positive catalyst behind it. Not wanting to fight the trend of the stock. We had a profit scalp short originally. It was on the second time around over here. It is very much possible that we keep on going north as S&P 500 moves to VWAP, and the NASDAQ also moves towards VWAP. So I'm just going to leave the stock alone. Lyft has been pretty profitable for us today. I intend on keeping it that way. Let's see if we can do so. A new position alert also on Eli Lilly. Eli Lilly yesterday was a negative catalyst behind it on the earnings report. We did have a successful trade on Eli Lilly all day yesterday. Pretty much stuck in somewhat of yesterday's ranges where we were taking advantages in. So we're looking to try to do the same thing over here in front of 304, triple top 304, 304.50. Let's see if we can do so. Already 5 cents in the money, so not something to be too happy about just yet. But in profit right after going into a position is always a good thing. So that's the positive side for us on that trade. Let's see what stocks you guys are talking about in the chat. Carvana being mentioned, CVNA on NASDAQ, on New York, Carvana. I believe I saw something about Carvana. I did, yeah. Shares jumped up 8.4% pre-market. Aggressive cutting costs as appears for possible economy downturn. So Carvana jumped up about 8.4% in pre-market. Let's see where we are right now. 38%. What? How did I not have the stock on my watch list? Clearly missed out on a lot of the moves over here on Carvana today. Crazy fun opportunities. Taking the even dollar breakout of pre-market high around $38, $37, I guess. And you never had to look back. Even buying the dip buy opportunity around VWAP. Pretty good load up opportunities around VWAP over there for Carvana longs if that's what you're looking for. Let's see if Carvana can actually manage to get back to 48 and break above 48 on the third attempt of pushing towards the highs.
Yeah, guys, so I'm short AMC here, but this might be short-lived. You know, I'm just kind of playing that, like, parabolic move to the upside. Maybe we get a fade back down. Still holding trend, so it's a cheeky short, very small size. You know, par filled on that order. It is SSR, so you'd have to get run over to get the fill there. See, what I'm thinking here is, like, when you get these very strong moves to the upside, you could get, like, the flash move to the downside, right? And when that happens, it gets very exciting, you know, and it kind of puts you in the money right away and then allows you to hold a position. But it could move quickly, very quickly back against you. So it's something that, like, I you know, like, if I'm in the trade, if it's going to work for me, I'm going to continue to move my stop, and then kind of like a trailing stop, but I'm going to basically manually do it.
Yeah, I like the fact that you're in it because I'm in it too. So we're going to both try to be, you know, team trading it to the downside over here.
Well, yeah, it's not really, yeah.
But yeah, it's not team trading. I mean, you had a different idea behind it. Your idea didn't give you that entry near the $20. Now you're creating a new thesis. My thesis is just keep chasing the highs and keep getting burnt until I catch the high.
And T-Man's thesis is AMC to the moon. I love it. Everybody's got their thesis.
Yeah.
Place your bets, you know. The casino is open, and I'll remind you, just because it's open doesn't mean that there is edge. But when you see these parabolic movers, if we get a break of trend, like I would love for this for some reason to just flash to the. I mean, whatever. I'll keep my opinions to myself. Let's see what happens next. Definitely interesting. Are we going to kind of break this level and go down, or is it going to hold and go back to the upside and rip my face off? But obviously not anybody who is long. So definitely interesting. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I just got back into Lyft. I know I said I was going to leave the stock alone, but I saw it really stall out. LYFT, stalled out above 20. It went above 20 to 18 cents and not really do much. So I pushed into a short, was instantly 10 cents, 20 cents in the money. So, just going to capitalize on that in AMC. Let's go now, 29 cents in the money on AMC, 30 cents in the money on AMC as we push right back to the downside. AMC is going to possibly turn positive for me on the day, which means no negative stocks on board. You see me giggling, you see me dancing. Woo-wee, baby. Let's not, count our chickens before they hatch, but it's not bad to keep an inventory count, right? So we're about to go positive on AMC today, have no negative stocks on board unless Eli Lilly changes that for us some way. Hopefully Eli Lilly doesn't do that. But now 40 cents in the money on the short is AMC. And as Neil always says, pay yourselves on the way.
You have to have bids out to get paid.
Have your bids out
and I'm
to
just
pay.
like, I have no bids out. I have no idea where I should be covering, but I guess if it's stalling a little bit, like maybe cover some. So, I think 19, we get a bounce at 19. It kind of makes sense. But it's a parabolic move, right? And if people are chasing this down, then, we'll see what happens, right? Like, obviously you're not, like, if it's like, you talk about front side, you talk about backside. This is the front side move. Is this now the backside where the fade comes back and we go back to 18? I have no idea. So yeah, we'll see what happens here. But obviously, you want to pay yourself, and the last thing I want is to not cover and then it rips my face off and I make nothing from the trade. So it'll be interesting to see if this just continues back to the downside. Got another fill here, and I'm gonna scale out like slowly. I'm gonna have my bids out. I feel like that's the right thing to do.
Yeah, I took out a good 50% already just to make sure that I don't get burnt on this trade again, and now I'm holding the rest 50%, like Lucas said, for a possible move down to 19 and maybe a little bit more extension. But make sure that you are capitalizing on your profits and paying yourself for your stress a little bit over here. Otherwise, it's not worth it, man. It's just not worth it. If you're not paying yourself on these, you're going to be stressful all the way through. I'm just very happy that most of these positions are working out. The only position in the negative by very slightly is Eli Lilly, which is 10 cents out of the money. And as I talk about it, it moves down. So let's go. It's 10 cents in the money now. So no positions out of the money. 0 red stocks on the board for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for 6 in the equities market, and 1 for 1 on the futures. Sadly, that futures trade that I had, I traded it like an absolute loser, right? But next time we'll capitalize on it. Hopefully Arun doesn't hear me and turn around and look at this position. He's not here though, thank goodness, because he would for sure be upset that I didn't trail my stop on this trade.
Yeah, guys, so this is why you pay yourself, because look at AMC, right? It flashed down, got the first fill, got the second fill, and now we're getting the bounce, right? So I'm thinking of a reload, but at the same time, I understand that it is AMC, and, there is a potential that we do get to that $20 level. So, at this point, it's the trade where, if we get back to where I was, I think I'm wrong. I think I want to say that I'm wrong, so maybe that's an area to get out. And we'll reevaluate. This thing could keep squeezing, right? This thing could keep squeezing. There's room on the short side for sure to get paid. But at the same time, you want to be careful, because if it squeezes back to the upside, then everybody's getting squeezed. Everybody thought the shorts were in. The shorts were not in, and this is a prime example of it. Like, you guys are watching this live, right? It's like I was so in the money on this trade. And then I covered some to obviously pay myself, right? And now we're back at where I was, right? I'm basically flat on the trade. So probably going to get wicked out on this, and I don't really mind too much, because I would love for this to go to 20. Like, I want this to go to 20 and go nuts. The higher the better the opportunity, So like, as a trader, as a mean reversion trader, if you find levels that are easy to get in and manage risk, and you kind of smash the trade there. But if it goes higher, you can it just becomes more attractive. So the risk to return is better, therefore you can take more size. So yeah, obviously I want this to go higher. So like, it's kind of funny. Like, I want to be wrong, but I want to make money. Did make money on this, but still holding a piece. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, better, because now we're going higher and maybe gives me a better opportunity. So that's kind of my logic on the trade. AMC max paying $16. Not sure what that means. I don't know if that's a particular level, but yeah, you know, it'll be interesting. Like 20 is the level. 20 is the level. And I don't know if there's any options expiring, but you got to think like anybody short, like, and let me just drag the daily over here, the daily chart for everybody to see here. I know some people like black charts, some people like white charts. I don't really care too much. I use both, but you know, 20 here, like look at this, right? 20 is right over here. So when's the last time it broke above 20? This day, which was March 23rd, and that was a very, very strong move to the upside. Then it had like a super squeeze. So it's like, is this setting up for another super squeeze next week? I don't know. We'll see. Time will tell. But yeah, it'll definitely be interesting to see how that plays out. So I would love for this to go above 20. If it dies from here, it dies. But you know, that'll just be unfortunate.
Told you about MEGL IPO yesterday. Y'all gotta listen. I mean, no one's gotta listen. No one's gotta do anything that they don't have to. That's the beauty about this job. Like, imagine quitting a 9-to-5, going to trading, just so you're listening to other people. You're doing this job so you can be your own boss. Right? That's the point about it. You don't have to listen to anybody. You do what you want to do. If you want to listen to other traders and other investors and so on, that's on you. Go ahead and listen. If you don't want to, you don't have to, all right? But this stock over here today, MEGL, only 113,000 shares traded so far, halted at the moment at $90 looks like. I think I don't even see any movement on this position right now, maybe because my charts are a little bugged, but let me go over here to see if we can catch a little bit of a movement that we can see. Oh, it didn't just open up August 1st. What is even going on this stock? Only 100,000 shares traded, opened at 50 something, halted at 90. Well, anyways, we'll find out what's going on. These stocks have been pretty wild recently. These IPOs, we've been hands away from IPOs personally because I like my account the way it is. I don't want to blow up my account and get fired. So you know, sorry that we don't touch these accounts or stocks that blow our accounts up. I'd much rather go trade AMZ and lose 10 cents here and there than trade stocks like these and lose $90 per share randomly.
What even is this MEGL?
Not sure at all, man. Positions, these random IPOs with low floats.
Magic Empire.
Random IPOs with low floats. That's all it is. That's all it is.
This thing is called Magic Empire. Magic Empire Global. Guys, this is a name that scares me. It terrifies. In Hong Kong. Okay, enough said. Financial services, Hong Kong. Oh my God.
China is trying to take all our money in the market over here, but these HKDs and these MEGLs. But we're gonna send it to Brando at the big screen right now as he's waiting for us very patiently.
Hey guys, yeah, quick update on the S&P 500. Bit of a mess right now, to be honest with you. Back and forth we go. We are still red on the day. Energy providing a little bit of strength here throughout the midday as we get a big run up in crude oil again today, about 2% or so. But it did run up with equities. Over here in the utilities group, CEG and AES both reported better than expected. The rest of this group, though, very, very red on the day. Same story down here, very red for material stocks outside of a couple of earnings names here, CTVA and FCX. IRM back to the downside as well after big move off earnings this morning. I wanted to mention this group. The financials are leading as far as strength is concerned. Coming off the jobs report, had a big move in the dollar, had a big move in interest rates back higher. So some of the banks benefiting so far today. Everything else, though, pretty red. You can see that's the tech group, that's the industrial sector, and then this is the communication services group. Warner Brothers, the down mover today off earnings. Not a good report for them, not a good call as well. They were expecting to be more in that call. LVS, MGM, Penn, even Wynn as well. All the casinos back to the downside. It's worth noting, though, the cruise lines are higher, offsetting a little bit, but still red overall on a Friday. Guys, back over to you.
Eli Lilly stopped me out and is trying to go back to the downside. That's going to be the most annoying trade for me if that ends up being that way. My only negative stock now is Eli Lilly. But yeah, MEGL China clearly trying to do something. China clearly trying to steal the money from our market with these HKDs and these random positions. So be very careful, man. These low float stocks will for sure either make you a millionaire or take your millions away from you.
You know, it's kind of funny. So I was talking with Ian, I think it was yesterday. I was like, yo, Ian, imagine I bought like 50,000 shares of HKD at like the bottom and like held all the way to the top and just made like 200 million. Like that would be sick. And we're just laughing about it because it's like, that's like huge size, obviously, you know, like to put into that. And to whoever in the chat,
Wouldn't
just
you
said,
own the whole float at that point?
Yeah. That's why I think. Imagine I just locked up the float because I knew it was going to happen. Yeah, no, absolutely not. But to whoever said MEGL in my 401k, you're a savage. I hope you're. I mean, maybe you're joking, maybe you're not. But you know, that's yeah. And somebody said, yeah, you got to have a stones to trade that one. See, the thing is like as a real trader, like you're trading profitable setups. And like as you get these kind of like MEGL, like it's going nuts, like it's a Hong Kong-based name. It's like the issuance. In case you guys didn't know, the issuance price, meaning the price. So the process is like the bankers buy it all, then they IPO it at a price depending on the market, right? So basically, the bankers, whoever it is, whoever bought this, the underwriters, bought this at $4 a share. $4 a share. The opening price was $50 a share. So that's a clean, 12x for whoever issued that. Okay, cool. Then on top of that, it halts and opens at 100 and now halted again. So, you know, absolutely insane. I'm staying away. I don't have a profitable setup on these random plays that like just go wherever. But, you know, AMC is working for me. We are 38 cents in the money still. I held. I did not reload because I thought, like, I don't know, maybe I'm going to get stopped out there, but didn't. Volume's slowing down a bit, but this is what I was just telling Prad, and this is not something to trade off of, but it's just like a theory. Like, guys, we talked about Elliott wave theory before. Everybody knows that. You got the lightning bolt, right? This is a little bit of a lightning bolt. Then you get maybe a little bit of like a triangle or like a bull flag, right? So if this is the bull flag area, right, and then it wants to go back to the high and break the highs, and then you get a breakout to the 20 level, then just burst through 20, and you got like a nice head and shoulders setup that probably will happen because then things are going wild. So, you know, for me, like this trade is working for me, and like obviously like I want to win the trade, but I want to lose this trade because I want it to go into the next level where it just goes absolutely crazy because I'll take the L on this trade to set up another trade that I could like make the week, make the month, make the year on.
AMC's working out.
Yeah, exactly. AMC's, and that's what I'm talking about. Like AMC's working, but you know, I was just saying, like I don't want it to work. I want it to go against me so that it goes even higher, so that it gives me the chance to take even more size. Because like you know, you take whatever the size is, what it is. You know, and you take the trade, but obviously, like the higher the better. You know, everybody says the same thing. So yeah, let's see what happens here. Let's see if we get a 19 bounce. Maybe I'll take some off over here as well. Just take a little bit more off. Doesn't hurt to take some off. Like it's kind of silly because like I cover here, but like maybe we're getting the bounce and the fade. So you know, this is like a short term. I guess you could say it's like a short term support, like over the 19 area. But then, yeah, if I want to hold some, like in case we break through 19, like we have room to come back down, right? So, yeah, you know, like I feel like maybe I'll hold some for like a VWAP test if that happens. But again, like anything's possible. It could go up, could go higher. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. Somebody's saying Tesla, wow. So, oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Why am I not a millionaire on this stock today? Buy the rumor, sell the news. I tried to sell here. That was a dumb sell. I did not sell here, but whoever sold 910 off of that 200 period resistance on a buy the rumor, sell the news event. And guys, I'm not sure when the stock split is. Somebody asked. I'm not 100% sure. ADPN broke 7. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. APDN. It did. No way. Okay, that's crazy. Oh, but this was at 7 yesterday, but now it's back above 7. Yeah, this is crazy. This is wild. Yeah, there's a lot of things moving, guys. So, you know, keep talking in the chat here. Elon going to be poor after Twitter. Yeah, maybe. You know, for sure after the sell-off. Somebody's saying, Luca, all you needed was 100 HKD at 19 would have given you 250K profit. Yeah, you know, I'm sure if you made 250K, you would have been happy, but you would have been sad because you would have been like, man, I should have had more. That's kind of what I tell myself. Always mad, you know, as a trader, always mad, never satisfied. Always want more, and that's not greed. That's just I demand better of myself. I want better of myself, you know, so I continue to try to get better, push more size, manage risk better. What could I have done differently? And, you know, yeah, never satisfied. But maybe not a healthy way to go about it, but understand that this is a competitive game, and we're mental athletes, you know, so obviously want to get better and better every single day. Looking back at this AMC trade, where's my mouse? But looking back at this AMC trade, yeah, I'm not 100%. Like, if this now goes back down and breaks like this 1915 area, like if there's no more buyers, if nobody continues to buy this up, like this is the strong run, the volume is there. And let me drag my chart up so that everybody can see it. There it is. So again, volume gauge, right? It's like you got the strong move, increase of volume, you get the pop, increase of volume, then it kind of dies down a little bit. That's why like I took the short and then we faded. Then we popped a little bit of like a kind of like a, you know, people covering short squeeze, people getting worried, is this going to 20? And now volume is kind of subsided, right? It's like slowing down, right? So it's like if this is setting up to be backside, you know, this is a great area to initiate short positions for the move back to VWAP. And if you're doing it, if you're setting it up like a high of day risk or a 20 break risk, you know, you got like a 50-cent risk to the upside, and you have like a $1.20 risk to the downside. So whatever that works out to, it's just over a 2 to 1, like 2.7 to 1 from a day trade perspective. Not too bad, not too bad. And there's always the possibility that you know, it breaks VWAP and goes even lower. But again, sometimes you see these moves on you know, AMC. You know, it doesn't tend to reverse the whole move. Like I'd be surprised if this goes back to 17 today. Like that'll be a crazy move.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt. I would say the same thing is what I'm trying to say. Is if it goes to 17, that would be insane. Like starting off in red, going positive, then going back red. It's like holy moly! Pick a direction and just stick with it. Stop burning people's money over here on the day trading side at least. Today, however, for me, AMC profitable stock on the day. We're gonna appreciate that. But the new positions on the board might just be a little bad for me. I have Lyft short, I have Eli Lilly short. Both of them are out of the money about 20 cents or so, and Baba short, which is in the money 4 pennies. New positions, just updating you guys, and you guys can see it on the board over there on the position board right under our faces. For those of you who are trying to see what positions we're trading on, let's go see what you guys are looking at in the chat so far. Maybe you guys are looking at anything fun moving around. PGNY near D200. Not sure what that means, but PGNY, if I can remember correctly, should be Polestar. PGNY, wow, $42. Is this Polestar? Oh, that's PSNY is Polestar. What is PGNY? Progny Inc. Commercial services, miscellaneous commercial services. Not sure what they do, but I'm guessing it's an earnings catalyst today. Yeah, 4th August. 4th August after hour. The earnings dropped after hours yesterday, obviously, pushing them from $27 to now $42, 40% to the upside with 1.9 million shares traded today. Let's go see what that is on the relative volume side. Oh, right, my computer crashed, so my trade ideas is not open. I'm going to open that up in a bit while Luca talks, but in the meantime, we'll give Luca a couple seconds of break. You know, my guy has been stressing his vocal cords a little too much today. Eli Lilly now 19 cents in the money, thankfully. We are capitalizing on that move on Eli Lilly, but Lyft still 10 cents out of the money and scaring me as it's playing above the $20 area. I saw it break below 20 a couple times, but getting back above 20 is not the best thing for me. I needed to keep on rejecting 20 and go back to the downside. Obviously, though, Lyft has positive catalyst behind it, the earnings catalyst. It is very possible for Lyft to break out the high day like it did earlier and go inch itself to more new territories like Uber did not too long ago. Sorry, I thought I had Lyft open on the screen. It was on my other screen. But let's go over to Uber. Uber today up 2%, kind of piggybacking off of Lyft's catalyst is what I would say, because Lyft piggyback of Uber's catalyst for the last 2 days. So let's see what happens over here. Does Lyft carry Uber to new highs of days, or does Lyft bring back Uber to the downside as they both are in the same range areas? And Lyft just now getting back under 20, which means I'm only out of the money 3 pennies on Lyft and still in the money on Eli Lilly, but it is moving around quite a bit, so a little worried about that. Prad, PGNY is a fertility healthcare company, sexuality things as well. They have been a safe play all year, but extremely slow, but I guarantee it's a boring stock, as they say. Oh, okay, so like GitLab then. We know about boring stocks. You know, GitLab is one of them. Doesn't really do much. Low volume on the $64. I quit. Luca, you look at anything?
Yeah, I'm looking at AMC. I was just wondering why that didn't fill there. That was weird. But anyways, yeah, you know, continuing to scale into this one. I'm not convinced. See, the thing, I was laughing. I don't know if any of you guys were hearing me laugh. And what I'm laughing at is I'm like, okay, it looks like this is a good area to short. But I'm like, this is the thing, though. These people are going to get run over. And who knows where this goes. Like, this is AMC for you. You know, this is AMC. So it's like, I love this action. It's absolute chaos and lots of opportunity on both sides. And you can never really know what's going to happen. You know, some tickers, you're like, okay, like I get a feel for it. I kind of feel like this is going to happen. And then it happens, and you're like, okay, cool. And then other names, you're like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, anything is possible. For sure, anything is possible. So I don't know if, I don't know if these shorts will be good. But I'm hoping that they will.
Yeah, I blame Stop Console Wars for not reminding me and not pestering me and not constantly sending me messages and DMs every time the stock is at $30 or $40 or $50. This is all Stop Console Wars' fault. None of it's my fault. If there's anyone to point fingers at, it's that guy in the chat. Yeah, I've been telling you. You've been telling me on live show. You haven't been a good friend who slides in my DMs and then tells me, okay? You gotta pester me, you gotta constantly, all right, all jokes, but you are right. You have been reminding me a lot on trying to go long on this position because I've been so bullish on this stock ever since its IPO days, and we've talked about it so much in the chat too, Stop Console, so it just pains me. It hurts that I put my money in stocks like Palantir, SoFi, and DraftKings instead of GitLab, which is actually a company that I love, I care about. But anyways, at the end of the day, it makes me happy that I think you are invested in it based off of my belief and my confidence in the company. We got the earnings report coming out very soon. Let's see how that earnings report plays out. GTLB, a great competitor for GitLab, who is actually owned by Microsoft. GitLab earnings did come out on the 6th of June. Looks like I missed out on that one. Good earnings report, was positive, and on the daily chart, this is not the daily, sorry, that's the monthly chart. Here's the daily chart, looking clean, lean machine to the north side. Once again, heading back to the $80 ranges now, most likely is GitLab without me. So congratulations, Console Wars.
AMC moving to the north side, and this is expected, and I'm laughing. I'm just laughing. See, when I trade AMC, I get mad, but I also can't help but laugh. And to anybody saying AMC, the most manipulated ticker, I hate the bots on this one, and I can only laugh. You will live a long, healthy life if you laugh and smile all the time. So I'm always smiling. You could ask anybody, taking losses, laughing, smiling about it is what it is. Those two shorts kind of felt good for a second, and now they don't look good. So, of course, I got to have a stop on this. I'm just not really sure where that should be. Real-time decisions here. So I'm probably going to get stopped out here unless this kind of fades.
All good, bro. No, nothing wrong with getting stopped as long as you're doing so in your areas, right? Always stick to your line in the stands, line in the sand. Sorry, line in the sands. Maybe how many lines are you gonna draw in the sand? Maybe people like me like to redraw their lines in the sand, extend their play boxes every couple seconds here and there, just for fun. You gotta extend your play box. You gotta claim as much territory as you can in the sandbox, right? At least that's what I was taught back in India. Coming back to the market over here, we're flirting with being in the money and not being in the money on positions such as BABA and Lyft, and even on Eli Lilly. But I'm very, very confident on the Eli Lilly short, so hopefully we get to work with that. People in the chat are talking about Meta platforms, so let's go check out Meta today. META, which is Mark Zuckerberg's company. 15 million shares traded today so far, down 2.5%. I think the question is, what is the question? Prad, talk about Meta breaking support, please. Breaking support, yeah, I guess it's breaking the double bottom over here at 167, heading towards 166. But on the daily, we're still stuck in ranges for Meta platforms. Meta platforms also has the weakness behind it overall. Come on, push to the downside. Let's go. Eli Lilly actually paying me some profits right now. Woo-wee, making me happy on that side. And what else is pushing down? Lyft is also pushing down. So I'm about to actually make my shutdown times 2 today, which is always a good thing. Making twice your shutdowns always a good thing. But Meta Platforms, look at this range consolidation. This stock is doing nothing for me until we break out of this range. I don't really care about these moves at the moment. Obviously, there's a wide range. 156 to 172 is a wide range. If we go to the height of this range, short. If you go to the low of this range, long. In the middle of the range, you're diddling in the middle and you're playing the fiddle. I guess that's what the saying is. If it's not, that's what it's going to be from now on. I'm not going to be playing the fiddle over here. I'm going to wait for the extreme corners and the breakouts of said corners. Either a breakout long 172, 173 on a good catalyst, a breakout short 156 on a good catalyst. If it's going to be stuck in a range for a while, I'm just going to range trade it for that time.
Yeah, I see people in the chat saying, I'm back long Tesla. Good luck. Best of luck with that trade. I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm glancing at it. It's above 175 now. So, yeah, that 170 bounce, I'm assuming, was pretty good. And you probably got it defined out, being at the low of the day. And, market breaking back above VWAP now. And, yeah, continuing to see, the thing with AMC, it's holding trend on the 5-minute, right? Holding trend. That's why we bounced there. Like, if we get back below this level again, like call it like 19, this is like an arbitrary, very loose level here, but like 19, below 1920, below like 1910, then we have room to move. But if we, keep going higher, I feel like that 1970 area is interesting because that's where we topped out over here. That's where we almost look like we topped out over here. It could whip around. It's not a very, very solid level, the high being like 1980-ish. But yeah, definitely interesting at this level. Man, these bots are really good at their job, I'll say that much.
Yeah, Eli Lilly, 70 cents in the money now, so I took out half of my bag so far. Oop, wrong chart. There we go. Eli Lilly took out 0.5% of my bag so far, holding the rest 50%. We did get stopped out once, but we're not caring about that. We knew exactly what we wanted to do, and we're capitalizing on it. Now, number one stock of the day for me is going to be Eli Lilly. Well, maybe not. It just said it doesn't want to be the number one stock for me. It retreated a little bit, but it's very close to being the number one stock on the board for me. Before that, it was WBD, Warner Brothers. Digital, I think it's digital, or is it Warner Brother Discovery? Warner Brother Digital, I believe that's what it is. Now I gotta know. If I can't see it, it is Warner Brother Discovery. I knew it was gonna be Discovery too, but I said digital. But yeah, Warner Brother Discovery was one of my best trades of the day so far. It's pushing back up right now to VWAP. Let's see if we can get it pushed right back to $15 or so, which is where I would love to be taking some positions. Wow, market really pushing up. NASDAQ market moving to VWAP and now only down 1%, and S&P 500 also moving to VWAP and above VWAP, putting the market only down to, I can't type for the life of me, U22, ES/U22, now only down 0.43%, moving towards the 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart, as Eli Lilly is in the money, $1 per share. Baba out of the money, 12 cents, and I closed my lift short for a flat trade because if the market's moving up, a stock like Lyft, which has a positive catalyst in it, I don't want to be fighting the short on that side.
Yeah, you never want to be fighting the market for sure. And yeah, I'm just continuing. Like guys, for me, it's all eyes on AMC. I think I'm not sure if anything else is moving, but this thing's crazy. And you know what? I think 1970 is probably gonna go. If it does, I'm getting myself out. This thing's holding trend. I'm looking at the 5-minute. Even though, again, it's like we're not really getting aggressive selling, and then when we do sell off, we kind of flash down, and then we quickly reclaim. So these are the things I'm looking at, and it's one of those things that, on the first sell-off, it's going to be quick and sharp, and then I hold a piece for the maybe continuation, maybe the top. But now that we're still up here, and remember what I said, Elliott wave theory, just kind of human behavior depicted in prices. You got the lightning bolt, you're getting the type of channel, triangle, call it what you want. If we break to the upside and break 20, then we're going nuts. And last time it did this, it went absolutely crazy. So again, very, very fun time to trade. I would love for this to break 20. I think it's possible. Maybe, obviously it's like 1 o'clock, approaching 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So, overall, maybe nobody actively trading after the very, very parabolic move. So, maybe some sideways action, then the move. So yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll keep our eyes here. My eyes are definitely glued there. And yeah, let's quickly revisit that, what was it, MEGL.
Can you also look at GETY after?
Yeah, GET, sure, I'll look at that right now just because that's still halted. GETY. And what is this one?
Just someone in chat wanted us to look at it. Justin Fanstock wanted us to look at GETY. What is it? I need to Google
This one,
that.
so there's 298,000 shares traded. I think so. Okay, I'm assuming that you want to look at this because of the daily. So it was down here, kind of went crazy. Now it's up here. See, the thing is this, guys. There's going to be one HKD. There's not going to be another one. These are black swan events. So by trying to say like this is the next one, is this going to be the next one? First of all, there's no way for me to know. Like I have no idea. Second of all, it's like not really a trade with edge. And like if you follow like, you follow like traders, like you look at Neil and Sean, like you're watching us trade, follow other traders on Twitter, like see what they're saying. Like nobody is talking about HKD. Nobody cares because there's like no edge there. So if you're actually trading and you're trading edge, then like that's just like something that's fun to watch. It's like good entertainment, but like I'm definitely not saying what is the next one. And even if this is the next one, or somebody was even saying WETG, which probably has like, I mean, it's maybe the same. I'm not sure. But, is this the next one? Like no. This one went from like 26, it went to 58, and now it's down to 22. So I just don't think it will be. If anything, like this is the thing, right? AMC is moving now. Like this is opportunity. This is opportunity to both sides. These other names with no volume, like those are dangerous opportunities, and like those are like super gambles. And like if you want to gamble hard, I mean, be my guest. But at the same time, it's not something that I really do. Can't get involved. I mean, the spread's too big. Like, there's no volume traded. You have no idea what's happening next. So, that's my thoughts on those ones. That's my thoughts on, like, what is the next HKD. I just really don't think it's just, it's human behavior. And, everyone, they see one thing and they think that, okay, there's going to be another one. But, like, most of the time, the reason the first one is a black swan event is because no one expects it. Now when somebody expects the next one, the likelihood that it happens is like way, way lower, right? Because it's, call it overcrowded trade, call it like there's no free lunch. So yeah, all these factors come into play. So that's basically my thoughts on that.
Lucas said to start off his conversation earlier and to end my conversation earlier, which was, why do I want to fight the trend? But then here I am. This is me, IRL in the stock market. Everyone's going long, and I'm here trying to battle the tops, building into a position so I could try to figure out a way. Somehow at the end of the day, I will persevere, I will stick it through, and I will make it through the crowd and be the victorious. I am the champion. But yeah, that was just a little meme over there about how I'm always against the trend. I'm against the market at all times. Market's going down, I'm looking for longs. Market's going up, I'm looking for shorts. I don't know why, but that's just the type of trader I am. I mean, I know why. I'm always a reversal type of trader. I look for the mean reversion trade, so it makes sense why I look for those opportunities. But make your life easier and just join the trend. Just join the party. Stop trying to be that weirdo on the corner looking at people dance. Just join them, dance with them, have fun, grab a glass. If you're not into alcohol, maybe grab a non-alcoholic beer and start doing the 1-2 on the dance floor, man. Start having some fun. Don't take the pains that people like to take on this market.
So I'm stopped out of AMC, and I couldn't be happier because I want to see this 20 push. Let's see it. Let's break the high. This is pure action. Hopefully you guys are watching this, making some money on it. Again, opportunities on both sides. And I was quickly glancing back at Fubo. I see it at 350. And, this thing did a VWAP test. But, yeah, volume's dead on that. So, yeah, all eyes on AMC. Let's see what happens here. This is 1980 now. So the high being 1980. Did not break 1980. Got to imagine it's going to break. I mean, it didn't come all the way to not break. And, this is what I say. The bots are savage on AMC. They will break 1980 and then send this back down 20 cents. It's like they know stops are there. They know it's high a day. It's AMC. They're not messing around. This is going to break 1980. And is it going to go higher or lower after the break? Your guess is as good as mine. That's the best part about this stock. Nobody really knows. People were slamming into the short around 1940, 50 area, and those people are out of the money, and that's why we're potentially getting the squeeze here.
Someone in the chat said that's why I call him Trader Prad. Is that, someone has actually called me that before in Tarkov. So unless you and I have played Tarkov together and you just randomly decided to call me that name, that's pretty coincidence over there. It's because I shot someone in the back, I think two weeks ago, and they're like, Trader Prad, more like Traitor Prad. You shot me in the back, bro. And he was pretty upset about that. Tarkov's a fun game. You somehow, sometimes you shoot your own friends in the back because there's too many people around you. You're like, yo, is that you? Is that you? I'm gonna shoot you. I'm gonna shoot you. Is that you? And they don't answer quick enough. You shoot them, and they're like, bro, that was me. And they're like, oh, now I feel like an absolute, JASS and so on. But yeah, pretty cool game over there. Sadly, Ian doesn't play with me anymore. Ian's too busy with his girlfriend, I guess. But we'll see if this weekend we'll play some games over there. Pause, though. Pause. Wait, pause. Luca, take over.
Yeah, okay. So basically, let's see here. I'm just like reading the chat. Is there anything else that anybody's looking at? AMC 22. Yeah, would love to see it. Just scanning over, looking at everything over here as well. Where's that? Okay, AMC now flushing down. Maybe this.
Is it finally?
I don't know. Yeah, see, did not break 1980. I'm surprised, actually. I was waiting for that 1980 break, but I guess not. I don't know. See, the thing is, you get that trap action on small caps. It's like you can possibly get the trap action on AMC if there's enough volume here. I still want to think that it goes to 20, but, obviously whatever happens, happens. Now I'm just seeing a bunch of dark prints. When you see the dark prints, when you see the midpoints, when not a lot of people are getting involved, makes the trade and the expected move less attractive. So, Joseph saying Neo. Every day somebody wants to look at Neo, so sure, let's look at Neo.
Why do you say it like that, bro?
No, it's just funny because no, there's nothing wrong with it, but it's like every single day people are looking at Neo, and it's just like I'm like, why? Like what's it doing? But like, yeah, you got that 20 level. Hopefully you had the bounce play off 20 because super solid level. Morning sell-off, breaking through, and did not clear, I think, the low 1988. So like you had the bounce, right? Very, very nice bounce off 20 if you're willing to hold it against you a little bit if you're playing that. And then kind of holding that 20 level. So, on the daily, kind of barcoding, not doing much. And this is why I say why kneel. Like it's nothing against anyone. It's like, look at this. Side, barcode down, back up, barcode up, barcode. So I'm going to guess that it's going to just continue to barcode and do nothing. So, yeah, is what it is. Just not really too exciting. I really have no thoughts on that.
Are you guys allowed to disclose how the morning crew finds the small caps and low float stocks they trade each morning? Yeah, it's not a secret. Actually, we hand out that info to every single one of you. It's called tradertv.live/watchlist. If you head over to that watch list, Brendo, does Brendo still help you? I guess it doesn't matter who helps you, but Brendo, the main Brendo that you guys know, he comes here stupid early, times that I can never show up, and if I'm in Brampton still, so maybe one day I'll be able to by moving closer. But anyways, Brendo works his butt off over there to get you this curated watch list by going through tons of articles and so on, basically allowing you to sleep in a little bit longer. The link for the watch list is right above in the chat. Bears versus Bull put it in there. Thank you, Bears versus Bull. And also Sean's sticky note. Sean also coming in, doing his hard work over there for you guys and throwing that sticky note out for free. How they go about to find those things, it's up to them because everyone's methods are different. But for the most part, find the catalyst, find stocks that have news behind it, and then read up on the news. Find some levels such as technical levels, where it could be resistances, where it could be supports, and then play off of said levels. Obviously, with the experience that Sean has and Neil has under their belt, after years and years and years of calling out levels, seeing them work, seeing them not work, they have honed in that skill where they can quickly look at it and be like, that's a level, that's not a level, and so on. So keep doing that every single day. Go check out Sean's sticky note that Bears versus Bull has shared on the chat. Go check out our watch list that Bears versus Bull has also shared on the chat. And if you're not subscribed to that, you're making a big mistake. Trust me on this. Free information, literally allowing me to sleep in every day and come into work and then just open up the watch list, read it, find out what's going on, if it's good catalyst or negative catalyst, and then open up the stock to see how the market is behaving off of said catalyst, and then find my levels based on what I think is a resistance or a support.
Yes, and are we sending it to Brendo?
Yeah, I think we're going to send it to Brendo here for, I believe, volume leaderboard.
Hey guys, yeah, busy Friday. Let's show you what is moving around at this point this afternoon. About 50-50 here on the bars, the up and down bars. I don't know if there's a better name, but 10,852 listings on this board, 4,107 positive, about 5,650 to the downside today. So we are red, 1,100 basically break even at this point. As far as volume is concerned, 946 new lows today, 92 new highs. That tells the story of where we're at for the overall session. As far as what is doing the volume today, when you get an overall market move, going to be the ETFs at the top of the board as they are today. TQs, SQs, both 93 million shares traded for both. MRKR, a little penny stock, almost 62 million here for that one. There's AMD, AMC at near the top of this board as well, 59 and 51 for both of those. DraftKings on here. There's another ETF. WBD, we talked about Ford at the bottom of the list as well. Ford, slight pullback today after big week for Ford, obviously. To the upside, MEGL, I think it was 5 million shares priced at $4. It opened at 50. That's enough said on that one. 112,000 shares traded so far, but a huge move. And hi-ho we go. HIHO, a big mover today as well, guys. Back over to you.
Now that song's gonna stuck in my head the whole day. Thank you, Brendo, for killing all the Kanye songs that I was listening to on the way to work, and now I have hi ho, hi ho. Anyways, the market is helping us out a little bit, slightly, with BABA. BABA 20 cents in the money, not ready to take any profits just yet. Lyft we got shaken out on, but Lyft is also pushing down. Looks like that $20 level is going to stay and not budge at all as the NASDAQ finds resistance around VWAP and the S&P 500 slightly above VWAP, but might just be able to also find resistance as the NASDAQ, which has been the weaker sector today, is going to maybe reject off VWAP and bring NASDAQ, bring S&P 500 along with it. Lots of maybes because these are all just theories. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know the future, right? I don't even know what I'm going to eat for lunch at 2 o'clock today, so I just don't know what's going to happen. Anything is possible. We're going to throw out some if-then statements that we can play around with, and based on what are the O's and Ah's about in that corner, buddy? But whatever these moves are coming in from this market over here, we'll see. We'll create a theory behind it, and if and then statement in order to take the trade out of it. He talking about Jesus walks. How did you know I had Jesus walks playing a little bit? I did have Jesus walks on my playlist for sure. Luke, are you looking at anything, or you want me to keep going? Let me know.
I'm just I'm waiting for AMC to either blow off or sell off, but I have no idea. I have no idea what's coming here. It's kind of topping out. It's challenging because it's SSR. I tried to chase it down, and then it kind of popped up, so I just got myself out of that. It's just annoying because it's like I'm like, what is going to happen with this thing? What is going to happen with this thing? And it's kind of like you're getting some tape teleportation, which is pretty savage. So, hard to get the fill when you want it, and then you get the fill when you don't want it, and then you kind of get the slip on the order. So whatever is what it is. But definitely watching this and wondering, are we breaking 5-minute trend? Are we holding? What's going on here? Maybe might just have to wait for if it does. Luca, you have to let it play out, man. Yeah, absolutely. Let it play out. Can't really think straight right now. I'm not really. Definitely extra tired. This is a game where, if you're feeling burnt out, maybe better off to take a day off. So probably something that I need. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens in the future.
Yeah, this job, honestly, being live, talking about stocks, getting into positions, getting out of positions, and actually dealing with money on hand live, it's a little stressful, man. You guys have seen me during my beginning of my career over here on Trader TV Live go through the ups and downs, the mood swings. I still go through those mood swings sometimes, to the point where now I'm almost a year down the road, and I've learned to accept my losses, learn to accept my wins. I don't get too happy about my wins. I don't get too sad about my losses. Just move on, write it off, come back tomorrow. Every day is a new day as long as you're able to come back and play along with it. So that's what I'm throwing out to the chat over there. That's why I keep it a little easy on the host a little bit. We're trying to do our best on most parts. Luca obviously trying to work with the AMC trade over there. We're gonna let him work on that side. For myself, I don't really know what I want to do just yet. It's that time of the day where I really don't make any executions. It's from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock. I hate making executions from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock. This is the algo hour, as Luca has coined that terminology. Algo hour. Why would I go fight with robots when I know I could get an actual human to go dance with at 3 o'clock and 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock, right? So focusing on that time period, focusing on that time zone, I'm going to stay waiting for that. And talking about that right now, Junior coming in with a $25 super chat. Thank you, Junior. We appreciate that. For everyone who has sent super chats already and we missed out, I apologize. We are going to work on finding a better system that doesn't evade the super chats for us. And if you have any message, Junior, that you forgot to type in the super chat, just type it in the work. Oh, you said buy you and Luca beer on Fridays. We appreciate that a lot. Thank you.
Much love, man. Thanks. Appreciate that.
Yeah, much love, much love. It's trending though. What is trending? MEGL? Yeah, it is indeed trending right now. It's halted at 159.50 to the upside. So MEGL once again doing HKD type of moves, man. These stocks are going absolutely insane. Luca, you looking at anything? Want me to keep going?
No, AMC making that push to the high. So yeah, let's see if it gets that 20 area test. Would be interesting. But again, like Brad mentioned, algo hour. Algo hour. Algo's doing their thing here. So let's quickly look at MEGL. This thing. So yeah. Why don't you guys cover MEGL? So yeah, we talked about this before. So let's talk about it again very quickly. I forgot the name of the company now, but it doesn't matter. Hong Kong company. This thing halted again to the upside at 159.50. It's showing an indicated open of 200. So yeah, 200. This thing is absolutely savage. I mean, where's the top on this thing? I have no idea. But this is just this is wild. Issuance price. Look at this, right? And again, everybody's saying, is this the next one? I don't know, but just imagine this company's probably worth zero. So it's worth zero. I think a good rule of thumb is whatever you put, Magic Empire, there you go. Whatever you put into this, it is all at risk. It is all at risk. That is kind of my take on it. When I go long Amazon and I'm like, okay, 140 bounce, I'm gonna risk 50 cents. I'm risking 50 cents. So if I have 100 shares, I'm risking $50. If I have 1,000 shares, I'm risking $500. If I put 1,000 shares of MEGL, whatever that works out to, the notional on that, it's all at risk. I could get, imagine just boom, it's now worth zero or $4. So obviously everything's possible. Let's get AMC halted. Man, I would love an AMC halt right now. I would love that.
Someone said that they're watching another show. First off, why are you watching another show? A less inferior show to us, there's no point to watching it. But apparently in that show, they're talking about eye lag. They're going to hold eye lag because it can pull a HKD. Just off of a couple variables that I'm looking at it, HKD was doing HKD things with no volume at all. That's because the float of HKD is pretty low. Eye lag's float's 8 million shares, already way higher than HKD's flow, so I don't think it'll be able to do that. HKD doing 27 million shares today, whereas HKD was doing 100,000 shares, maybe 10,000 shares, right? If there's any stock that can do HKD type of movement, you're watching it right now do it. It's MEGL. Low float, same as HKD. Moving around with one share prints, same as HKD, and popping up and going absolutely crazy. Sorry for almost using the R word over there. Absolutely crazy, almost like HKD. So if there's any stock, according to my experience, my limited 2 years of experience, is going to do things that HKD is doing, it's going to be MEGL, not iLag. But keep in mind, I don't trade low float stocks. I don't have too much experience with low float stocks. I could very easily be wrong about iLag, and it could go do HKD things like you're predicting or expecting it to. But that's my opinion on it, and I'm going to stick to it. Baba right now, 24 cents in the money, pushing to the downside, paying me more dividends, so we're going to appreciate Baba for that side. How do you bid on MEGL? I'll tell you exactly why. You log out of your computer completely, and you stay away from it. Then you log into a TMS account or your paper trading account. You take a position on your paper trading account, and then notice how quickly you lose $1,000 on 10 shares, and then you realize that you never trade stocks like that unless you really have the buying power or the risk tolerance to trade stocks like that. I for sure don't have the risk tolerance or the mental capacity to watch a stock like that move around if I'm in the money or even if I'm out of the money. I mean, if I'm out of the money, I'm probably losing my job because that stock's gonna make me go broke. But if I'm in the money, I'm not gonna have the mental capacity to trade that stock properly. So for me, I'm gonna be hands off on it. I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna learn from it and attack it maybe somewhere down the road eventually. Traders like Neil doesn't take HK HKD and MEGL. Why would I do that?
Wow,
like,
20 is
why would
coming.
I touch him? My number one go-to. Yeah, you're shut down on sundown. I'd much rather go that route than getting shut down on other route, you know, much rather than other route. But Baba over here, 40 cents in the money now, breaking the low a day. I actually wanted to take the breakout of the low a day, which I lost track of because I was talking about other things. But now Baba breaking this level. Let's see if we can get a 91 break to add. That way we have a better risk to reward ratios on the new average price, and then we get a move to $90 on Baba. Let's go Baba, 50 cents in the money now. Woohoo!
Yeah, hopefully you're still looking at something else here. We're getting AMC potential break of 20 there.
No shot.
Yeah, it's at 20. It touched 20. Let's see what happens here. Definitely going to be interesting if we break that level and go. No, it's gonna break. It's gonna break. It didn't come all this way not to break. So let's see what happens. Could be a good opportunity. Will be interesting to see what happens in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Getting those dark pool actions, you know, it happens all the time. So let's see if we got some steam to roll and just go 20, 21, 22. And the squeeze is just beginning. So, yeah, it'll be interesting.
We're squozing, baby. It's ridiculous. I mean, Luca called the move to 20. I called the move to 1850, so I took the long at 18, but I didn't get the move to 1850, so I got out of that one quick. But, man, look at this move to 20. AMC, I'm not even having AMC on my chart. I have Baba on my chart because I'm thinking about taking some profits. And just because I said that, I will go ahead and do that. Hello? There we go. We are going to go ahead and take some profits over there. And if Baba comes back up, we get to reload on our shorts. A break of 20 coming in on AMC right now. Let's filter the tape over here and let Luca focus a little bit. In the meantime, you guys get to watch me read the tape for you. Look at the level 2 stepping up. Are the bids are the bids getting added? No. They're getting attacked a little bit. How about the size of the sells? The size of the sells is pretty decent also. But look at the buys right now coming in and trying to support it. Maybe it's just it's a little bit of a battle obviously happening. 20.06 is now the high a day. Usually what I would have done is go short as soon as it went back under $20 and give it the risk of the high a day, which is 6 pennies with slippage, call it 10 pennies of risk. If you had that, you would already been probably in a 1:1 risk ratio, risk to reward ratio. Let's see if AMC can now thrust further to the downside, and I'm not sure if Luca's in a position or not, but if he is, help him out on that short, help him push way further, all the way to $19 or even VWAP. I'm really trying to focus on a variable that would allow me to focus on, allow me to take a trade. Wow, 10,000 shares long on a D print, and then instantly we see sells coming in. I don't even know what to say after that side.
I have no words.
Yeah,
No words.
not sure what's going on, honestly.
Yeah, no words.
Kind
it
of,
is AMC, and I have no words.
I'm kind of failing at the tape reading too. I'm looking like an absolute like an amateur reading this tape. Not sure what's going on. I'm getting confused myself a little bit. I saw that big dark print buy come in, but then right after that was just sell. But if I got to focus on where those prices were coming in, maybe I would have. Okay, a little bit of a selling action, mid-print action, no really buying, no greens. No greens coming in, no yellows coming in, which is a bad thing for the longs. No blues coming in, which is a bad thing for the greens or for the shorts. We're just watching an absolute battle right now, absolute battle. There we go. Those are the yellows I was talking about. If the yellows are bad for the shorts and good for the greens, basically. I guess we're just going to have to keep on letting the stock wiggle around. Wiggle. This might just be the backside of 20. We're going to take a small position here for a test. Give it that 5-6 cents of risk to the upside. And let's see if we can work with it. Instantly back to $20. $20 is holding. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see 20 hold. Break it and go down. I hear people saying, here goes something. Was that Neil saying something? No, not sure. But we are getting ready for a possible push down on AMC for us. Baba now in the money, only 25 pennies as it pops back up to the north side. Be being patient. Look at the size on $20 build up. Now 180 lots, so 1,800 size, 1,800 shares on AMC waiting as we take out the high a day. And that's going to be my out as we take out the high a day.
Yeah, you know, this is definitely the one stock that is, you know, there's a lot of, it gets to a level with size, and then it does a lot of dark pool orders in front of the size, then it has a move, then it breaks the level, then it does a lot of dark pool orders. Probably one of the most manipulated stocks out there, if I had to guess. It is what it is, right? It is what it is, right? Like, if you're watching the tape and you're seeing this, like, look at this, right? Look at this in real time. These are dark prints. These are all dark prints. These are bots that are trading this. They hold size. They hold it. They punch it down. They hold it. They trigger stops. It's just savage. It's like pure manipulation. So good luck if you're trading this. You know, I'm saying that to myself. Good luck, because obviously, you know, taking the L, things are not working. But, you know, whatever is what it is. What do you expect when you compete with the best?
I think this one actually has a move to now then 2058. If the buyers can come in, that's the range high right there, 2058. Let's just say 2050 is nice and easy. But I really need to see big greens and big yellows. Yellows means above the bid. That means someone decided to throw an order at 2010 when the best available ask is 2008. They are willing to cross over all the way up to 2010. There we go, just like that. Big greens and big yellows. That's what I want to see. I'm actually going to throw an order out at 2055 for some size on short for AMC, and just wait for it patiently. Just wait for it patiently as it pops up there. Man, the long on AMC today is absolutely ridiculous. Starting off the day down 10% or 5%, and now up on the day 8%. Ridiculous moves coming in for our meme stock basket, Amy over here. Let's see if Jimmy is taking some traction, some sympathy move off of this play. It is indeed. Jimmy also up 1 full percent, where it was actually negative on the day, and pushing to the north side. GME also trying to take advantage of the meme stock rally that AMC has been putting into place so far. It is 1:12 Eastern Standard Time, sorry, 1:17 Eastern Standard Time. So the official lunchtime has come to an end. S&P 500 has pushed up quite a bit, whereas it's only down 1/4% now. NASDAQ has also pushed up a decent amount to above VWAP, all the way up to the 100-period EMA, whereas now we're only down 0.73 on NASDAQ instead of being down 2%. I believe I remember seeing 2% at one point. So markets are having a good, healthy pullback on them. BABA having a good, healthy dump on it. I need that Amber Heard dump on BABA so I can keep on capitalizing on the shorts over here. Currently 40%, sir? Like Amber Heard it. Amber Turd? You never heard that? Amber Turd? No? Come on, Neil. Neil's sleeping under a rock, man. Come on, Neil. We gotta find you a new bed or something. You know Amber Heard? It's because she pooped on Johnny Depp's bed. Come on. We're talking about Amber Turd, you know, Amber Turd, the world's most apparently beautiful girl, based on the math, what's that math number called? The Peruvian man or something. Based on that numbers, apparently she has the most beautiful face according to some scientists. Anyways, go for it. You got anything you're looking at?
No.
Luca, I need help, man. I'm tired over here.
Yeah, I'm exhausted too. Pretty tired. Let's see what you guys are looking at here. MEGL, is it halted again? Probably.
Talk about Gills Pratt. I don't know what Gills is.
Originally.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's still halted. Yeah, it is halted. Yeah, who knows when this opens? I mean, what was this? 12:19 to 1:04. That's like 45 minutes. So yeah, maybe for another 45-minute halt. Yeah, we'll see what happens. AMC pushing. This thing's probably going to 22. Whoever called it, that sounds like the right level. Yeah, this is crazy. That 20 break was savage. That was pure manipulation. These bots know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. You gotta kind of play the algo that's on hand, and you know the algo on AMC is like the devil, so you know it's very tough.
The devil, yeah. I mean that's one way to put it for sure. These guys are pretty insane. But
not on other names. It's like only on AMC. Like that's why it's like. It's just wild.
That's because they know they're playing with the world's best investors, which is the retail Reddit squad, the #1 investment squad in the world over there without fail. Man, you know what's failing right now is me in my exits. Once again, failing to exit properly on Eli Lilly this time. Well, I could have had $5, $4 in the money on this position, missing out on some money over there. AMC though, moving up to my $20.50 marker. Looks like we're not gonna get fills at 20.48. 2048. That's where I'll have an order out as we only push up to 2044. If the sell-off comes on AMC over here and I'm off by 4 pennies, I'm actually going to rage. I'm going to flip this table because like you're telling me I'm off by 4 pennies on this trade. Come on, I don't want to chase it either. Maybe if it comes back up to 2044, I can take that trade. You're not going to dump from here. Go back up. Go back up and give me my shares and then go back down. These market makers are obviously listening to me right now and they don't want me to make this money. They're running away. They don't want us to win.
Yeah, if it comes back, you don't want it. Listen, here's the thing with AMC. And so, to whoever in the chat said Luca is defeated, we all have those days. We all have those days. I'm exhausted. Like, I'm just so tired, and it's like kind of leading into my trading, and I'm always pissed off when I'm trading AMC because it's just not clean. It's like you think the 20 break's going to be good. Like, no, it's going to stop everybody out. It's going to hold it. And it's like, and this Neil makes a good point. It's like, you don't want those shares if it goes back because then it's just going to go higher. And we're getting tape teleportation, which essentially means, the bid ask is 1 cent, but it's not really 1 cent. Like if you see like 1,000 shares like on a level, like that's not really there, like on AMC right now. It's like fake. If you see like 10,000 shares, like that's obviously real. But then you see it get hit and it doesn't all get filled. It gets pulled. So it's pure games, pure. Like you got to imagine the spread on this thing. The real spread on this thing is like 5 cents, and like the fake spread is like 1 cent, and the dark pools are how they get you. So things are happening here. It's pure savage. At this point, as much as I want to short it, it really has to go wild for me to take another stab at this. I'm just going to watch it, but yeah, for the rest of the day, I'm watching AMC.
Yeah, I'm just throwing out orders here, trying to take some size. Not too much, though, trying to build into my position. There we go. High day getting taken out by 1 penny, and now coming into the areas where I actually want to take more size. Let's give me my size, 2048, and then I can throw my stop out on the break of 50. My lungs caving in. I think I'm collapsing the lung here. Oh, that hurt. That really hurt. No, it randomly hurts these days. I don't know why, man.
Yeah, because those are the vapes.
Okay, chill, Mr. Doctor, Scientist over here.
It doesn't take a doctor or a scientist to realize that these vapes are not good.
Okay, but I'll be good in a second. But yeah, we're good. Here's the AMC, though, trying to take out 2050 to the north side. I have my stop sent out. Probably take a 5 cent hit if it doesn't work out. I'm fine with taking a 5 cent hit.
I didn't hate it before. I hate it right now. I hate it. I literally hate this stock. Sorry, what did you ever say?
No, they're laughing at you and me making fun of each other. It's all good, though. We're having fun over here. I'm good. I'll be good. It happens every now and then, I'm used to it. I'm used to my lungs collapsing every once in a while. But yeah, go for it, Luca.
Okay, yeah. So let's see here, guys. AMC. See, this is the thing. You got to stop over 2050. It's gonna trigger. I hate to say it. It's gonna trigger. Because this is the thing. Everybody wants to short AMC.
It killed me.
And there it is. There it triggered right there. Everybody wants to short AMC, so that's why it's going to go up. It's going to go up, and then when everyone's like, okay, you know what? Like I'm going long. As soon as you go long, that's when it's going to turn. So yeah, you got to do the opposite of what you want to do. And even then, you'll probably lose because these bots are savages. Let's see, Luca in denial. Yeah, I don't even know what I'm saying, honestly. I get it, Luca, AMC, cringiest stock in the world. Yeah, it's just, here's the thing. Like, I'm not really sure if anything else is moving, and I had, like, my setups mapped for the day, and, like, now that AMC is going wild, like, it's becoming, like, a really, really good opportunity. So this is obviously why I'm watching this. Like, now we're going wild, so, like, now it's worth it for a tape read. Like, where's the volume being done? Are people exiting here? Who knows what happens?
That just ramped up on volume, huh? Really, really ramped up on volume. Look at the last 3 5-minute candles on AMC. Thankfully, I only lost 6 pennies on that trade.
Wow, bro.
Whoa, tape teleported over there.
Yeah, like talk about teleportation. Are
coming
we gonna
into
halt
play.
To the upside?
No,
that's too far away. Yeah,
we're not in that band just yet.
I'm so used to seeing the halts. Yeah.
But did anyone get a chance to see if there was size on 21? Like, why did we just teleport to 21, then instantly go down to 2090 and then 2080? So a little bit of a tape teleportation. Did not have enough time to look at what was going on over there. This is nasty. Look at the volumes now about to compete for the opening volume candle itself. Every time we see something like that, something interesting is going on. Maybe they're talking about it. Actually, no, but Biden is indeed talking about the job reports right now, which was a good number. But imagine he's talking about AMC. Yeah, indeed. And helps out AMC to the north side. Currently, AMC $21 is the high, and we're waiting to see if we can get the $21 break, push it to 22. Ooh, man, the stock is insane. Starting off the day down, being 10% or 5%, I forget exactly what number, to being up 11% on the day today.
Guys, if you're shorting here, just understand that you're shorting front side, and that is how you blow your account. Obviously, it's more manageable on AMC. Like there's like lots of liquidity, you get in and out. But overall, just understand this is front side, right? This is front side, and like who knows how high this goes. Like if you tried to short it here, maybe you thought you were right, but then it was up here. You know, shorted here, had a nice move to the downside, now went parabolic again. So who knows where the top is, right? Who knows where the top is? Who knows how high this goes? Like you don't want to average into these shorts thinking like, oh, there's no way, it's not worth this amount, blah blah blah. Like that's not how you trade, right? That's not how you trade. I'm so upset that 20 break was not clean. Like that ruined my day. That's why I'm defeated. Not really defeated, but that's why I'm just like exhausted and just like, yeah, this is going insane.
You could have taken 18, 19, 20, 21, probably even 22 break if you wanted to, and just watch the stock rip up. Now up 13% on the day. That 12 break was pretty clean too, man. That 21 break was clean too. I guess that's the point. The stock's on SSR. Who can really punch the bids? It's only people who are longs. So we are launching to the moon over here. Who said 22? Get that man an award. Get that man an award. Who said 22? Put that man on a t-shirt. This is wild.
I love it. I love it. I don't even know what, like, oh my God. You got to imagine, though, the rug pull is going to be savage if it does happen. But it's SSR. You can't even slam the bids.
Insane. The market is I mean, not market, but MEGL. Yeah, MEGL is monstrous too. Halted at 200 now, 195. Actually doing that HKD movements that you guys are expecting out of it. Absolute craziness coming in from the market over here. MEGL at 195. HKD, basically HKD moves. So what are you going to do about this? Not sure. You got a 22 call. Yeah, I mean, it might just pay you out because whoever called out that 22 level, you were on the button, baby. Did not miss that call out at all. Monster move on AMC today. I'm seeing a little bit of selling coming in maybe, but I'm going to be hands off on this. I'm going to keep my profits today. I had a pretty good day today. I want to capitalize on those profits and not give it back. So I'm going to be hands off AMC. No game for me, and I also need to hit the washroom, so BRB.
Oh my God, okay. Yeah, so, well, you know, I don't want
to watch the market or watch the stock go for it. AMC, man, right now still going through 21.28. Are you kidding me? Are we still going to bring in this type of volume? Like, look at the amount of volume coming in. But look, it's such a big battle coming in right here. You see big longs. You see big shorts coming in. This is for sure a squeeze of some shorts, right? AMC, let's go check it out on my trusty little tool over here, my volume profile tool. This will tell me exactly where volume is transacting. I want the 5-minute chart, please. Can I get the 5-minute charts? Thank you.
Like, where are the levels on this?
Why won't this volume profile load up?
No,
these
no
are
levels.
just stops
maybe
getting blown out.
30,
These are
maybe?
just stops getting blown out. A little bit of a
and everyone's trying to short it, and then as soon as it makes a new high, they're just getting squeezed.
I think this is it. Give me my fill. Please, give me my fill. Thank you. Okay, I think this one's it because we're actually seeing a little bit of a backfill coming in. Not too much of risk to give also. We got 33 cents to the upside on the trade, and I'm filled at 18. So I can give it that wiggle room for the amount of size I have. And sadly, AMC is once again red for me on the day, but not as big red as it was originally. Maybe we can turn AMC back into positive to what it was to start off the day, but it will not be the #1 stock for me because Eli Lilly, we smoked that trade on Eli Lilly. Let's see if AMC is going to take out the high of the day again at 21.33, which it very much wants to for the most part just by watching it. And I know Luca's watching it too, getting ready for a possible short opportunity. There we go, taking out the high of the day, so we jump out of that one real quick.
This is
what
wild.
A nasty position so far. Does 21.50 reject? Does 22 reject? Do we just wait for 22? Like, what do we do over here? While we're trying to figure out on this one, maybe you guys can talk about some of the other stocks you guys are looking at. Maybe you guys are all just simply looking at AMC itself. But this is the talk of the market right now. This is the talk of the day at least. It's gonna be AMC without a doubt. AMC having crazy monster moves and everyone's involved in it. Let's get back in it over here for another quick attempt of the high day as we are seeing selling piling in. It's gonna be. It's gonna take us out. Am I gonna keep on battling the stock and really go back to negative on the day. We don't want that to happen.
Crazy.
It is crazy, isn't it? It's absolutely wild. But that's the talk of AMC. Let's go find out what money is talking.
Hey guys, yeah, currency time. We'll give you an update here on an improving situation overall, right across the board. The dollar coming back in a little bit, but still holding on to some of these gains from this morning. So big pop on the jobs number this morning that came in. Again, if you missed it, way higher than expected, almost, or was actually more than double what was expected. Back to 106.5 though for the DXY. Was up more than a full percent. Now just 0.75, back in a little bit. That's the 10-year. So huge move, as I said, for the 10-year on the jobs report today as well. There's the euro down about 0.6. The Canadian dollar down 0.5%. Japanese yen faring the worst today, 1.5% to the downside, 0.7 for the Swiss franc there as well. New Zealand, Australia, both about a full percent at times throughout the session. Cryptocurrency still positive here. It is still Ethereum leading, now 5% at one point this morning. We were up 8% on ETH, so coming back in as well. 2% there for Bitcoin. But dollar strength, President Biden was on TV no longer talking about the jobs number today. Again, just an absolute monster beat to the upside this morning, sending that sharply higher today, guys. Back over to you.
I'm just battling over here on AMC. We're in a winning position right now, but who knows? Most likely will not be a winning position very soon. But I'm not. Part of my game plan over here is to make sure exactly to minimize the losses on AMC. So I'm gonna try and keep it as low as possible with taking small size and not take too much of a risk over here. I just sold 250 and have 250 left. Let's go, baby. That's what we're talking about. Hopefully AMC keeps on launching the north side for you. That way you can capitalize on that move more and more and more. 2146 now being the high day on this bad boy. Lots of volatility, lots of volume coming in. I mean, look at the volume candles right here. Does not want to go down on the volume side. Oh yeah, I thought I had trade ideas open, but I haven't opened it yet, so I can't tell you what the relative volume is. Maybe I can on using a different tool today. Finviz will tell you what the relative volume is according to this Finviz. Where is relative volume? Relative volume 2.14. So yeah, about 2. And anytime a stock is more than 2 or more, it means it's doing crazy tons of volume. But you don't need a relative volume scanner to tell you that. All you need to do is look at the stock and how it's moving. 65 million shares traded so far on AMC.
Yeah, this thing is insane. This thing is wild. And now we're getting now it's kind of like a little bit of a slowdown. We're just seeing a lot of dark prints. But again, guys, because this is just it's like a tough trade to the long and short side. And to the person asking what is tape teleportation, it's when the price is at 21.27 and then you blink your eyes and then it's at 21.39. And there was no trades in between. It's because even though it's showing size on the book, I think I have it over here, even though you're seeing 3, 7, 2, whatever, these are not real. Like these ones are just market makers that have to fill the book, but they're not actually real. You cannot actually hit that size. So you're better off on AMC. Sometimes you filter like this, but I almost want to say you're better off filtering it like that. That's real. So you got 30 and 34. So you got a spread of 4 cents. Everything in between, even though you will get the fill, it's not real. It's not real. So this is a better indication of where real size is being traded. Because keep in mind, this is a good example for everyone. All the yellows are mid prints. All the Ds are dark pools. So note how many and I don't know if I could filter this here. Okay, this is for plus 1,000. Look at the plus 1,000 prints. They are all in the dark pool. They're all in the dark pool. They're all happening at midpoints, right? So keep in mind that when you're seeing the midpoint game, when you're seeing the dark pool game, more often than like a K, which is like a EdgeX, I think, or a Q, which is NASDAQ, just understand that it's very hard to fight that game. You're probably going to lose. Just kind of the nature of the game. So just you want to get involved when it makes sense to get involved. And honestly, I don't even know where it makes sense to get involved in this anymore. $25. Yeah, $25. It's so I'm looking at the daily, and let me drag over the daily again, because literally Sean sits back down and I'm like, man, where are the levels on this thing? And right off the top of his head, he goes, nowhere. There are no levels. And I was like, yeah, exactly. And I'm looking here, this day it was strong, and I'm zooming my eyes in here. This day was strong. 22.51-ish was like the high, and then it like faded back. And then like obviously a few days later, it went absolutely insane. So this is setting itself up. This is the thing. This is setting itself up to like be at like $32 next week. That's what it kind of feels like. But obviously there's opportunity on both sides, and like rug pull can happen at any moment. So you got to be careful on both of your sides of your positions, you know, like longs and short sides. But yeah, I have no idea like where levels are. Like, you know, I want to, this is the thing, I'm looking, and like to bring back to like the 1 minute here, just to kind of clean this up. You know, it's like I want to take the short here for the move back because, you know, this move was pretty sick, right? This move is nice to the downside. Could be the same thing, right? We could get a move back down to 20. But the thing is, it's just so hard to get. It's just so hard to manage risk, and we're getting this tape teleportation, and it just doesn't, it's just not easy, right? It's not easy. So I don't know what to do. Maybe like it goes down here, but I have no idea.
Yes! Let's go, AMC. We have the short on this bad boy. We're 50 cents in the money. We're back where it is. Woo! I'm absolutely happy. I punched that short, threw my stop out, and I just ran to the washroom because I had to pee. Let's take some of these profits. Ooh, baby. Bang, 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 bang. Give me my profits. I'm out of 60% already. Let's hold 40%. 71 cents in the money now. Yo, can you spin some emojis for me there, my guy? Let's spin, bang, bang, bang. Spin some emojis, spin some money, baby. Let's cash this cash to my account. Woo! Harden with the threes today, baby. Let's go. Call me James Harden, number 13. I'm hyped up. Oh, my stock changed. Oops. I should not have smacked my keyboard on the table there. Got too hyped up. But the profits are rolling in. I hope you guys are having fun. We fought for this short so much, man. Fought. Wait a minute. Look at this. High at day 21.56. Guess where my stop is?
Where?
21.56.
Really?
Woo! I'm so lucky. I'm so lucky. Woo!
That's
Let's
amazing.
go.
I love to see it. I love to see it.
I'm
Guys,
on this
smash
trade.
that
I'm
like
on
button
this
because
trade.
this is insane.
Woo!
Smash the like button for Prad because that is absolutely wild. That is so. I'm enjoying myself. That made my day. That made my day.
It literally tickled my stop and it didn't trick me out. Let's go, man. We like to see those. There is a God up there. I'm religious once again, baby. Let's go. My mom's watching me. I'm praying, Mom. I'm going home and I'm praying tonight. Don't worry about it. But man, this market moving to the north side, it's only down 0.2% now, and NASDAQ only down 0.7%. UVXY down 1.8%. So market clearly wants to reverse itself. AMC wants to go down. I covered my short way too quick on that, but that's fine. AMC number 3 stock on the day. Back in the fire on AMC. Brad over here with the Ric Flair. Woo!
Crazy. You're entertaining me. That's a 10 out of 10, and that made my day. I didn't have the short, but and I forgot that you had it and you ran back. That was amazing. I love to see it, you know, absolutely insane. Hopefully you guys are doing on it as well. It's kind of funny because somebody in the chat's like, you're going to cover that short. And like, absolutely not. Like, that was a top pick. You know the short is coming. It's just very hard to manage. And then when it starts to actually flush, obviously you cannot hit the bid. So it's like you're chasing, like you don't really get the fill. You're probably getting like one share maybe. So, you know, obviously very tough. You got to kind of average into that, hold it against you. Something that I'm working on, but not doing well today. But, you know, whatever, it is what it is. And somebody saying something about a lung. It wasn't the lungs. Yeah, oh yeah, no, I don't know. But yeah, no, kind of funny. So yeah, we'll see where this goes. Like, is this going to continue to go higher? I don't know. But at that point, you're flat on the trade. Make that money, keep that money, and that's about it.
Apparently Beyond is flushing too. Someone in chat said Beyond moving down. I mean, this stock is just ridiculous. I see a lot of advertisements though by Kevin Hart these days on YouTube about Beyond Burger. I don't even know if he eats Beyond Burger. I doubt he eats Beyond Burgers. He's just catching a paycheck over there the way Gal Gadot was catching a paycheck about Huawei phones, but then she was using an Apple iPhone to tweet when she has a contract with Huawei. So she got caught by that. Marquise Brownlee baited her out. She lost her contract and so on. So Kevin Hart, bro, you might want to be careful with this Beyond deal over here. At the end of the day, I'm not a big believer of plant-based food. Maybe that's the future when all animals die out and we're going into apocalyptic situations where you know, nothing can be grown anymore. There's no more pigs, no more cows. But guess what? That's a long way out there. I'm not gonna be alive. My lungs are collapsing and I'm only 28. I'm not gonna be alive to the point where I'm gonna to be having to eat plant-based foods, right? So I'm not too worried about Beyond Meat. I'm always looking for a short opportunity. When the negative catalyst on Beyond Meat is going to help it squeeze the way it did today, I'm going to stay away from it. I'm going to come back another day, short the crap out of Beyond Meat on that day. Still bearish on this stock, even though it has a 22% move to the north side. It moved up to $39.66, and now it is rejected off of that finally and coming back down the same way AMC is coming back down too. Would have had $1 per share profit on that, but I completely missed out on that. I captured my 70 cents though. I'm more than happy because we fought that trade so much, man. We fought that trade all day. We won some, we gave back, we won some, we gave back, and now finally we get to keep it on the profitable side. 20 minutes left for Market Mayhem, Midday Mayhem, Market Movers, Trader Pratt and Lucas show. So make sure you're throwing them some of those stocks that you guys want us to take a look at. In the meantime, while we wait for that, let's head over to the YouTube spiel. 4,200 people still watching us, only 2.3K likes, but guess what? There were about 7,000 people on the morning show and only 1.5K likes. So you guys need to do a better job on that side. We need to be at 2K before Luca and Pratt even get on, right? Because the numbers don't make sense. The numbers don't add up, Chief. So let's get this like count going up a little bit more. 2.3K now. Notice how some of you in the chat are at in green color names. Yeah, look at that. Lone already using the emojis that you can use only by being a green color name, which is a member. If you want to learn more about that, just click on the little join button. You can probably listen to a better explanation than myself, which has no stuttering in it and everything else, from Brendo. So listen to Brendo by clicking the little join button and go become a member. You can also subscribe. I almost hit unsubscribe by mistake. Also hit the subscribe button, and last but not least, head over to our merchandise store and purchase our hat or any, maybe Teesprings will replenish our other items that we have to sell. We're still waiting for our message from Teesprings over there to see what exactly is going on the store. But for the meantime, if you like the hat that we have up here, go ahead and purchase that hat. Take a picture of yourself in that hat, post it on Instagram, post it on Twitter, and let us know what it looks like. Sean apparently made a tweet, so let's go check out this tweet over here. What was having let me pull it up on the main screen here. Hello, come on, Miles, stop failing me. Sean with his kid doing a little fist bump action, was having a great I can't read, bro. Was great having my main man on the show as our new analyst. Okay. We already have Baxter, but we have the little guy over here too joining the team. Sorry? Forget about Baxter now. This is gonna be the new guy coming in with the fire call outs. Wow, poor Baxter. What's that? What was it? Microsoft? Okay, let's go check out MS. Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, if Microsoft does buy out Discord, trust me, that's gonna be no doubt. I'm gonna go all in on Microsoft, full port Microsoft, no doubt. I'm a big Discord believer. I love Discord. But real quick, a rant about Discord. There's a lot of scammers on Discord and Twitter and Instagram, guys. Please be very careful. There's never a reason for us to contact you first and be like, hey, if you send us money, we'll give you this or a class or something. Those are all scams. Sean, Brandon, Luca, Neil, myself, Ian, none of us will ever message you first. There's never a reason for us to. If you message us back, then yeah, maybe we like to talk to our viewers. We like to have conversations, put a name to the face behind the screen. So we do enjoy doing that, but there's never a reason for us to message you first. So if you're getting messaged first, most likely a scammer. Be very careful. Stay away from that. Luca?
Yeah, we got 15 minutes left here. I'm super exhausted, and AMC is not. Is this thing gonna make another push higher? Like, this is the thing, guys. Look at this 1 minute. Look at this move down, right? You got the move down. Now it's like here. Now it's just going sideways. What are these candles? What is happening? And like, as size gets put on the offer, it magnets towards it, and as size gets put on the bid, it whips away from it. So this is going to high. I'm calling it now. This is going to high a day. This is going 25 today. I like Neil's logic on this. 25 is the level. No, that's not a joke. That's happening. It's not a joke because like it's AMC.
What was the joke about?
Like okay, somebody called 22.
Yeah.
No, I was like, where do you short this thing? And Neil's like 25. It's at like 20. I'm like, but yeah, no, like I don't know, anything's possible, right? We'll see. I mean, this thing wants to break 21 again, and you got to imagine that the higher it goes, people who are short are just panicking and like, get me out of this thing. So yeah, no, it's kind of crazy.
Kind of crazy indeed. I want to head over to a couple positions that I was trading earlier on to see what they're doing. And let's start off with Lyft. Lyft at the moment still hanging out near the $20 level. Kind of making me itch my palms a little bit for a short trade, but we're going to stay away from that one. Let's go to WBD, which is Warner Brother Discovery. Moving back to VWAP, $14.80, also near 50-period EMA on the daily chart, sorry, on the 5-minute chart, pushing back up a little bit. And look at those perfect executions to the downside, man. I had the high of the day and I had the low of the day. Let's go. Those are the type of trades we like taking. Those are the type of trades we'd like putting damage onto the stock market. Let's go check on BABA also. BABA, we had the beautiful high a day short almost. We exited pretty decently, but not as good as we could have. We got back in. We got out for a flat trade. We got back in again and we got out for a profitable trade. But BABA seems to be consolidating in front of $91, trading sideways as the S&P 500 and NASDAQ are trying to maybe stay above VWAP. You know, NASDAQ is pretty close to VWAP and above it. S&P 500 above VWAP and pretty close to 4150, which is the resistance area I shorted in the morning. So multiple variables here as not sure what the market's going to go do just yet. I think only time will tell, obviously. If market breaks up 4150 and 4170 to the north side, maybe we see the retest of 4200 that I've been talking about. If market doesn't hold up above 4150 and doesn't manage to even get above 4150, maybe we see a retest of 4100 to the downside, it's already creating a W pattern, but then creating an absolute wave pattern. What are the things called again that check your not Elliott wave, the things that check your heart rate? EKG monitor, yeah. The market looking like an EKG monitor right now, just going up and down and up and down. But that means there's life in the market, which is good. At least it's not going sideways, which means the market's dead. And thankfully, I've never been in periods like that. But my guy next to me has been in periods where markets are dead and just sideways.
Yeah.
I don't ever want to be in that.
Well, it could come. Guys, Fubo kind of falling off. Maybe it breaks that 340 level and kind of continues its downtrend. Looking at it over here, it kind of just held VWAP. Now we finally broke below it. The thing is there's just not a lot of volume on it, so it's definitely a patient trade, and I don't really want to take my, I want all eyes on AMC for me, as I mentioned. But yeah, Fubo below 340, like maybe get some continuation there, move to like 330, 320 area for a scalp trade.
MEGL now, what is it? I heard Kevin Malone. Was that Office? Oh, no. Oh, that's the name from The Office guy too, right? Yeah, Kevin Malone. But the MEGL being called out in the chat. MEGL right now halting to the downside at $150. Yeah, 150.72. We got up as high as 236 apparently on MEGL. So still doing some wild stuff over here. Another Chinese stock doing Chinese stuff, I guess. Just got to be very careful over here. I for sure am very careful by just staying away from it. I love watching it. I love looking at it, but I will not be trading it, that's for sure. We see the 22 on this break of high day for AMC. Yeah, I mean, we're all just waiting for it. 12 minutes left. Yeah, thank you, Bears versus Bull. 12 minutes left for the show for Luca and Prad. Make sure you're smashing that like button. And also, reminder, because the closing show with Neil, Sean, and Brendan will be a whole different show. It's going to have a brand new like counter. So make sure you're slapping that like counter up too, so that number goes up there. And every show has its own counter. It helps with the YouTube algorithm and so on. You guys know that spiel already, so I'll stop right there. Exclamation mark Neil, exclamation mark Sean. Look at Bears versus Bull today, putting in work. Thank you, Bears versus Bull. Yeah, go smash that like on the thing. On Twitter and Instagram and all the social media avenues that you want to follow us at. I mean, Sean tweets you. Sorry? No, like counter like the number of likes on your closing show, because it's a whole new show.
Like on YouTube.
We're trying to get one that rolls on the show.
Oh, like a live like counter? Oh, that should be easy. That should be easy. That's not too hard. Come on now, I could do that. If you guys need help on that, let me know. Obviously, it needs a little bit of a coding on that side, but the way I know it requires the non-coding route, which is the easier route, but Lucas never wants to go the easy route. Lucas wants to go always the hard route. Like, Lucas?
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Somebody's saying I bought 1 share of MEGL to the Galaxy. I think that's the first time I heard that one, to the Galaxy. Let's have a look where it is, MEGL now. Has it opened yet? No, I don't think it. Oh, it did open. Okay, it did open from before.
Halted down.
Yeah, halted down. Now showing it indicate open 146. Yeah, this thing is just one of those halters. This is kind of crazy. It's funny, like buy 1 share and literally just hold for like the Galaxy. I don't know what price target that is, but that's the first time I heard that one, and it's kind of funny, making me laugh.
Let's go. You know, one thing we didn't do all day today, and I'm only remembering this now because someone in chat, it was T-Man Flex, asked for MARA. We usually do this quite a bit throughout the day, and for some reason, I guess the markets were so active and so much fun today that I forgot about cryptocurrencies completely. So let's do a cryptocurrency recap. Bitcoin currently up 1.23%, Ethereum 3.4%, Solana 2.2%, Cardano 1.5%, Dogecoin 2%, and Shiba 1%. Overall basket of cryptocurrencies clearly screaming to the north side today, which means Mara and Coinbase. Coinbase yesterday was a monster move to the north side. Let's check out Coinbase in a second, but here's Mara. But I'm guessing green. It is green because the cryptocurrency baskets are green. Let's go check out Coinbase now, which was at almost $100 yesterday. I was in absolute shock watching Coinbase's move to the north side. Looks like Coinbase is repeating the move from yesterday a little bit. It had that pop, but now it has a sideways channeling. Did not manage to break 100 today. We got close to it though. We got to $99, and then the downfall for Coinbase started coming into play. Up 11% today on Coinbase. Monster move once again for cryptocurrencies in general. Good job, Coinbase, for taking advantage of that move. I'm still waiting to see how that catalyst of insider trading or something that they were talking about for Coinbase plays out. I think it's only two employees though, so it shouldn't affect the company too much, but we'll find out what happens on that one.
Yeah, you know, coin absolutely crazy yesterday, and has the range today, but you know, is SSR, so making it a difficult trade there. Let's check GBT again. This is the Pfizer thing. So, you know, has the news, opens, runs up, and the slow fade, and now kind of just sideways and no real trading on it. I'm just going to go through my watch list very quickly here. AMTD, where's this one? This one is sideways, not really doing much. Where is Tesla? Tesla back at 870, actually. Oh, pretty interesting. I saw it at 880 for that moment. I think the low on this is 868.50. And yeah, going back for a low of day test here. This is on this side here, low of day test. Kind of interesting, but you know, got to imagine that the volume is a little bit lighter there. And you got Fubo, which hasn't broken, or did it break actually? Let me just see. I don't know if that's real, but yeah, maybe it broke. And see, this is the thing that worries me about the midday trades. It did break that 340 area, but now it's back above. So it's like, you know, there's not really the follow through that you'd want to see. So, you know, even though it kind of feels good, looks good, it's like if it pops back up, for me, that's like you got to get yourself out. And, you know, obviously I'm not really looking at it. Just kind of looking at AMC. Amazon, still below that VWAP area, or coming back below VWAP, you know, trending down. Made a move actually to 41.60 there, so that long was actually pretty decent. And where's GovX trading? 337-ish. Yeah, you know, I guess when kind of AMC goes nuts like this, everything else just kind of takes a back seat to the prime mover of the day. And Guardian Galaxy Funds, AMC 22 question mark. Well, somebody else called it. Somebody else said AMC 22 while it was at like 1970. So I was like, yeah, okay. And yeah, touch AMC. That's funny. Guys, AMC back to 21.56. Kind of feels like it. And guys, keep in mind that like, so like, well, let's just highlight this again. You know, this move is obviously insane, but it's like from here, and let me just get this one out. From here, which is like 11:20 to then the high was like 11:50. So like whatever, that's like 40 minutes, 30 minutes. Then from here, 12:15 to here was like, you know, almost like 1:15. So like basically like an hour consolidation. So now, and again, this is the thing, right? Elliott wave theory, the lightning bolt, the little consolidation, the next move up. Is this now the head and shoulders that will be setting itself up? Maybe, but we would have to get through the high, run to 22, then go back down, then pop, then go sideways. Then you'll have like a neckline of like kind of like right here. And I'm going to draw this. This is like obviously a very arbitrary line, but like this, You know, and let's actually have some fun here just for one quick second, because this is just kind of like, you know, just in general. It's like up, down, back up, back down, break the line, and then back down, right? That would be the head and shoulders. It would be pretty funny if it sets up exactly like this, and this top being like 22. It'll be interesting to see if that's set. Don't mind me trying to spell this. It'll be kind of crazy. Somebody's saying AMC gamma squeeze to 41. Yeah, anything's possible. You know, it's SSR. I wouldn't doubt it. Anything's possible. But, you know, you got the lightning bolt. Okay, I'm just goofing this over here. Anyways, you guys know what I mean. You got the lightning bolt, you got the triangle, you got the run up, maybe you get a head and shoulders action and then a fall off, but you know, it's AMC, anything's possible. And you know, the bots know this, so they will make it a difficult trade regardless.
What in the world? Trading View, the official Trading View is replying to our Trader TV account. That's pretty cool. But yeah, in 10 minutes or less than 10 minutes now, in about 4 minutes, I like the whole mystery that we're having around Steph over here. It feels like the whole weekend. You know, when the weekend first came out, nobody knew who the weekend was. A lot of mystery behind it. It was pretty cool, and I like the way we're doing it over too. So yeah, stay tuned. You're gonna find out who Stephanie is. I guess a more in-depth interview with her today. But right now, as we have another 4 minutes in the market, S&P 500 pushing towards VWAP, and NASDAQ also. I think I'm going to try and take a small little short on the NASDAQ market over here. Can I get a fill? We did get the fill. Small little short. Not going to give it too much of a wiggle room over here. If it fails, I'm going to walk away from that loss real quick. But if it wins, we're going to get a nice little push all the way till the low of the day. Being able to capitalize on that move will be me. Already 4 points in the money on the MNQ shorts. Let's see where this one goes, as Luca would say. Hopefully right back to the low of the day as the S&P 500. Here's the S&P 500 pushes towards VWAP currently. MNQ, I need to put MNQ on this side of my screen just in case I need to book a loss. It will be real quick on that side. It's already 4 points out of the money right now, so just gonna give it a little bit of a wiggle room, but maybe not too much because I don't want to give away too much money on that trade.
Yeah, you know, you never want to give away money, which is what I'm doing on AMC over and over and over again. No, I'm kidding. I took the fills off because it was making me nervous because I kept losing, but it's not so much me trying to hide the fills. I had like I tried a short here with like a decent amount of size, and I was like, maybe I have it. But the problem is SSR, so I'm like chasing down, getting like one share. Then I get the full fill, and I'm like 20 cents out of the money. I was like, okay, let me just cover that one. And yeah, tried the 20 long, which like didn't work. I took like a decent amount of size on that. This is the thing. This is a crazy move, right? So I'm like, let me take like serious size here. But you know, I'm not holding it if it's going to flush against me in case this is like the top-ish level. So you know, stop myself out on that one. Whatever it is, what it is. That was kind of upsetting. You know, the winning trades over here. These were nice. And now I'm not really too sure what's going to happen next. Down on the name, like not shut down or anything, but you know, saving risk. The thing is I feel like there could be like really good opportunities. So like I don't want to just like dabble right here at like a random area that I you know, have to take like less size and whatever, like hold for the move. I would rather much rather let it like kind of go wild, go even more crazy, set up, show me something obvious so that I could take like the max size that I paid for shorts and you know, give me a sick trade to make my month. Like that's kind of, you know, it's a setup, right? It's like a crazy setup. You don't see this all the time. So when it does set up, I'm willing to take the chance on it, but obviously, you know, trade your own book, and you know it's a high risk when you're kind of, you know, playing these tight spreads on these things that teleport around, right? So you know it is what it is. Hopefully you guys are doing better. I know some people in the chat were talking like, oh, I'm long 17, I'm long 19. Like that's amazing, man. Like you guys like ran it all the way up here. You know, not sure where profit target is. But you know, kind of crazy. There's really no levels, and it's holding trend the whole way up. Like if you look at the 5 minute here, it's literally holding trend the whole way up. So I would say that, like, I would argue from like a technical perspective, like if you are long over here, like long, like wherever, somewhere over here, it's like really like why sell unless it breaks trend? Like that's kind of the overall ideology. So you know, that's kind of that's my thoughts there from a technical perspective. But yeah, obviously, like the short side being SSR, very difficult trade. So you know, we'll see what happens the rest of the day if we get that opportunity, or maybe just kind of let it go.
Yeah, thank you for everyone who came out today. This week has been absolutely monstrous. Lots of opportunities across the board. Today has been monstrous. Lots of fun on the market today, even though it was a little bit of a whipsaw back and forth action today. I for sure had fun on the market. I can't wait to have a great weekend. I wish the same for all of you, and I wish all of you a great closing show as you guys are about to go to the closing show very soon. Remember to smash that like button, please, 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 please. Smash that like button on the closing show. I will see you guys on Monday, unless Monday's a long weekend. No, right? We have work on Monday?
Yeah, I think so.
Not a long weekend? Okay. So if Monday's not a long weekend, so obviously I will be here to trade, and I will be here to host for you guys. You guys have a great weekend. See you guys Monday. Ciao.
Ciao.
Hey guys, welcome in. 2 o'clock on a Friday afternoon. A couple hours left in a pretty exciting week, a pretty exciting afternoon really shaping up here. We are still red on the NASDAQ, but the Dow is showing a little bit of life here, trying to get back to positive territory, the first anyways, to get back to positive on the day.